Chapter 1. Oliver. The familiar murmurs of the library wrap around me, and I take a sip of coffee. Everything is right in the world. Perfect, really. I sink deeper into the old leather chair, enjoying the comfort of the campus library with its beamed ceilings and hardwood floors. It's my sanctuary, the place where I can truly be myself. And the best part is that I'm here with my best friend. I glance at Nora, her brow furrowed in concentration as she flips through a textbook thicker than my ambition, which is saying something. My laptop keys clack rhythmically under my fingers as I transfer our research into coherent paragraphs. Okay, Nora says, breaking the silence and sweeping her long, dark blonde hair over her shoulder. If we integrate this study with our thesis, it'll strengthen our argument on the socioeconomic impacts. Her voice is confident yet easy, like she's discussing the weather rather than complex theories. Good idea, I respond, tearing my gaze away from her face and looking back to the screen. I'll add that in. This back and forth has become our routine for the past few years, a harmonious blend of her sharp insights and my relentless typing. It's almost like a dance, albeit one that's oddly academic and entirely platonic, at least on her part. I've often wondered what it would be like to break the rhythm, to ask her out instead of asking for her notes. But then I remember the person I was before college, scraping by, wearing thrift store clothes that were always to sizes too big so that I could grow into them. And I shudder. That Oliver had dreams but no means to achieve them. Now, with scholarships and grants propelling me forward, I can't afford distractions. Not even if the distraction has a smile that could outshine the morning sun. Oliver, you're spacing out. You okay? Nora's concerned gaze meets mine, and I snap back to reality. Yeah, totally. Just thinking about how close graduation is, I say, offering her a half-hearted grin. Tell me about it. A month and we're out in the real world, huh? Goodbye college. She closes her book with a soft thud. Scary and exciting all at once. More exciting than scary, I counter, trying to sound confident. I mean, we've been working towards this moment since day one. We're ready for it. Speak for yourself, she teases, nudging my arm with her elbow. I'm ready for a snack. Only after we finish this section, I bargain, feeling a warmth spread through me from her touch. A warmth that I quickly try to ignore. Deal, she agrees, flashing a grin that reminds me why these late-night study sessions are the highlight of my otherwise solitary social life. All right, let's power through. Then frozen yogurt on me, I suggest, the words escaping me before I can stop them. Only if we can go to that place on Franklin. The new one never has hot fudge. Of course, I nod, already looking forward to the simple pleasure of sharing something so mundane with someone who feels anything but. I shuffle through the stack of research papers, aligning them into a neat pile before handing half over to Nora. Our fingers brush in the exchange, and for a moment, everything else fades into the background. The hum of whispered conversations, the rustle of pages turning, even the faint scent of old books that usually comforts me. My pulse kicks up a notch, betraying my calm exterior with its sudden sprint. Sorry, I mumble, though I'm not sure what exactly I'm apologizing for. The inadvertent touch or the jolt of electricity that seems to linger on my fingertips. No problem, she replies, oblivious to the internal chaos she's sparked. Her attention is already back on the project, her brow furrowed in concentration as her bright green eyes skim the top sheet from the pile. I force myself to focus, too, but it's like trying to read through a fog. The words blur and swim on the page, and all I can think about is the softness of her skin against mine. A fleeting connection that I crave more of, yet also dread for fear of revealing too much. Did you get a chance to go over the data I emailed you yesterday? Nora breaks the silence, unaware she's just thrown me a lifeline, back to reality. Yeah, I did, I say. The correlation between socioeconomic status and access to higher education is stronger than we thought. I dive into the academic jargon, allowing it to fill the space between us, creating a safe barrier where my unspoken feelings can't cross. Exactly. It's disheartening, isn't it? How some things never change. She shakes her head, disappointment clouding her eyes that I've lost myself in more times than I care to admit. It is, I agree. My words tinged with a bitterness that comes from knowing that struggle all too well. I've fought tooth and nail to escape the cycle of poverty that defined my childhood, and the thought of others still trapped within it stirs something deep and restless within me. Before either of us can dwell on the topic further, Ben, a classmate known more for his social calendar than his study habits, saunters up to our table with a grin that spells trouble. "Ali, Nora, I'm surprised you two aren't dead from drowning in books." He claps a hand on my shoulder, and I resist the urge to shrug it off. "There's a party tonight at Delta Sigma. You should come, take a break, live a little." I open my mouth, ready to decline. A party is the last thing on my long list of priorities. But then I catch a glimmer of interest in Nora's eyes, a spark that tells me she might be considering it. "Sounds fun," she says, surprising me. "We'll think about it, right, Oliver?" "Right," I echo, the word feeling foreign on my tongue. Think about it? There's nothing to think about. Parties mean crowds, noise, and small talk, all things I avoid like a poorly designed experiment. Ben gives us a thumbs up before wandering off in search of his next recruits, leaving me to wonder how a simple invitation could suddenly make me feel like I'm standing at the edge of a precipice, peering into the unknown. I shuffle the papers in front of me, wishing I had even more work to keep us busy. "I don't know." "Nora," I murmur. The memory of crowded rooms and spilled drinks from freshman year parties makes me grimace. Every time I tried going to one of those, I felt like a fish out of water. "Come on." She leans back in her chair, giving me that look, the one that's part challenge, part plea. Her eyes, bright with the promise of something beyond these library walls, are hard to resist. We've been at this for hours. My brain feels like it's turned to mush. Mine too, I admit, but the pile of books seems to whisper my name, urging me to stay grounded in their familiar embrace. Besides, she continues, fingers drumming on the table with an infectious rhythm, "We're graduating soon. How many more chances will we get to be irresponsible before real life kicks in?" The word irresponsible usually sends shivers down my spine, echoes of a childhood spent pinching pennies and making every moment count. But there's sincerity in Nora's voice, and I can't ignore the fact that she's right. Our days of carefree youth are numbered, dwindling faster than the sand in an hourglass. Okay, I concede, pushing away visions of my meticulously planned future. I can afford a little bit of fun for one night. One party won't derail us, I suppose. Exactly, she beams, the victory clear in her smile. She begins to pack up her things, her movements brisk and efficient. "It'll be fun, you'll see. You might even enjoy yourself if you stop thinking about grad school applications for 5 minutes." Harsh but fair, I chuckle, the sound alien to my own ears, light, unburdened. "Promise me something," I say, slowing my steps so we're walking side by side. "Anything," she replies, her gaze meeting mine. "Let's stick together tonight, okay? If it gets to be too much." "Deal," she interrupts, understanding without needing the words. "We're in this together, remember?" "Right," I agree, feeling a warmth that has nothing to do with the warm spring. Together. Just like all those late-night frozen yogurt runs and shared study sessions. As we step through the library doors, leaving behind my natural habitat, I can't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Maybe letting loose isn't such a bad idea after all, especially if it's with Nora by my side. Chapter 2. Nora. The whir of my blow-dryer battles against the upbeat pop music streaming from Lynn's phone. We've turned my tiny apartment bathroom into a makeshift salon, steam fogging up the mirror and makeup strewn across every surface. "Could you pass me the volumizing mousse?" I ask, eyeing my limp hair with dismay. "Sure thing," she says, her voice efficient and nurse-like even when she's not on a shift at the hospital. She hands me the bottle, and I work it through my roots, hoping for a miracle. "Oliver's going to be there tonight, right?" Lynn asks casually as she expertly applies eyeliner. My stomach does that familiar flip, Oliver. Just his name sends my heart racing. I nod, trying to sound nonchalant. "Yeah, he mentioned he'd come." "Ooh, Mr. Tall, dark and handsome himself." Lynn wiggles her eyebrows in the mirror at me. But when I meet her gaze, I can't muster more than a half smile. "Can I tell you something?" I pause, unsure why the confession feels like a boulder at the edge of a cliff. It's just Oliver. But it's not just Oliver, and Lynn, of all people, would understand that. "Of course, you can tell me anything," "What's up?" She caps her eyeliner, giving me her undivided attention. I take a deep breath, letting the air out slowly before taking a leap and just going for it. I have this crush on Oliver. It's ridiculous because I'm pretty sure he doesn't see me that way. You know, beyond being friends. Hey, your feelings are never ridiculous. Her voice is soft, which is exactly what I need right now. She puts down her makeup brush and turns to face me fully, a gesture that screams, "I'm here for you," louder than words ever could. "Thanks," I say, fiddling with the hem of my dress. It's just, he's always so friendly, and we have such great conversations. But when it comes to anything beyond that, I'm invisible to him. "Have you tried flirting?" "Like, obvious flirting," she suggests, tilting her head thoughtfully. "Me? Flirt?" I let out a laugh that sounds more like a snort. I wouldn't even know where to start. "Start with being yourself. You're amazing, Nora. And maybe tonight, just try dropping a few hints. See how he responds." She picks her blush brush back up and adds a finishing touch to her cheeks. "Maybe," I murmur, though the butterflies in my stomach turn into frantic birds at the thought. I glance at my reflection again, focusing on the hopeful sparkle in my eyes that I usually keep hidden away. Tonight, though, it might just be time to let that light shine a little brighter. "Ready?" my cousin asks. "Ready," I gulp. "Then let's do this." She's so pumped up that I can't help but catch some of her infectious confidence. "All right, party mode, activate." I manage a genuine smile this time, bolstered by the support of someone who always sees the positive side of life. I'm lucky that she's here in Chicago. Family that I can lean on when my parents are over 100 miles away. "How do I look?" I stand back and do a spin so she can inspect me. She taps her chin. "Beautiful, but you need some jewelry." She dashes to my jewelry display and selects a piece. Her fingers dance over the clasp of my necklace with the silver ballet slipper, securing it around my neck with a click that seems to echo in the quiet space of anticipation between us. There, she steps back to appraise her work with a critical eye. Perfect. I catch sight of myself in the mirror, hair cascading in loose waves, the shimmering dress hugging my curves, and the necklace lying like a promise against my collarbone. I'm not just Nora tonight. I'm possibly in dash love dash with dash Ollie dash, but dash to dash scared dash to dash admit dash at Nora. The thought sends an unfamiliar thrill through me, mingled with nerves. "Lynn," my voice comes out as a whisper, betraying the sudden tightness in my throat. She turns to me, and I can see the empathy in her eyes, the understanding that only someone who I've known my whole life can possess. "Hey, it's going to be okay." Her voice is soft, but there's steel in it too. The kind of resilience that defines her. "Just go with the flow tonight. Be open to wherever the night takes you, you know? Wherever the night takes me," I repeat, trying on the idea like a delicate piece of jewelry. It feels foreign, risky, yet exhilarating. Could this really be the night when everything changes? When the invisible thread that has connected me to Oliver since the day we met becomes something tangible? Exactly. Life's unpredictable, Nora. All you can do is put your best foot forward, keep your heart open, and see what happens. I nod because she's right. Lynn has always been about action, stepping confidently into emergency rooms and making split-second decisions. If she can do that, surely I can handle whatever this party throws at me. "Okay," I square my shoulders as if preparing for battle rather than a night out. Open heart. No expectations, just see what happens. "Exactly," she beams at me, proud and reassuring. "And remember, no matter what happens, I'm here for you. You're brilliant and beautiful. Oliver would be lucky to have you notice him." "Thanks," I smile, feeling the warmth of being seen, of being believed in. "Let's go show that party what we're made of," she declares with a grin, grabbing her clutch off the dresser. "Let's do it," I agree, following her lead. As we head toward the door, I can't shake the thrilling possibility that my cousin's encouragement might just be the catalyst I need. Maybe, just maybe, this will be the night that changes everything with Oliver. Chapter 3. Oliver. The bass thumps against my chest like a second heartbeat as I lean against the wall, plastic cup in hand. It's supposed to be one of those end-of-year bashes where everyone forgets their looming finals and just lets go for a night. Everyone except me, apparently. I skim the crowd, watching people laugh and dance and spill drinks on each other. A girl with a pixie cut and a neon smile sidles up beside me, her eyes bright and inviting. "Hey, you're Oliver, right?" she asks, voice barely audible over the playlist that's been curated to obliterate conversation. "Anthropology major?" I nod, but my response is automatic, robotic. "Yeah, that's me. And you are?" "Marie," she beams, leaning closer. "I've seen you around. You always look so focused." Focused isn't the word I'd use right now. Distracted, maybe. Because even as Marie chatters on about something, I think she mentioned a summer dig in Peru. All I can do is keep an eye on the door, waiting for Nora to arrive. If she even shows up. Was it stupid of me to come here? What if she's made other plans and ditched the party? What if she's out with another guy? That last one makes my stomach twist, and for a moment, I think I might actually throw up. "Oliver," Marie prompts, and I realize just how checked out of the conversation I've been. I have no clue what she's said for the last few minutes. "Sorry," I mumble, feeling like a jerk. "Just a little out of it tonight." "Tell me about it." She laughs, brushing her hair behind her ear. "End of year is so stressful." "Right." But then she follows my gaze to the door, and understanding flickers across her face. "Waiting for someone." "Sort of," I admit, because what's the point of lying? "Ah, the elusive Nora," she says sagely, and I'm surprised she knows. But then again, maybe it's obvious to anyone who looks at me for longer than a minute. "Is it that transparent?" I ask, rubbing the back of my neck awkwardly. "Only to someone who pays attention," she replies with a wink. But before I can respond, the crowd parts like the Red Sea, and there she is, Nora. My breath catches, and it's like I'm seeing her for the first time. She walks in with her cousin Lynn. Her usual jeans and shirt attire swap for a dress that hugs every curve. Her hair cascades in waves I've never seen it in, and her makeup, usually minimal, now accentuates her lips and eyes, making them pop in a way that sends my heart racing. "Wow," escapes from my lips before I can stop it. Marie chuckles beside me. I'll say, "Girl cleans up nice." Understatement, I mutter, pushing away from the wall. Nora catches my eye and smiles, but it's not her usual, comfortable grin. It's laced with nerves, excitement, and vulnerability. I feel my palms start to sweat, because suddenly, I don't know how to talk to my own friend. The distance between us feels like miles instead of feet. "Go talk to her." Marie nudges me, pulling me out of my stupor, before someone else sweeps her off her feet. "Right," I say, though my feet feel glued to the floor. Taking a deep breath, I finally manage to move, crossing the room toward Nora and Lynn. "Hi," my voice cracks slightly like I'm going through a second puberty. God, could I be more awkward? "Oliver," Nora exclaims, and I almost wince at how she lights up for me. No, not for me. For the party, I remind myself. "You made it." "Yeah," I shove my hands in my pocket, wouldn't miss it. A new song starts, and Lynn jumps up and down. "Oh my God, I love this song. Let's dance." She wiggles onto the dance floor before we can answer, and Nora raises her eyebrows at me. "Wanna dance?" "Oh, I don't dance." I shove my hands deeper into my pockets. Her face falls, a lance to my heart. I inwardly cringe. Why did I say that? "Yeah, I don't dance, but I can at least fake it for her." What is wrong with me? Why am I putting obstacles between us when that's the last thing I want? "Okay," she nods. "I'll catch up with you later." She drifts into the middle of the room to join her cousin. Our promise to stick together during this party abandoned. The bass thumps through the floorboards, irritating me more than anything else. I watch Nora as she moves in time with the music, her hair shimmering under the pulsating lights. Lynn's at her side, matching her rhythm beat for beat. They're a picture of carefree college life, something I usually feel so detached from. I should leave. What was I thinking anyway? I don't belong at a party like this. I should be getting sleep so that I'm rested for class tomorrow. But then Nora comes back to me, her hand extended. And it's like everything else I ever knew falls away. There's only her. "Come on," she beckons, her voice just audible over the music. She's got a playful glint in her eye that dares me to shed the wallflower act. I hesitate, but then she laughs, a sound that tugs at something deep inside me, urging me forward. "All right," I concede, taking a step toward the makeshift dance floor. On the way there, I grab a liquor bottle off a table and fill a plastic cup. I'm not one for drinking, but right now, I need all the help I can get. The space between us dissolves as I let the rhythm find my limbs. It's clumsy at first, me trying to mirror the fluidity of her movements, but after a couple of songs, and a few swigs from the red plastic cup in my hand, it doesn't matter anymore. We're laughing, spinning, and for a moment, the rest of the party fades away. Here, try this, Nora says during a lull in the music, offering me another drink, a concoction of who knows what from a punch bowl. I take it, our fingers brushing, sending a jolt up my arm. We clink cups and down the contents, the liquid courage warming my insides and loosening my inhibitions. Feeling good, her eyes sparkle with mischief. Better now, I admit. And it's true, around Nora, the anxiety that usually has me wound up tight vanishes. I'm free, floating above all my fears and worries. With the alcohol giving me an additional boost of courage, I feel next to invincible. We join a group of students gathered around a table playing some raucous drinking game. Someone explains the rules, but I'm more focused on the way Nora's hand keeps finding mine. How her shoulder brushes against me every time she laughs. It feels natural, like this is where my hand is meant to be, interlocked with hers. Your turn, Ollie, someone calls out, snapping me back to the present. I take my shot, successfully bouncing the ping-pong ball into one of the cups. Earning cheers from around the table, Nora beams at me, pride evident in her eyes. It's a silly thing to feel accomplished about, but her smile makes it seem like I've just won a Nobel Prize. Look at you, superstar, she teases, nudging me with her elbow. Must be beginner's luck, I reply. But I'm riding the high of her praise and the buzzing atmosphere. The game continues, but Nora and I drift to the edge of the action, our conversation ebbing and flowing naturally. Hey, she says suddenly, stepping closer. Her breath smells sweet, like the punch we've been downing, and her proximity sends my heart into a sprint. You're really amazing, you know that. I'm about to respond, to brush off the compliment with some self-deprecating quip. But then I see the earnestness in her gaze, my words catch in my throat. What do you mean? I squeak out. She tilts her head. Ollie, you're not like the other guys. You're smarter, more focused. You're gonna make something of yourself. My chest swells, both from the compliment and her close proximity. She smells so good. And while I've wondered 1,000 times what it would be like to touch her waist or her neck, not once have I ever believed it could really happen. But here she is, looking at me with big doe eyes. Heat surges through my body, and I have to work to calm my breathing. You're the one who's really something, I say. Nora. She leans in, her face inches from mine, her eyes searching. My pulse hammers as I realize what's happening. We're teetering on the edge of something new, something thrilling. I want to close that gap, taste the punch on her lips, and confirm what's been simmering between us for so long. But as her lips part slightly, as I start leaning into, a voice inside me screams caution. This is Nora, my friend, my confidant. Can I risk it all on a maybe? And even worse, can I afford to be distracted? I've seen it happen to friends in high school and classmates in college. They fall head over heels for a girl and forget everything else. Their grades drop, they stop volunteering, and their shiny futures start to dim. Do I really want to be like those guys, or do I want to break the cycle of poverty in my family? Make something unprecedented of myself? Sorry, I blurt, pulling back just enough to break the spell. I think I need some air. Her expression falters, confusion and hurt flashing across her features before she masks it with a small, understanding smile. Sure, she whispers, I'll be here. I nod, turning away to navigate through the crowd, the cool night breeze calling my name. In the safety of distance, I battle the twisting guilt and longing. What am I doing? The music from the speakers throbs in my chest, a mocking reminder of the heartbeat I was so acutely aware of mere moments ago. This isn't me. I don't get lost in moments, not when there are plans to be made and goals to achieve. Ollie, wait. Her voice cuts through the cacophony, grounding me despite my resolve to leave. I turn, and there she is, threading her way after me. Her eyes a mix of concern and something else, regret. Nora, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. I can't do this right now. Can't do what? Her forehead creases, and she's looking at me with that piercing gaze that sees too much. Us, I say, the word feeling foreign on my tongue. There's no us, with finals coming up. I need to focus. Oliver, she exhales, a strand of hair falling across her face. She brushes it aside. A gesture so familiar it aches. I know. It's probably for the best, anyway. There's a forced lightness in her tone. But I hear the undercurrent of disappointment. We're graduating soon. We'll be parting ways. Her words hit like a punch to the gut. Parting ways. As if our late-night study sessions and shared jokes could be swept away by a change in geography. As if what I feel for her could just dissipate into thin air. But the reality is harsher than the fantasy. And I know that whatever this is, or could be, it's not worth the risk of derailing everything I've worked for. Right, I manage, swallowing past the lump in my throat. Parting ways. She gives me a small, sad smile, and in her eyes, I see the reflection of my own resignation. Yeah. So, take care, Ollie. Wait, what? That's it. Because we didn't kiss tonight, she doesn't want to see me anymore. Just like that, gone are our study sessions and long walks around campus dreaming about the future. One moment has changed everything, and now she wants nothing to do with me. My whole body stiffens. I refuse to let her see just how much she's hurting me. I'm better than this, destined for something greater than a girl at school hurting my feelings. Take care, Nora. The words are automatic, but they feel like a lie. Because caring for Nora has become as natural as breathing, and I don't know how to stop. Turning away from her, I push through the door and out into the cool night. The music dulls to a faint pulse behind me, but the ringing in my ears is all too loud. I walk without direction, the impact of what just happened pressing down on me. I should have stayed home, buried in textbooks and lecture notes, instead. I came here to a party where I never belonged, chasing a dream that was never mine to catch. And now, with the taste of almost on my lips and Nora's disappointed eyes etched into my memory, I wish I'd never come at all. The campus is quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos inside. I barely register the path back to my dorm, my mind replaying every moment, every misstep. When I finally reach my room, I close the door with a finality that echoes in the empty space. Alone, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. It's done. Whatever foolishness tonight brought, it ends now. Tomorrow is another day, a day for studying, for preparing, for moving forward. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that I've left something important behind, something that, once lost, I might never find again. Chapter 4. Nora. The morning light streams through the thin curtains, casting a gentle glow on the walls of my dorm room. It's graduation day, a day that should be filled with joy and celebration. Yet, as I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, my heart is heavier than it's ever been. It's a whole month since Ollie and I last sat huddled together over textbooks, our laughter mingling with the rustle of pages. Despite the pride swelling within me for reaching this milestone, there's an ache for the connection we've lost. Dragging myself out of bed, I dress in silence. The ceremonial gown feels foreign against my skin, like a costume meant for someone else, someone eager to embrace what's next. I'm supposed to be that person too, but it's hard when part of me longs for what I'm leaving behind. I make my way across campus, passing familiar sights for perhaps the last time. The library where Ollie and I would study for hours. The coffee shop where we'd fuel our late-night cramming sessions with caffeine and whispered jokes. Each step feels like a small goodbye, a release of memories into the ether of my past. The graduation ceremony is a blur of names and faces. I clap mechanically as my peers walk across the stage, their strides confident and sure. And then he's there, Ollie. My breath catches as I watch him ascend the platform, every movement reminding me of what once was. The way his eyes would crinkle when he laughed, the warmth of his body when we shared a couch. He looks different today, more mature somehow, as if the act of crossing this stage has already begun to change him. He receives his diploma with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, and I wonder if he's feeling the same mix of excitement and regret that churns inside me. I force a smile, clapping along with the rest while trying to push down the truth. I still have feelings for him, feelings I've tried to bury beneath layers of denial and distance. But seeing him now, so close yet untouchable, those feelings surge back with a vengeance, threatening to overwhelm me. More people come after Ollie, but they're a blur of names and faces. None that I can commit to memory, because none of them are him. Nora Ryder. I jerk in shock. Is it already my turn? I rise from my seat, smoothing down the wrinkles of my robe as if they could flatten the tumult within me. Each step I take toward the stage is shaky. Is Oliver watching me? Is he also thinking about what we've lost? Congratulations, Nora, Dean Harper says, her voice imbued with the pride and gravitas of the occasion. The diploma she hands me feels like both an anchor and a sail, weighty with achievement, yet promising new horizons. My fingers close around the leather-bound certificate, the vellum of my graduation scroll etching its reality onto my skin. Thank you, I murmur, and my voice sounds distant even to my own ears. There's a swell of applause, faces blurring into a sea of admiration that should buoy me. But my gaze seeks out only one, the person I now can't locate. The ceremony wraps in a flourish of tradition and tossed caps. We are no longer students. We're graduates, alumni, adults stepping into futures we've meticulously charted. And yet, amidst all the planning, there are variables we never accounted for. There are hugs, pictures with my parents, small talk here and there, the whole time. I keep an eye out for Oliver. When I see him on the sun-drenched lawn, I can't stop myself from running over. Ollie, his name escapes my lips before I can corral it. Our eyes lock. Time stretches thin between us, heavy with words unsaid and moments unlived. Hey, Nora. His smile is tentative, a cautious ray of light breaking through overcast skies. How have you been? I've been good. I suck in a breath. Actually, that's not true. I've missed you. I'm sorry about what happened at the party. I never should have. You're my friend, nothing else. I was drinking, and I miss you too. Really? A grin breaks across his face. Yes, a ton, and I've missed our study sessions. Me too, I confess, the admission floating between us, delicate yet laden with meaning. They were more than just study sessions to me. Yeah. He shoves his hands into his pockets and looks away when he meets my eyes again. There's a resolve there, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity that has always drawn us together. I'll be staying here for grad school. Found a part-time job too. Chicago won't get rid of me that easily. Seattle for me. Law school, I say, a hint of wistfulness threading through my words. It's going to be strange not having you round. Tell me about it. He laughs, but it's a sound that doesn't quite ring true. But hey, we made it through college. We can handle a couple of cities apart, right? Right. Does that mean he wants to be friends again? My heart soars at the possibility. Let's not become strangers, he says. Let's hold on to this friendship. Friends, I say, though the word feels too small, too simple for the complexity of emotions tangled up inside me. Friends, he echoes, and there's a promise in that single word. A lifeline thrown across the expanse of our uncertain future. Hey, I shift my weight from side to side. I've been thinking about something. About Seattle? He asks, his brow arching slightly. Sort of. More about how quickly everything changes. I watch a leaf break free from an overhead branch, spiraling down to settle among the blades of grass. A vibrant green that seems to shout with life against the solemn, dark robes around us. I want to capture this moment, before it's just a memory. His eyes lock onto mine, curious, patient. I've always loved that about him. His ability to give someone his complete attention. It's like being seen, truly seen, and not just looked at. I was thinking, I continue, about making a time capsule, something I could bury here on campus, a piece of me to leave behind. You could make it with me, if you want. A time capsule, Ollie repeats, his lips curving into that familiar half-smile that never fails to cause a flutter in my chest. That's actually pretty brilliant. Really, relief washes over me. I hadn't realized how much I wanted him to be a part of this. Needed him to be a part of this. Absolutely. Count me in. He shifts, hands sliding into his pockets as he surveys the landscape around us. What do we put in it? Anything that feels right. Photos, notes, artifacts from our college lives. Letters to our future selves. I smile now, excitement bubbling up inside me. Let's do it, he says, decisive, and there's a spark in his eyes that I've missed so much. Great. I need to get lunch with Lynn and my parents, but let's meet back here, at 2. Bring whatever you wanted to bury. He nods in acknowledgement, and I run off to join my parents. My excitement at time counting down the minutes till I'm with Ollie again. The capsule itself is an old coffee tin I'd been saving, its once bright label faded and peeling. It feels fitting, somehow, like us, a little worn around the edges, but still full of potential. Okay, I say once we're back together, and have found a spot behind some trees next to the library. I brought these from my bag. I pull out a stack of photographs, snapshots of us studying in the quad, celebrating after finals. Goofy selfies taken in moments of unguarded laughter. Each one is a thread in the tapestry of our shared history. Ollie watches me, then nods and reaches into his own backpack, extracting a few worn textbooks, their margins filled with our scribbled notes and inside jokes. "Can't forget these," he says, and though his tone is light, there's a reverence in the way he handles them, a recognition of all the hours poured over those pages together. "I'll tear out a few pages," he says, "not like we'll need them anymore." Perfect. I place the pages in the tin, layer upon layer of memories stacking up. Then, with a deep breath, I retrieve a pen and a couple of pieces of paper for our letters. Right, he takes one and moves a little away, giving us both privacy as we write. "Dear future me," I begin, and the words that follow are more honest than I expected. A mix of hopes and fears, of gratitude for the past and uncertainty about what's to come. When I'm done, I fold the letter carefully and place it beside the photos. Ollie does the same, sealing his own missive within the capsule without showing me. Some things, I understand, are meant just for him, and that's okay. "Ready?" I ask, and together, we seal the tin with layers of duct tape, making it as weatherproof as we can. With a shovel borrowed from the groundskeeper's shed, we take turns digging into the earth beneath the oak, carving out a space for our capsule. It's harder work than I anticipated, the ground resistant, packed tight over the years, but eventually the hole is deep enough. "Here goes." Ollie places the tin inside, then looks up at me. "There's nothing else you want to add?" "Nope," I reply, and together we push the dirt back over the capsule, covering it with some leaves and sticks so no one suspects a thing. Standing back, we survey our handiwork, a silent pact made real beneath our feet. It's a promise, not just to our future selves but to each other, to the friendship that's weathered storms and will, with any luck, endure whatever comes next. I lick my lips. My parents are waiting for me. I realize that I didn't see his parents at the graduation, though surely they were there. It's not like I know what they look like anyway. "Guess this is it." Hot Ollie's voice cracks slightly, rich with unched emotion. "Looks like." My throat tightens as I force a smile, feeling the sharp edge of finality creeping up on us. We did good, though. It'll be something to come back to, you know. Say, in 10 years, to remember who we were. He nods, his eyes searching mine for a reassurance we're both desperate to find. "We'll stay in touch, Nora. Promise me that." "Of course," I say, voice stronger than I feel. "You're not getting rid of me that easily." We linger there, neither of us ready to walk away, to end this chapter of our lives that's become so intertwined. But eventually, the calls of my parents in the distance remind us that time won't pause, even for goodbyes. "Take care of yourself, okay?" He looks at me with those earnest eyes that have always seen right through me. "You too, Ollie. Kick us in grad school." And with one last hug that feels like clinging to a lifeline, we part ways, stepping onto separate paths that lead away from the safety of academia and into an uncertain future. Deep down, as I watch him walk away, shoulders squared against the possibilities stretched out before him, I know the truth. Staying close will be harder than we can imagine. There's an entire country between Chicago and Seattle, miles upon miles that will only magnify the absence of our daily interactions. And yet, despite the gnawing ache that comes with acknowledging my romantic feelings for him, I'm determined, because Oliver isn't just the guy I almost kissed at a party, or the one who helped me survive statistics with a sense of humor. He's my friend, my steadfast, infuriating, and utterly irreplaceable friend. And while love stories are beautiful in their own right, friendship is the quiet constant I'm not willing to give up on. So, as I take a deep breath and turn towards the crowd, towards the family that's waiting to celebrate my achievements, I make a silent commitment. Oliver may have a piece of my heart, but our friendship has the rest of it, and that's worth fighting for. I'll text him, call him, and send ridiculous memes across the internet to bridge the distance. Because when it comes down to it, no matter where life takes us, he's my person. And that's not something you let go of, not without one hell of a fight. Chapter 5. Oliver. 8 years later. Absolutely, Mr. Davidson. The property will be everything you envisioned and more. Phone pressed to my ear, I lean against the window in my top-floor corner office. The echo of Chicago's midday hustle filters through the windows, a symphony of ambition that plays well with my mood. Thank you, Oliver. You've got a vision. I'll give you that. Let's touch base tomorrow for an update. His tone is that of a man used to getting what he wants. But there's a tinge of respect there too, respect I've earned. Looking forward to it, I reply as the call ends. Putting the phone down, I grin to myself and take a seat. The deal isn't closed yet, but we're almost there. Like nearly everything else I do in this office, I'm crushing these negotiations. I swivel back in my chair, glancing instinctively at the to-do list on my sleek, black desk. It's almost laughable how much I've demolished it today. Task after task marked off in satisfying little ticks. I push back from the desk and stand, stretching out muscles tense from hours of negotiations. My reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows shows a man in his prime, his crisp suit tailored to perfection, a skyline that's both a battlefield and a kingdom stretched out before him. The windy city is bustling below, oblivious to the man who's shaping its very bones. I own one of the biggest real estate companies in the country, and as a result, I'm worth over $1 billion. The numbers are staggering even to me, and they're mine, every digit hard-earned, every dollar a story. Leaning against the cool glass, I let my mind wander back to those early days, fresh out of grad school, fueled by nothing but drive and the daily pot of coffee that could put hair on your chest. I remember the nights spent hunched over blueprints and contracts, the social life I sacrificed like some sort of offering to the gods of success. It wasn't long before my one-man operation grew, blooming into the powerhouse it is today. I built this empire from the ground up, nurtured it from a dream whispered in the dead of night into a roaring reality that, even now, doesn't cease to amaze me. But the sacrifices added up, and it was a lonely climb. Pulling away from the window, I shake off the nostalgia. No time for that now. There's always another deal to close, another property to revolutionize. And yet, I wonder, if I'd done things differently, would I have someone to share this view with? The thought nips at me, persistent as the chill off Lake Michigan, but I shove it aside, focusing instead on the future and on the goals I've set for the next quarter. They're ambitious, sure, but if there's anything I've learned, it's that I thrive on challenge. Back to work, Oliver, I mutter to myself, reclaiming my seat at the helm of my empire. You have dreams to chase. The click of my office door signals an interruption I'm not sure I need right now. Judging by the fact that there's no knock, I think I already know who it is. I swivel around in my chair, and Ben strolls in with that same easy grin he's worn since our college days. He's ditched the suit jacket, sleeves rolled up, the embodiment of work hard, play harder. Hey, Ollie, his voice carries that perpetual hint of a party waiting to happen. Tonight. Dinner, me, you, 2 models from the agency across the street. Interested? I lean back, threading my fingers behind my head as I eye him skeptically. Models, you say? What? Did you go over there and ask to look through headshots until you saw a couple you wanted to go out with? Comp cards, he corrects. Actually, I don't think they use those anymore. It's all online now. I guffaw and roll my eyes. Cool. So you went through a selection online? No. He grins. I met them at the coffee shop this morning. They said they were headed into their agent's office to take some new digitals or something. We got to chatting, and I told them about you. They practically started drooling when I mentioned your name. My lips tug into a half smile, though there's no real pull from the offer. It's just not my scene. Tempting, but I've got plans. Let me guess. Ben perches on the edge of my desk. His gaze flickers over the neat stack of papers and the multiple screens with market graphs. Another wild night with spreadsheets and quarterly projections? Something like that, I chuckle, dropping my hands and spinning the chair to face downtown Chicago once more. The skyline is a steal, and glass forest where I'm both the hunter and the hunted. Despite all my success, I'm all too aware it could vanish in a moment. Gotta stay ahead. Man, you're a stick in the mud. Ben's words are laced with playful chiding, but they carry the truth, a nudge toward the life I keep at arm's length. Maybe so, I admit, but this mud has prime real estate value. He laughs, the sound rich and full. Can't argue with that. He hesitates, leaning forward slightly. Speaking of prime real estate, did you know today's a kind of anniversary for us? Anniversary? I turn to him, one brow arched, interest peaked despite myself. Yep. He pulls out his phone, taps on the screen a couple times, and shows me a post from one of our old college mates. 8 years since we tossed those caps. Can you believe it? Shock takes the form of a cold jolt in my chest. 8 years? How did that happen? Wow, 8 years, I murmur, my voice trailing off as I stare at the picture of younger versions of us, arms slung over each other's shoulders, beaming with the invincibility only youth provides. Brings back memories, huh? Ben says, and he doesn't have to explain which ones. Memories, yes, but one in particular surfaces, a face framed by windswept hair, eyes that held stories and laughter. Nora. We were never more than friends, but there was a comfort in her presence, a warmth I haven't felt in years. And there was that night, the night we almost kissed. Remember, Nora? Ben asks, almost as if he can read the direction of my thoughts. Yeah, I respond, quieter now. I remember. Nora, with her effortless laugh that could light up the dimmest corners of any room. How had I let myself forget that sound? Ben gives me a knowing look, a slight tilt of his head indicating he understands more than he lets on. But he shrugs off the moment, pushing away from my desk with ease. Well, if you change your mind about dinner, let me know. He saunters out, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. I'm left alone with the ghost of a memory, and it gnaws at me. Nora. We used to be close, not just physically in the cramped spaces of the campus library or in the front row of some dingy local gig, but in a way that felt like our ambitions and dreams were intertwined. She was an anchor, keeping me steady even as the tides of success pulled me further out to sea. But as my company took off, my inbox became a battlefield, each email a grenade demanding my attention. Nora's messages, once highlights of my day, became casualties in a war for time I couldn't afford to lose. Her invitations to meet up for coffee when she came into town slowly trickled to a stop, and I hadn't even noticed the silence until now. I shake my head, trying to dispel the fog of regret settling in. It's no use dwelling on the should-haves, especially when there are contracts waiting to be signed and properties begging to be acquired. But still, I find myself pulling up a browser, typing her name into the search bar as if it's the key to unlocking the past. The results are frustratingly sparse, a work profile abandoned years ago, a few scattered mentions on alumni newsletters, no social media selfies or rants. It's like she's chosen to live off the grid. Or maybe she's just living a life that doesn't require the validation of likes and follows. Nora, I mutter under my breath, staring at the screen that refuses to divulge her secrets. Where did you go? The clock on my wall ticks loudly, a reminder that time is a resource I can't afford to squander. Yet here I am, searching for a woman who seems to have vanished into thin air. I push back from my desk, stand up, and take a deep breath. Got to focus, Oliver, I tell myself. And there's that old, familiar longing, a desire to abandon tonight's plans for weights and spreadsheets and instead pick up yearbooks and get lost in memories of the girl who dreamed as big as I did. Shaking my head, I close my eyes. What am I thinking? Nora was a distraction back then, and if I did find her today, she would still be a distraction. Her pull on my heart has always been too strong, which means things are fine the way they are. Perfect, really. Nora and I grew apart, and that's the way it should be. I belong on my own, a king on his throne, with no one to distract him from the next conquest. Chapter 6. Nora. I shuffle the papers in my hands, each sheet a stark testament to the lives upended by something as essential as water. The family I've just interviewed sits huddled on their worn sofa, hope flickering in their eyes like the dim light of the lamp in the corner of their living room. Thank you, Ms. Ryder, the mother says, her voice laced with gratitude and fatigue. We didn't think anyone would listen. Call me Nora, I insist, offering what I hope is a reassuring smile. And I assure you, we're going to fight for you every step of the way. I exit through the door they hold open for me, stepping out into the brisk Chicago air. My breath forms little clouds that dissipate quickly, much like the doubts that occasionally cloud my mind about whether I'm truly making a difference. But not today. Today, I feel like I'm exactly where I need to be. As I stride down the street, my phone vibrates in my coat pocket. Who could that be? Fishing it out, I see a text from my boss flashing on the screen. Come to my office when you get back. A twinge of anxiety knots my stomach. It's probably nothing. Just a debrief on today's interview or a new case. Still, one can never be too sure. The firm has been unpredictable lately, especially with rumors of budget cuts and restructuring swirling around. Okay, keep it together, I whisper to myself, tucking a stray lock of hair behind my ear. The firm is a ladder to my dreams, one I've been steadily climbing since law school. In this case, it matters. It's not just another rung on that ladder. It's a chance to do some real good. In Seattle, the firm I worked at only cared about money, so I eventually returned to Chicago, the place that started it all. And in Chicago, I joined an environmental law firm, a beacon of hope amid the inkling black night. At first, I thought that I was in my dream job. Then it turned out to be the same deal all over again. It's all about money, money, money. But not this time, not this case. My boss has finally allowed me to take on a sliding scale case. I'm finally defending people who really need it, who wouldn't be able to pay for a lawyer otherwise. Reaching the block where my workplace is, I park on the street and hustle out of the car. With a deep breath, I quicken my pace, the heels of my shoes clicking against the sidewalk in a steady rhythm. As I near the imposing glass building that houses the firm, my anxiety increases. Things are going so well at work that I feel like something is bound to go wrong soon. I march through the maze of hallways, my heart hammering in my chest. The door to Mr. Hale's office looms ahead, bigger and more foreboding than I remember it ever being. With a determined push, the door swings open, and there he is, framed by the Chicago skyline. Mr. Robert Hale, with his back turned to me, hands clasped behind his back. "Ah, Nora." He turns, his voice smooth as a well-aged scotch. But it's the ice in his eyes that sends shivers down my spine. "Please have a seat." I don't sit. The news can't be good, not with that look on his face. The one that reads bottom line in bold, unforgiving letters. "Mr. Hale, what's this about?" My words are steady, but inside, it's like I'm clinging to the edge of a cliff with cracked fingernails. He sighs, a contrived expression of regret painting his features. "We need to discuss the Freeman case." My stomach clenches. Not the Freemans. They're counting on us, on me, to fight for them, to make sure their poisoned water doesn't go unpunished. "Go on," I prod, bracing myself. "We're dropping it." He says it so casually, like he's talking about changing the brand of coffee in the break room. What? Why? Anger flares within me, hot and fierce. "Come on, Nora, you know the drill. It's not financially viable. We've done the math, and there's just not enough money in it for us." "Us," I echo, incredulous. "What about the Freemans? This isn't about lining our pockets. It's about justice." "Justice doesn't pay the bills," he counters, unmoved. "Grow up, Nora. This is a business, not a charity." His tone is dismissive, and it's clear he's made up his mind. I clench my fists, biting back a retort. "So, that's it. We're just going to abandon them because their tragedy isn't profitable." "Exactly." He barely glances at me as he shuffles papers on his desk. "Mr. Hale, please," I plead, my voice thick with frustration. "We have a responsibility. These people trusted us to represent them, to fight against corporations that think they can destroy lives without consequences. It's over, Nora." He looks up now, his gaze like steel. "The decision has been made. Move on to something else." I stand there, rooted to the spot, my whole body trembling with indignation. The firm I once believed in and the career I thought would be my legacy are slipping through my fingers like sand. But I can't let this go. I won't. It's not right. I don't care that my voice is rising, that my co-workers in the hallway can probably hear every word. We can't. "Enough, Nora," my boss says with a finality that echoes off the walls of his office. "If you can't respect the direction this firm is heading, I have no choice but to let you go. He doesn't even look at me as he says it, as if he's more interested in the papers on his desk than the career he's ending. Wait, what? My voice is barely audible over the sudden ringing in my ears. Fired. Just like that? Your services are no longer required at this firm, he clarifies, not a hint of regret in his tone. His eyes finally meet mine, and they're void of any warmth. Or maybe they never even had warmth at all. Maybe there's no soul within this man's body. I should beg for my job, plead with him to reconsider, but I don't. Instead, something inside me clicks. A strange sense of relief washes over me, mingling with the shock. Maybe because, deep down, I know I'm more than this soulless place. Or maybe I'm just tired of fighting battles I can't win. Fine. My voice is steady despite the chaos brewing inside. I'll get my things. I walk out of the office, the door clicking shut behind me with a soft thud that seems to resonate through the entire floor. The silence that follows is louder than any argument we've had. I keep my head high, though my pride is bruising with every step. Back at my desk, I grab my personal belongings, a framed photo of me and Lynn, a potted succulent struggling for life under the fluorescent lights, and a few legal journals with dog-eared pages. My hands are oddly calm as I slip these fragments of myself into a cardboard box, the last year reduced to a few items that feel suddenly foreign. I don't bother with goodbyes. It's not like I have friends here. Just colleagues who've always been more interested in billable hours than camaraderie. They all stare at their screens, feigning ignorance of the drama unfolding. Though I can feel their curious eyes on me, it's just as well. I don't need hollow words or pitying glances. Not when I've got a spine of steel and a heart set on doing what's right, even if I have to do it alone. With the box tucked under my arm, I walk through the maze of cubicles and out of the lobby doors for the last time. The air outside hits differently, colder but somehow fresher. The city noise drowns out the finality of my departure, and I let the sounds of Chicago fill the empty space where my job used to be. The chill of the concrete seeps through my flats as I stand on the sidewalk. The chaos of rush hour filling the air. The box feels so much heavier than it did a few minutes ago, and for the first time, I question my choice not to beg for my job. But no, I did the right thing. Right. I begin the short walk to where my car is parked. Each step feels mechanical. The echo of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I'm free. That idea should exhilarate me, but freedom comes with a price tag, doesn't it? No job, no steady income. The thought of my parents' reaction tightens the knot already forming in my stomach. I've always been their success story, the daughter who went off to college and then law school, landing a prestigious job at a top firm. Now what am I? Unemployed, an idealist without a cause. As I reach my car, the truth of what I've lost hits harder than any cross-examination ever could. With shaky hands, I fumble with the keys before the lock clicks open. The box lands on the passenger seat with a thud, and I slide behind the wheel. My phone buzzes in my pocket. A text, probably from mom or dad, checking in, unaware their daughter's life has just capsized. I can't look at it right now, not yet. Instead, I bury my face in my hands, the dam breaking as sobs rack my body. Why is doing what's right so hard? I choke out between tears. They're not just for the loss of my job, but also for the family I was trying to help, and for the dreams I had when I first walked into that firm. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was going to make a difference, fight the good fight. I let the tears fall, unbridled, mourning the death of 8 years spent chasing a dream that turned out to be just another illusion. How do I tell my parents that their golden girl is tarnished? How do I explain that I chose integrity over security and still ended up feeling like I lost? The city moves on outside my window, indifferent to one lawyer's crisis. I take a deep, shuddering breath and wipe away the tears. It's just me, my car, and an uncertain horizon. Okay, Nora, I say aloud, trying to ground myself in the sound of my own voice. What's next? If only I had a clue. Chapter 7. Oliver. The pre-dawn silence of my penthouse weighs heavy as I pry open my eyes, the digital numbers on the clock blaring the ungodly hour. 5 a.m. Never gets easier, but ambition doesn't hit snooze. I swing my legs out of bed, muscles protesting the short night's rest, and within minutes, I'm pounding away on the treadmill. My body moves mechanically, the rhythmic thud of my feet against the belt a familiar cadence. It's too early for most things, but not for the ghosts of what-ifs that like to dance in the corners of my mind. To keep them at bay, I flick on the TV mounted on the wall, the screen springing to life with the vibrant colors of a movie already in progress. A family laughs around a dinner table, their faces glowing with a warmth that looks even ridiculous for fiction. The mother passes a dish to her smiling husband while the kids compete for their attention. It's a picture-perfect scene, one that gnaws at something deep inside me. My jaw clenches. Reaching for the remote, I hit the off button. The screen goes black. The false sense of familial bliss snuffed out in an instant. I can't stomach it, not now. Not ever. That world isn't mine. It's a stark reminder of the cold, empty spaces of my own upbringing. With a final surge of energy, I push through the last leg of my run, allowing the frustration to fuel me. It's better than letting it consume me. When the treadmill winds down, I hop off, chest heaving, and make my way to the sanctuary of the shower. Hot water pelts my skin, steam enveloping me. It's here, in the isolation of my high-rise castle, that my defenses waver, where thoughts of Nora creep in like tendrils of mist. Nora, the unexpected variable in my well-calculated life. I haven't looked her up since that first time days ago, yet she's there, in the periphery of my thoughts, persistent. She's probably still asleep, unaware she's haunting someone's shower musings. Would she laugh if she knew? Or would that soft look of concern cross her face, the one I remember all too well from college? I shake my head, trying to dispel her image along with the water droplets. There's no room for distractions. And why should I be thinking of her? Today is just another day, another step on the ladder. Nothing has changed. The soft clack of my fingers on the keyboard is a comforting rhythm, a song I can always count on. I'm in the zone, emails dispatched with military precision, contracts reviewed with an eagle's eye. I pride myself on efficiency, on being able to compartmentalize. Work is work, personal is, well, it's something I don't delve into during business hours. By 10:30, my head aches in protest, a reminder that I've been running on nothing but willpower and ambition since before sunrise. The espresso machine in my office is state-of-the-art, a gleaming monument to caffeine, and my savior on many late nights. But today, I crave change, a deviation from my self-imposed seclusion. I rise, rolling my shoulders back to relieve the tension there, and make my way to the staff break room. There's a comfort in the mundane, the normalcy that resides in such shared spaces. It's a chance to breathe, away from the expectations that come with sitting behind the mahogany desk in my corner office. Pushing open the door to the break room, I'm greeted by a riot of color that jars me from my work-induced trance. Congratulations banners drape across the walls, each letter a cheerful assault on the minimalist aesthetic I prefer. I pause, a frown tugging at my lips, not out of dislike for the display, but from the surprise of forgetting its purpose. "Oliver, we're having cake later," chirps Jana from accounting. Her smile is warm as the coffee I came here for. She's holding a plate piled high with pastries, the kind that Melanie, one of our top lawyers, adores. Melanie, of course, the banners are for her. How could I have forgotten? Wouldn't miss it, I reply, my tone lighter than I feel. As I pour myself a cup of coffee, strong and black, Melanie's departure for maternity leave looms over me like a cloud. A detail I should have remembered, a plan I should have already set in motion. "Big day tomorrow," Jana continues. "We'll miss her around here." We will, I agree, because it's true. Melanie's competence is as much a fixture in this office as the espresso machine is in mine. "Make sure you sign the card." Jana nods toward the table where a giant farewell card sits, waiting for well-wishers to scrawl their sentiments. "Will do," I say, even though right now, all I can think about is how I'll manage the gap Melanie will leave behind. The door opens, and Ben enters, shock written all over his face. "Wow, look at you, mixing with the commoners." Very funny, as he's the person here who's known me the longest. He's also the only one who dares speak to me that way. About half the staff is so afraid of me they won't even meet my eyes when I walk by. Which I don't get. Yeah, I expect professionalism and for my staff to give 100% all of the time. But why wouldn't I? That sort of work effort is what makes our company stand out. You hear from Melanie's party? Ben asks. Yeah, I lean against the counter and sip my coffee. Ben raises an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. You didn't forget, did you? Of course not, I lie, even though it's painfully clear that I have. Good, because she's really excited about it. Ben sips his coffee, eyeing me with a look that says he knows I'm scrambling mentally. Excited isn't the term I would use to describe my current state. Panic is more like it. Melanie's maternity leave starts tomorrow, which means today should be filled with finalizing her temporary replacement. Except, there's no replacement because somehow, amidst mergers and acquisitions, I've dropped the ball. 6 months is a long time, I murmur, more to myself than to Ben. It's a statement laced with concern, not for Melanie's life choices, but for the gaping hole her departure will create in our operations. Could be longer, Ben points out. First kids have a way of changing priorities. Sure, I say, the word tight in my throat. I respect Melanie's decision. Family is important to some people, even though it's something I've never had much of an experience with. But business is business, and Melanie is leaving big shoes to fill during the prime of her career. Anyway, make sure you're there for her big send-off. Ben adds before pushing away from the counter. Wouldn't want the boss to miss out on the festivities. Wouldn't dream of it, I reply, forcing a smile as Ben exits the break room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the banners that now seem to mock me with their cheerfulness. Melanie's maternity leave is a celebration, yet here I am, feeling like I've just been blindsided by a freight train of responsibility, and I have less than 24 hours to find a solution. Leaving the break room, I stride through the maze of cubicles. What was I thinking? Letting Melanie's maternity leave sneak up on me like this? Jenna, Mark, I call out to HR, not bothering to check if they're at their desks before I start barking orders. We need a temporary replacement for Melanie, and we need it yesterday. Jenna looks up from her computer, her eyes wide with surprise. Mark, ever the calm one, folds his hands on his desk and gives me an expectant look. It's clear they weren't prepared for this curveball, which makes 3 of us. Oliver, Jenna starts, her voice tinged with caution. You said you wanted to find Melanie's replacement personally. We've held off on posting the position because... Forget that, I interrupt, cutting her off more sharply than I intend. The last thing I need is to be reminded of my own directive. One that I'd completely forgotten about, somehow. How could I have dropped the ball like this? Look, just my hand rakes through my hair as I try to gather my scattered thoughts. Start looking now. Reach out to our contacts, headhunters, whatever it takes. We can't afford to be a lawyer down, not with the caseload we're juggling. Understood, Mark says with a nod, already reaching for his phone. Jenna, however, hesitates, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Are you sure? She asks softly, if you want to take point on this. We can give you a list of possible candidates by the end of the day. No, I snap, the word coming out harsher than I mean it to. Just get it done, okay? Without waiting for a response, I pivot on my heel and storm back towards my office. Every step feels heavier than the last, weighed down by frustration and the nagging sense of failure. The door to my office seems to mock me as I approach. I shove it open, the sound louder than necessary, and then slam it behind me with a resounding thud that echoes through the empty space. Alone now, the anger simmers down to a simmering stew of annoyance, at the situation, at myself, at the reminder of how even the smallest oversight can ripple into chaos. I drop into my chair, the leather creaking under the sudden weight. My gaze drifts to the sleek laptop on my desk, the blinking cursor on the screen like a beacon in the dimly lit room. Somewhere in the sea of information online is Nora, the woman who has been occupying my thoughts far more often than I care to admit. But there's no time for that now. With a heavy sigh, I turn away from the temptation and instead focus on the mountain of paperwork that's threatening to topple over. There are bills to review, depositions to prepare, and now a vital team member to replace. I still can't believe I dropped this ball. Of course, I want to hand-select the person to fill in for Melanie, but I've run out of time to do that. Sighing, I lean forward and jump back into work, but my usual fervor is long gone, replaced with disgust at myself. It's going to be a long day. Chapter 8. Nora. Mom, I'm almost to the cafe. Can we talk about this later? My grip tightens on my phone. My mother sighs. You've been so hard to reach lately, honey. We just want to know how things are going at work. You haven't mentioned much since the promotion was announced. I dodge a cyclist zipping past on the sidewalk, and he gives me a scowl even though he is out of the bike lane. The familiar knot of apprehension twists in my stomach, weighing down each step. It's actually not great, Mom. There's a pause, and I can practically see her exchanging a worried glance with Dad. Nora, what's happened? The words catch in my throat. Saying it out loud makes it all too real, but they need to know. I was fired, I admit, the confession slipping out like a whisper lost in the wind. Their disappointment is palpable even through the phone, their silence speaking volumes before they attempt to cover it with reassurances. Oh, sweetheart, you know these things happen for a reason. Maybe you could consider coming back to Rawlings for a little while, Dad suggests, his voice laced with an underlying hopefulness. Rawlings, where everyone knows everyone, and my every move would be scrutinized. No, my dreams are bigger than the small town I grew up in, despite its charm. No, Dad, I'm staying put. I'll find something else here in Chicago. There are more opportunities. But Nora, my mother starts, only to be cut off by my firm resolve. Really, I'm fine. This might be good for me. A fresh start, you know. I quicken my pace. The coffee shop sign now in sight. I have to go. Lynn's waiting. Love you guys. Love you too, dear. Just remember we're here for you, Mom replies, her voice softening. Always, Dad adds, just before I hit the end call button and slide the phone back into my purse. I take a deep breath, steeling myself with the determination I need to face the day ahead. The bell above the door chimes a quaint welcome as I step into the cozy embrace of the coffee shop. I'm immediately surrounded by the rich, earthy scent of freshly ground coffee beans and the gentle sound of indie music, wafting from hidden speakers. A barista behind the counter catches my eye and offers an easy smile, but I barely return it before scanning the sea of patrons for Lynn's familiar face. Over here, Lynn's voice cuts through the chatter, and I find her waving from our usual spot by the window. Shedding my jacket, I slide into the seat opposite her, grateful for the semblance of normalcy she brings to this tumultuous morning. Hey, you, I greet her, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. Rough call with the rents, Lynn asks, her brows knitting together in concern as she takes in my appearance. Is it that obvious? I sigh, leaning back and trying to shake off the tension in my shoulders. Yeah, they know about the job, or lack thereof. Ugh, Nora, I'm sorry. She reaches across the table, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. Her nails are painted a bright turquoise today, always perfect looking, just like her hair and makeup. Thanks. It's not just that, though. I hesitate, biting my lip as I contemplate how much to divulge. They want me to move back home, to Rawlings, back to small-town life. She tilts her head, her curly hair bouncing with the movement. But you're not considering it, right? God, no. The words come out stronger than I expect, fueled by my determination to cling to the life I've built here. I love them, but I can't shrink myself to fit that place again. She nods, understanding etched in her features. So what happened at the firm anyway? She probes gently, steering the conversation back to safer waters. Where do I start? I exhale, picking up the menu despite knowing I'll order the same thing I always do. It's no secret that I've been butting heads with the senior partners over cases. Environmental law isn't just a job for me, Lynn. It's my calling. My fingers trace the edge of the menu, already feeling the absence of my office, my caseload, my purpose. But that wasn't it in the end. My boss put me on this sliding scale case, one that was actually doing good. And then he changed his mind, wanted to take me off it and drop the client. When I pushed back, he fired me. I guess I'm too radical for them. Radical? Lynn scoffs, shaking her head. It's an environmental law firm. Since when is fighting for the planet radical? Since it started affecting their bottom line, I guess. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. I've always believed in the power of justice, in the righteousness of the law. But now I'm not so sure. Those corporate suits don't know what they lost, Lynn says firmly, her gaze fierce. You're brilliant, Nora. You'll find somewhere that values your passion and... Passion doesn't pay the bills, I interrupt, the reality of my situation sinking in. I need to find work, and fast. The city is expensive, and my savings won't last forever. True, she concedes, her expression softening. But you're resourceful. You'll figure something out. You always do. I nod, clinging to that sliver of hope. Because if I don't, what else do I have left? I'm gonna get a latte. I start to stand, but Lynn reaches out to stop me. No, my treat. I open my mouth to argue, to tell her that I'm not poor now, not yet. Anyway, but it feels nice to accept the kindness of a coffee. It's a small, simple gesture, but it also speaks volumes. She walks to the counter, and my eyes drift out the window. Something catches my eye, a tall, broad-shouldered man walking away. There's something familiar about his gait. He almost reminds me of, could it be, Oliver? I've thought about him plenty since moving back to Chicago, but he made it clear years ago that he's not interested in being friends, so I've moved on. Kind of. He still haunts my dreams, and hardly a day goes by when he doesn't at least flit through my mind for a few seconds. I don't have to wonder about him, because he's all over the news on a regular basis. Once, he was even on the cover of a business magazine, a real estate mogul. A true rags to riches story. I haven't run into him here, and I probably never will. Chicago is a huge city, and we don't run in the same circles. The Ollie I once knew is way too successful for someone like me. Lynn returns with our drinks, and I take a grateful sip of the toasted coconut latte, a treat that I stop in here for at least once a week. You know, my cousin starts, stirring her latte with a small silver spoon. This could be the universe's way of nudging you onto a new path, something bigger, better. Or it's just the universe kicking me in the gut. I quip, but my heart isn't in the comeback. My head throbs with worry, every beat spelling out unemployment, rent, bills. Come on, Nora. When one door closes, Lynn begins. Another opens. I finish for her, but the platitude feels hollow. I've lived by them, believed in them, but today they're just words. She reaches across the table, her hand warm as it envelops mine. You're not alone in this, she says firmly. You've got friends, you've got guts. And let's not forget, you're a kick-ass lawyer. Any firm would be lucky to have you. Thanks, Linny, I respond, the tightness in my chest easing ever so slightly. Her faith is a life raft I'm desperate to cling to. But even as she speaks, my mind races through job postings, networking contacts, anything that could lead to a paycheck. She checks her watch. My shift starts in 15. I have to go. Sorry this was so short. It's okay. Even 10 minutes with you is gold. Promise me you'll keep your spirits up, okay? She stands, slinging her purse over her shoulder. And call me if you need anything at all. Promise. I lie. I have at least some pride left. I watch Lynn walk out, her absence making me feel more hollow than I expected it to. Grabbing a lid from the to-go station, I place it firmly on top of my paper cup. The break was nice, but I can't enjoy something like it for more than a few minutes. Gathering my coat and scarf, I prepare to brave the Chicago winds outside. With my phone pressed to my ear, needing to schedule a meeting with a recruiter, I push through the door and the collision comes as a surprise. A shock of hot liquid and the sound of fabric soaking up my clumsiness. My heart sinks into my stomach as the cup slips from my grasp, the contents splattering over the crisp white shirt of a man standing just beyond the threshold. Oh, gosh, my apology dies in my throat. It's Oliver. That familiar face. Those eyes I haven't seen in years except through the glossy veil of social media success stories. He's here, in the flesh, looking even more put together than his LinkedIn profile picture. And I've just drenched him in medium roast with a splash of embarrassment. Oliver, I stammer, my cheeks flushing with heat. I didn't see you there. He looks down at the dark stain spreading across his shirt, then back up at me with an easy smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Nora, he says, his voice rich and surprisingly warm. It's been a while. Too long, I manage, though part of me wishes it were longer still, like never. Standing before him, I feel like a fraud. A failure grasping at straws while he's the epitome of achievement. Here I am, fired and floundering, and there's Oliver, probably closing deals before breakfast. Let me help you clean that up, I offer, fumbling for napkins, anything to undo the mess. It's fine, he assures me, brushing off the gesture, though his ruined shirt says otherwise. Occupational hazard of walking into a coffee shop, right? Still, I insist, my hands shaking as I dab at the stain. I can feel his gaze on me, the silent questions hanging between us. My pulse quickens, and I realize how close we are. The scent of his cologne mingling with the bittersweet aroma of spilled coffee. Heat rushes to my face, and it has nothing to do with the caffeine soaking into his shirt. Really, Nora, it's okay. Oliver's hand gently covers mine, stilling my frantic motions. Accidents happen. I guess, I say lamely, giving up trying to dry his shirt. He's even more handsome than the photos I see online. Was that him I thought I saw on the street after all? My face warms, and my heart races. I did my best to stay in touch with him, but he only responded to a few emails, and we never made plans to meet up. He moved on with his life after college, a life that didn't contain space for me. "What are you doing here?" he asks. "Chicago's been my home again for nearly a year," I say, trying to sound more casual than I feel. The words are heavy in my mouth like they're laced with the emotions and trials of that year. The long hours, the high-stakes cases, and now, the abrupt end. "Really?" He raises an eyebrow, his surprise genuine. "I had no idea you were back in town." "Yep, moved for a job at an environmental law firm." I offer a tight smile, not wanting to delve into the got-fired part of my story. "That's a conversation for never if I can help it." "Environmental law, huh? That's impressive." He nods, and there's something in the way he says it, a respect that feels undeserved at the moment. It makes me want to squirm out of my skin, or maybe just out of this coffee shop. "Thanks, I'm running out of steam here." The urge to flee growing stronger with every passing second. But there's also something else, a flutter in my chest, a warmth that spreads despite the chill of embarrassment. It's that same pull I felt back in school, the one that always seemed to place Oliver at the center of my thoughts when I least expected it. "Always knew you'd do something great." He's smiling now, and it's all I can do not to get lost in it, to not fall right back into the past where we're laughing together in the quad, under a canopy of autumn leaves. Great is debatable at the moment. The words tumble out before I can stop them, and I mentally kick myself. "What do you mean?" He cocks his head in interest. Nothing, really. Just that I'm currently unemployed." I fiddle with my scarf, my discomfort growing. "Great. Why did I just admit that?" "It was nice to see you. I need to get going." His brow furrows, "Nora." But I'm already darting around him, zipping my way out of the coffee shop. This week has already been a downhill one, and running into Ollie is the cherry on top. As much as I always wanted to be a lawyer, once upon a time there was something I wanted perhaps even more. A boy with floppy chestnut hair and an easygoing smile. My career crashing and burning is one heartbreak. Running into the guy who got away, the guy I never even had, is the second heartbreak I can't take right now. So I put one foot in front of the other, hurrying away from the coffee shop, pretending I don't hear him calling my name. Chapter 9. Oliver. "Wait, Nora." There's a note of desperation in my voice as I push through the door of the coffee shop, but she's gone, swallowed by the sea of people bustling down the sidewalk. My heart thumps erratically in my chest. It's been years since I've seen her, and now she's slipping through my fingers. I weave through the crowd, searching for that familiar blonde ponytail, that confident stride I remember so well. Everywhere I look, there are strangers. She could be any one of them, or none at all. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent the last few years mastering the art of finding hidden potential in dilapidated buildings, yet I can't spot one person on a busy street. Maybe I should just leave her alone, let her go. I was the one who let our connection fizzle away, caught up in the world of real estate moguls and sky-high ambitions. Except, this week her image kept creeping into my thoughts, unbidden but persistent. Now, here she is, or was, right in front of me. "Sorry," I mumble as I bump shoulders with a passerby. I rub the back of my neck, frustration mounting. This can't be a coincidence. There's something about fate or destiny, or whatever you call it when paths cross unexpectedly. If only I could find her. At the corner where the pedestrian traffic bottlenecks at the crosswalk, I finally catch sight of her. She stands there, her profile etched against the backdrop of impatient commuters. She's tapping her foot, her eyes darting around as if she's looking for an escape route. "Nora," I say, relief washing over me as I approach her. "Oh, hey," she's fidgety, tugging at her jacket sleeve and avoiding direct eye contact. "Look, I didn't mean to startle you back there, It's okay," she says, still polite despite the obvious tension. "I was just surprised, that's all." The light changes, and the crowd surges forward. We're swept along like two leaves in a stream. But there's an invisible thread between us that feels like it's pulling taut. I match Nora's pace, my strides mirroring her own. She's a lawyer now, sharp as ever. But why is she so guarded around me? The city hums around us, a symphony of honking cars and murmured conversations. "You're going this way, too," she glances at me. "No, actually, I want to talk to you about something. One of my top lawyers is going on maternity leave soon. We're in dire need of someone talented to fill in, and not just temporarily." Her steps falter for a fraction of a second. "You want me to work for you?" There's an edge of disbelief in her voice, laced with something else I can't quite place. "Yeah," I nod, braving a hopeful smile. "You'd be an asset to the team." "Oliver, thank you, but I don't think it would be right for me." Her refusal stings. "You just said you're currently unemployed." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean." "Think it over, okay?" I plead, even though it's clear that she's already made up her mind. Before she can respond, the sky opens up and rain begins to fall, light at first, then increasingly insistent. We dash for cover under the nearest awning, joining a small huddle of others seeking shelter from the sudden downpour. "Come on, Nora, it's a great opportunity. The timing is perfect," I push, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. Underneath the awning's protection, the rain's rhythm creates a buffer from the world outside, allowing a bubble of intimacy to form between us. Nora sighs, the sound almost lost in the drumming of the rain. I appreciate the offer. But our past, we haven't talked in years. I study her face, the set of her jaw, the determination in her eyes. She's resolute, always has been. But there's a flicker of something else, maybe curiosity, behind her guarded expression. "Listen, I'm not asking you to decide right now," I say, softer this time. "Just think about it. We could use someone like you, Nora, and maybe, just maybe, you could use us too." She doesn't answer, but the way she chews on her bottom lip tells me she's considering it, even if it's just for a moment. The rain lets up a bit, but the air is thick with that post-storm scent, wet asphalt, Chinese food from the shop behind us, and something floral that's probably coming off Nora. She's looking at me differently now, like she's seeing not just the guy who ghosted her, but someone offering a genuine opportunity. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. "Okay," she finally says, the word hanging between us for a second. "I'll take the job. It might be interesting to see things from a real estate perspective." Really, I can't keep the surprise out of my voice or stop the smile that spreads across my face. She nods, a small, almost reluctant smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Yes, really. But I have one condition. I'm not making any long-term commitments." Of course, I agree quickly, too quickly maybe. But I'm already mentally celebrating this small victory. We can start with a trial period. See how it goes. Nora extends her hand, and I take it. Her shake is firm and professional. Yet I feel an electric zing, a jolt right through me at the touch of her skin. "Thank you," she says. "Thank you." I pull out my phone to get her number. "I'll text you the address and get you set up with HR. We exchange contact info. Though it turns out she still has the same number she had in college, which hurts. At any point, I could have picked up the phone and called her. I just never did. "I'll see you tomorrow." Then, she puts her phone away. "And thank you for this. I do appreciate it." "Tomorrow," I echo. We step away from the awning into the lighter rain. The city feels refreshed, vibrant in a way that only comes after a good downpour. People around us are starting to bustle again, umbrellas snapping shut, feet splashing through puddles. "Goodbye, Oliver," Nora says, pulling her jacket tighter around her as she turns to leave. "Goodbye, Nora." I watch her walk away, her figure gradually blending with the crowd until I can't pick her out anymore. There's a mix of emotions swirling inside me, relief, anticipation, and an old familiar flutter that I thought I'd managed to bury years ago. I head in the opposite direction, hands buried in my pockets, replaying the conversation in my head. I hate that I lost touch with her, but at the time, it seemed the right thing to do. She was always the one thing that could distract me. And yes, I've still got a crush on her. There's no denying it now. Not when my heart did a triple somersault at her smile. But I've learned a thing or two since college about keeping personal feelings out of the workplace. And I'm confident no problems will arise from us working together. As I weave through the pedestrians, I can't help feeling fortunate. Running into her today wasn't something I had planned, but somehow, it feels like it was supposed to happen, like all roads were meant to lead back to Nora in some form or another. As I duck into the building that houses my company, the lingering sound of rain above mixing with the rumble of trains below, I find myself looking forward to tomorrow in a way I haven't looked forward to anything in a long time. Chapter 10. Nora. I'm juggling my phone between my ear and shoulder, trying to not botch my mascara application as Lynn practically shrieks down the line. You're kidding. Oliver. As in Oliver Wolf? Yep, that's him, I say, carefully capping the tube and examining my reflection. 8 years haven't been kind enough to erase the butterflies he stirs up inside me. And you just ran into him. Lynn's voice is a mix of skepticism and excitement. Right after you left the coffee shop. Talk about serendipity. I smile at the memory. The way his eyes still crinkled when he smiled. How his presence seemed to fill the space around him. Serendipity or fate, Lynn teases. Isn't that the same thing? I retort, slipping on my blazer and giving myself one final once-over. Professional, poised, and ready to take on the world, or at least Wolf Property Group. Girl, this is straight out of a rom-com. You realize that, right? Her laugh bubbles through the phone, and I can't suppress my own. Now go knock him dead. Thanks, Linny. I'll call you after work. I grab my purse, keys, and the extra confidence I've mustered for today. Good luck, she says before we hang up. Stepping out of my apartment, I feel nervous about the day ahead. It's more than just a new job. It's a step closer to the dreams I've been chasing since passing the bar. Oliver's company is known for its volunteer work and all the humanitarian organizations it funds. They're actually doing good things in the world, using the temporary pass that was emailed to me ahead of me getting my official badge. I access Wolf Property Group's private parking garage. The sleek lines of Oliver's building rise before me, its glass facade reflecting the morning sun. I draw in a deep breath, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nostalgia. This is where Oliver built his empire, where he shaped his dreams into reality. And now, I'm about to become a part of it. Pushing through the revolving doors, I'm enveloped by the hum of activity. Stepping onto the polished floor of the first level, I know that from this moment on, everything could change. For better or worse, my path has led me here, to the heart of Oliver's world, and maybe, just maybe, back into his life. I shake my head at the thought, a silly one. Oliver has made it clear our personal relationship is dead. I need to move on already. Upstairs, I'm greeted by Jenna from HR. Her smile is warm and bright, immediately putting me at ease. The hum of conversation and the clatter of keyboards fill the air. Everyone is absorbed in their work, heads bowed over glowing screens. We're all really excited to have you on board, Jenna says as we walk down the hallway. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. She swings open a door to reveal an office that's all mine. It's spacious, with a generous desk fronting a large window that offers a panoramic view of the city skyline. Sunlight spills across the gleaming surface of the desk, catching on a placard engraved with my name. It feels surreal, like stepping into a daydream I've had 1,000 times before, but now it's real, tangible. Wow, this is more than I expected, I admit. Stepping inside and running my fingers over the cool glass desktop, Oliver insists on providing the best for his staff. Jenna responds with a hint of pride in her voice. She points out the state-of-the-art computer system, the phone already set up with my extension, and the shelves lined with legal reference books. If you need anything else, just let us know. Actually, this is perfect, I say, still taking in the sight of my new professional haven. I'm about to ask Jenna about my first assignment when a soft knock interrupts us. Mind if I come in? Oliver's voice precedes him, and there he stands in the doorway, every bit the successful CEO in his crisp suit and confident stance. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, the years fall away. "Hi, Oliver," I greet him, surprised at how casually his name rolls off my tongue after all this time. "Hello, Nora. Welcome to the team." He steps into the office, his gaze sweeping the space before settling back on me. "I hope everything is to your liking." "Absolutely," I say, and I mean it. "Good." He nods, his business demeanor firmly in place. His lips curve into a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. And it strikes me then, the amount of responsibility he carries on his shoulders. "I trust you'll settle in quickly. There's a short stack of contracts on your desk waiting for your expertise. We have our first one-on-one meeting tomorrow morning." I assumed my job as a lawyer here would be well removed from Oliver's position as CEO. "I'm sorry," I clear my throat. "We'll be working together?" "Of course." He nods once. "I need someone to go over papers as soon as I receive them. We do a lot in person here," Jenna inserts. "It saves a lot of time compared to emailing and waiting for others' responses." Makes sense. My voice cracks a little bit. I'm already nervous thinking about how it will feel to work that intimately with Oliver. "Great." Oliver pauses at the door. "I'll leave you to get settled in and briefed, then. Our first work session will be tomorrow." I look forward to it. As the door clicks shut behind him, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. So much for easing into things. Jenna clasps her hands in front of her skirt. "You and Oliver went to college together, right?" "We did. We were regular study buddies." Why is she asking about our past? A sudden wave of jealousy washes over me. Jenna is a beautiful woman. Are she and Oliver a thing? Is she into him? Almost as quickly as I have the thought, I realize how silly I'm being. She's just being nice. Even if Jenna and Oliver are involved, it's none of my business. I don't have a claim on him, and I never did. "Has he changed any?" Jenna asks. I consider that. I'm not sure yet. He was always serious, but now he seems more burdened. All he does is work. He even sleeps here sometimes, on the couch in his office. Really, still? He's spent years building this company, which is now a momentous success. Can't he step away from it for a little bit? She nods. He puts in 80-hour weeks easily. My heart stutters at the thought. That can't be healthy. "Well," Jenna claps her hands, "I'll leave you to get settled. My number is on the desk, and my office is right down the hall. Let me know if you have any questions." "I will. Thanks, Jenna." She departs with a wink, leaving me with my thoughts and the new environment that's still making my head spin. 80 hours, I whisper to myself as I take a seat behind my new desk. Oliver has always been driven, but when we were in college, he at least had an end in sight. He talked about a day when he would finally be able to work less, when he had achieved a certain amount of success that would allow him to kick back. But this, 80 hours a week, it's insane. I sink into my chair, feeling the soft leather embrace me. Did his success really demand such sacrifice? I recall late-night conversations under a sky full of stars, our dreams spilling out as easily as the laughter that accompanied them. He wanted it all, but not like this, not at the cost of his soul. Maybe that's why he stopped returning my calls, I muse aloud. Tracing the edge of a contract with my fingertip, I force myself to focus on the task at hand, going over the contracts that are already on the desk waiting for me. Legal jargon leaps out at me, demanding attention, but my mind is elsewhere, sifting through memories tinged with loss and longing. As I annotate a particularly dense clause, I realize something. Perhaps it's not too late. Maybe beneath the layers of contracts and closings, the Oliver I knew still exists. But even if he does, it's not my responsibility to encourage him to come forth. Oliver made his choices in life, just like we all did. I can't change him, even if I miss him more than I care to admit. Chapter 11. Oliver. The clack of keyboards is like a metronome in my office, the sound somehow comforting and familiar. It's late, but the glow of my screen doesn't bother me. I've always been at home in the hum of business, the steady beat of progress. But now there's a new element in this familiar symphony. Nora. She sits across from me, her brow furrowed in concentration as she pores over the legal documents I've handed her. It's only been a few days since she joined my team, yet her impact is undeniable. She brings with her an air of competence that seems to elevate everyone around her. Maybe it's the lawyer in her, or just Nora being Nora. But whatever it is, I'm glad for it. I catch myself staring at the way her fingers dance across the pages, making notes with a precision that's almost artistic. The memory of those same fingers brushing mine years ago sends an unbidden warmth through my chest. I shake my head slightly, trying to dislodge the resurgence of a college crush that has no place here. Not now. Oliver, do you have a moment? Ben's voice snaps me out of my reverie, and I nod, swiveling in my chair to face him. Of course, what's up? Prep for tonight's meeting. We should go over the final points before the buyer arrives. He's right. This deal could be big for us, a game changer even. Let's gather the team. As we convene in the conference room, I notice the ease with which Nora fits into our dynamic. She asks pointed questions and offers sharp insights, and when she disagrees with a strategy, she does so with a diplomacy that even the most seasoned of us could learn from. Her presence is invigorating, challenging, and I find myself having to refocus more often than I'd like to admit. All right, everyone, I begin, trying to shake off the distraction. Let's walk through the presentation one last time. Remember, this buyer is precise and detail-oriented. We need to anticipate their questions and have clear, concise answers ready. The meeting progresses smoothly. Ben leads the charge, his charisma working as well in the boardroom as it does anywhere else. I chime in with specifics about the property, leveraging the rapport I've built with the buyer over weeks of careful negotiation. And then there's Nora, her input razor-sharp, her legal expertise providing a reassuring backbone to our strategy. As we wrap up, I feel a surge of anticipation for the meeting ahead. This is it, the culmination of months of work. And thanks to my team, thanks to Nora, we're ready. Good work, everyone. Let's close this deal. The whole meeting, adrenaline thrums through my veins, a reminder that tens of millions of dollars are on the line. The moment the buyer's pen hits the final page of the contract, sealing the deal, a ripple of energy surges through the room. I'm already on my feet, shaking hands vigorously. The pent-up tension from months of negotiations releases in a sudden burst, and my heart is racing like I've just crossed the finish line of a marathon. Congratulations, Oliver. The buyer grins at me. Your team has done an exceptional job. Thank you. I turn to look at Nora, her eyes bright, reflecting a shared sense of accomplishment. Ben claps me on the back, his grin wide enough to split his face. The moment the buyer and his team are gone, Ben turns to the rest of us. This calls for a celebration. What do you say? A chorus of agreement fills the space, but it's my voice that shocks them all. I'm in. It feels strange saying it out loud, almost alien, but after what we've achieved, it seems only right. Really, Ben arches an eyebrow, clearly surprised. The Oliver Wolf, stepping out of the office? This I have to see. Laughter ripples through the group as they gather their belongings and head out. We spill into the elevator, a little cramped, but buzzing with electricity. The doors slide open at the lobby, and we make our way toward the exit, the city lights beckoning us to celebrate. Once we're outside, Ben falls into step next to me and lowers his voice. You sure you're not just tagging along for a certain someone? His gaze flicks subtly toward Nora, who's laughing at something one of the other team members said. Of course not. The words are sharper than I intended. It's about the team, Ben. You know that. My attempt at nonchalance probably isn't fooling anyone, least of all Ben. All right, man, he says with a chuckle, holding up his hands in surrender. Just curious. I always did think you two would have made a great couple. I frown. She works for me. Okay. He says it like that doesn't matter one bit, and of course it doesn't to him. We've grown closer over the years, going from acquaintances in college to the closest of friends. But in some ways, we're still as different as can be. Of course, there's a part of me that can't deny the allure of spending time with Nora, outside the confines of the office. But my work comes first, and I don't have time for a relationship. So I shove any thoughts of touching her hand or tasting her lips as far down as they will go. We stride into the bar, its warm glow enveloping us. The place is lively, filled with the hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses. I order a round for everyone, determined to show them a side of me they rarely see, the guy who can let loose and have fun, not just the CEO who's married to his work. All right, everyone, I announce, raising my glass, to one deal closed and a future that just keeps getting brighter. Cheers, they echo, and for a moment, all professional barriers dissolve into the night. Laughter bubbles around us as the group settles into the rhythm of the bar, like a record that's found its groove. Though I've convinced myself that I need to keep my distance from Nora, there's one thing I need to talk to her about, and so I find myself inching closer to her. Hey Nora, I lean in, trying to sound casual, you know. I couldn't help but wonder, why didn't you reach out when you moved back into town? She pauses, her glass hovering mid-air, and fixes me with a look, partly incredulous, partly wounded. Oliver, she sets her drink down with a soft clink against the wood. You stopped responding to my emails years ago. Why on earth would I reach out? I'm not gonna do that just to be ignored again. It's like a punch to the gut. The noise of the bar fades into a dull roar behind her words. I had no idea she counted the time, that she noticed the silence between us. But she did, and it mattered. God, Nora, my throat tightens, and I have to take a moment because it never occurred to me that my silence hurt her that much. I'm sorry, I truly am. There's a softness that overtakes her features, like the easing of a clenched fist. It's okay, we both got caught up in our lives, she says, and there's forgiveness there but also a hint of distance. The span of years we let stretch between us. Determined, I make a silent pledge. I'm going to spend tonight trying to bridge that gap. Can I buy you a drink? A peace offering of sorts, and a toast to new beginnings? Her lips curl into a smile, hesitant but genuine. Sure, she agrees, and I feel a spark of hope light up inside me. As we make our way to the bar, I ask her questions, digging into the parts of her life I've missed. What was law school like? What was her life in Seattle like? With each answer, she gives me more than just facts. She gives me glimpses of her passion, her drive, and the fire that's been burning in her all these years. Seeing someone's life turn around because you believed in them, she trails off, shaking her head with a mix of wonder and pride. There's nothing quite like it. I nod, captivated. Sounds like you're doing exactly what you were meant to do. She's about to answer when Ben takes the small karaoke stage in the corner of the bar. Ladies and gentlemen, he says into the microphone, I'm gonna need a partner for my first song. Count me in. Nora takes a sip of her fresh drink, then abandons it and rushes to the stage. I look after her longingly, glad to see her having a good time, but disappointed that it's no longer with me. Here we go, Ben hollers, thrusting the mic toward Nora as the chosen track begins. A classic rock anthem that everyone seems to know the words to. Nora's voice is surprisingly strong and steady, harmonizing with Ben's more boisterous tone. I find myself tapping my foot, the rhythm catching me off guard. She's captivating up there, her laughter mingling with the melody, her hands gesturing theatrically with each line. And when she throws her head back, eyes closed, belting out the high notes, a part of me wants to be up there too, sharing in that uninhibited joy. But I remain anchored to my spot, content to watch the light play across her face, remembering why I felt like the only two options were to push her away, or lose myself completely in her. Your turn next, Oliver, someone yells from behind me, nudging me out of my reverie. They're all looking at me now, expectant grins on their faces. My heart rate picks up, not from stage fright, but from the prospect of joining Nora in that spotlight, reconnecting over shared laughter and off-key notes. I'm about to push off the bar to stride over and pick a song, any song, when the sharp vibration of my phone cuts through the haze of celebration. It's a potential buyer, a big fish I've been trying to reel in for weeks. Business before pleasure. Isn't that what they say? Sorry, guys, gotta take this, I say, the words tasting sour as they leave my lips. Boo. You're no fun. The jeers follow me as I step out into the cool night air, distancing myself from the noise to answer the call. But even as I do, I glance back through the window. Nora's gaze meets mine just before I turn away, and the disappointment etched across her features punches the breath from my chest. Oliver Wolf speaking, I say into the phone, but it's Nora's crestfallen smile that echoes in my mind, making the hopeful victory of another successful business deal feel strangely hollow. After all these years, she's still burrowing her way into my heart and seizing control. Chapter 12. Nora, dragging my feet into the office on Monday. The weekend's loneliness clings to me like a stubborn stain. Lynn was out of town, leaving me with the echoing silence of my own apartment and the hum of a city that, despite being full of millions of people, made me feel like I was the only one on earth. I've barely settled into my desk when an email notification pops up. It's from Oliver, Mr. Wolf, I sometimes jokingly call him to myself, asking me to meet him in his office for a briefing on some documents. A twinge of something akin to excitement flips in my stomach, but I squash it down. He's my boss, not a potential cure for weekend boredom. Heading to his office door, I take a deep breath and give 3 sharp knocks. Come in. Comes the response, his voice smooth and deep. Good morning, I say as I step inside and find him standing at the coffee maker. Morning, Nora. He flashes me an easy smile. My eyes trail over him, over the fitted suit that hugs his shoulders and waist in all the right ways. The fabric seems to whisper secrets of power and self-assurance, and I can't decide if I want to lean in closer to listen or run away. Have a seat, he says, gesturing toward the chair across from his desk. He moves around to his side, every motion deliberate. I sit, crossing my legs and smoothing out my skirt more out of nervous energy than necessity. Ever since our group night out at the bar, it's been harder than usual to get him off my mind, and I'm more than a little afraid that, somehow, he can read my thoughts. Let's go over these documents. We have some new properties coming up that require careful handling, he explains, sliding a folder towards me. His fingertips brush mine in the process, and I force my attention back to the task at hand, tamping down the fluttering in my chest. Of course, I reply, opening the folder and scanning the contents. I'm more than well-versed in legalese, but Oliver has a knack for making the driest contract sound intriguing. It's a skill, one that I've seen serve him well in negotiations. Right here, Oliver says, pointing to a particularly dense paragraph. We might need to push back on the indemnity clause. I nod, my brain already sifting through strategies and counterpoints. But then his hand brushes mine, an electric jolt that sparks an uninvited warmth up my arm. For a split second, our eyes meet, and there's this thing, a silent acknowledgement of the touch that neither of us planned. It's like a fizzing soda bottle, moments from spilling over. Then Oliver clears his throat and pulls his hand back. The effervescence between us goes flat as he steals his gaze back onto the papers. Make sure they don't corner us with liability, he adds, all business again. Voice clipped to efficiency. Of course, I murmur, my pulse still erratic. I refocus on the text, but the letters blur into a meaningless dance of ink. I blink them back into order, pushing down whatever silly little flutter that moment stirred up. Did you do anything interesting this weekend? Oliver's question catches me off guard, casual yet somehow loaded with curiosity. No, not really, I admit, tucking a stray hair behind my ear. Mostly did housework, laundry. I guess I could have gone out. I realized recently there's a lot of Chicago I haven't seen yet. I offer a small shrug, feeling his attention on me. Guess when I was in college, we were too busy studying. Chicago has changed, he muses, leaning back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. A lot can happen in 8 years. Exactly, I agree, a bit too eagerly. There's so much history and culture. All these neighborhoods with their own stories. I've always wanted to absorb all of that, you know? Just never really got around to it. He nods thoughtfully, tapping a rhythm on his desk with the silver pen in his hand. It's good to have someone show you around. Makes the experience richer. Sure, I reply, trying not to sound wistful. The idea of wandering the city with someone who knows it and wants to share it is unexpectedly appealing, and for a fleeting second, I imagine what it would be like to have that someone be Oliver. But those days are long gone. He probably never thinks of me now unless it's for my legal eye. I force a smile, professional and bright. Maybe one of these days I'll play tourist properly. How about this weekend? He leans back in his chair, and there's a spark in his eyes that seems out of place with the starched collar of his shirt. I'll take you sightseeing. The words hang in the air, delicate and dangerous. For a moment, they don't seem real, more like the fragments of those silly fantasies I entertain when the Chicago skyline blurs into a canvas of what-ifs on my lonely commute home. But then Oliver smiles, and it feels like sunlight piercing through the overcast sky of my routine. Really, my voice betrays a hint of incredulity. The man before me, who ignored me for years, is offering to play tour guide. It doesn't add up. Really, he confirms as if he can hear the skepticism threading through my one-word question. I've been so buried in work that I've never actually taken the time to see the city. Not properly, anyway. Workaholic is too mild a term for Oliver. He's the first in the office, the last out. His life woven so tightly with the company's that I sometimes wonder if he ever stops being the CEO, or if that's also an identity he carries even to the shower. Yet here he is, ready to step away from the blueprints and contracts, if only for a day. Next Saturday, he suggests, and there's a hopeful tilt to his brow that makes my heart skip a beat. Next Saturday sounds perfect. The words tumble out before I can second-guess them. Buoyed by the thrill of anticipation, I'd love to. Let's make a day of it, he says, and the idea of spending hours with him, untethered from the anchor of our desks, sends a ripple of excitement through me. Let's, and just like that, next Saturday becomes a beacon, a promise of something bright and thrilling and wholly unexpected. Chapter 13. Oliver. I'm standing outside Nora's apartment building, hands in my pockets, trying to remember the last time I took a Saturday off. It must have been sometime in school, before my life became a series of meetings and deadlines. I check my watch. It's a habit I can't shake even today when the only schedule I have is to enjoy the day with Nora. Her apartment building is as charming as she is. A vintage brownstone that's managed to resist the march of modern high-rises around it. The red brick facade is warm and inviting, vines creeping up the sides like nature's own decoration. It's so different from the sleek lines and glass walls of my downtown office, a reminder that there's life beyond work if one only looks for it. I walk up to the second floor, find the number I'm looking for, and knock. The door swings open, and there she is, Nora, with a smile that could rival the morning sun. She steps out in a dress that dances around her knees, and I can't help but think how perfectly she fits into this picturesque scene, as if she's part of the very fabric of this city. Hey, I breathe more than say. Hi, her smile gets even bigger. Ready, I ask, my voice sounding lighter than it has in years. Absolutely, she's beaming, and she locks the door behind her. We walk to my car, a sleek model that speaks more of my professional image than personal choice. But today, it's just a means to an end, the vessel that will carry us on our urban adventure. Have you ever been on one of the architectural boat tours? I inquire as we slip into the leather seats. Can you believe I haven't? Always meant to. Her laughter is light, unburdened, and I feel something inside me shift. A weight lifting. Then today's the day, I say, starting the engine. The drive to the docks is smooth, the city unfurling before us in a tapestry of neighborhoods, each with its own rhythm and story. Chicago is a city built on architecture, on the dreams and designs of those who dared to reach for the sky. We park near the river, where boats line the docks like slumbering sea creatures waiting for their cue. I escort Nora to the tour boat, where we're greeted by the guide, a man whose passion for the city's architecture is evident in his eager welcome. As the boat pulls away from the dock, the guide starts his narration, but I find myself only half listening. Instead, I watch Nora as she leans against the railing, her eyes wide with wonder, drinking in the skyline that I've become so accustomed to I've forgotten its magic. Look at that, she breathes, pointing to a particularly bold skyscraper that seems to defy gravity. Amazing, isn't it? I respond, though I'm not really talking about the building. The wind is a playful accomplice, tugging at Nora's hair as she laughs, the sound mingling with the hum of the boat and the lapping waves below. I reach into my pocket for my phone, a reflex to capture this moment that feels like something out of a dream, but it's not there. Looking for this, Nora teases, holding up her own device like a trophy. Actually, no, and it's the truth. A surprising calm washes over me. I forgot mine, and it's okay. Ollie, disconnected from the world? I never thought I'd see the day. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. Neither did I admit, and we both know it's more than just about forgetting a phone. For years, I've been tethered to that thing, as if missing a call or an email would cause my empire to crumble. But now, with the Chicago skyline soaring above and Nora's vibrant energy beside me, Work is the last thing on my mind. We spend the rest of the tour leaning against the rail, pointing out buildings that cut sharp silhouettes against the clear blue sky. Nora's enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself caught up in the stories behind each structure, each grand design. When the boat docks and we step onto solid ground, it's with a reluctance to leave the bubble we've been floating in. We head to a nearby bistro, where the clink of plates and the murmur of conversation create a cozy backdrop. Over lunch, we share plates of pasta and stories of our lives since college, careful not to tread too deep into personal waters yet. Ready for Millennium Park? I ask after we've had our fill. Lead the way, she replies with a smile. The park is alive with the buzz of weekend activity. Kids dash through the Crown Fountain, squealing as water cascades down the giant faces and splashes at their feet. Nora and I weave through the crowd, laughing as we dodge a rogue frisbee and pause to admire the reflections in the bean. Ever think about what you want your legacy to be? I ask her, gazing up at the towering art piece. Every day, she spins around to meet my gaze. But sometimes it's not just about the big things. Sometimes it's about moments like these, simple, perfect moments. Her words strike a chord within me, but I don't feel like doing anything yet other than just sitting on them. She always was introspective, able to possess great insight both in and out of the classroom. It seems she's only grown wiser in our years apart. Nora's laughter is a melody that weaves through the rustling leaves of Millennium Park. As she recounts her dating escapades, we're sitting side by side on a curved bench, our knees only inches away. Her stories are punctuated with dramatic gestures and wide-eyed expressions that make them come alive as if I'm watching scenes from a rom-com. Okay, she gasps between chuckles. There was this one guy who thought he was a gourmet chef. He invited me over for dinner, and let's just say, the fire department showed up before dessert. I laugh along with her, my earlier tension melting away like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. But beneath the mirth, there's a strange twinge in my chest, an unfamiliar tightness that seems to squeeze whenever she mentions another man's existence. Jealousy, I think, though I've never had much use for it before. Your turn. She nudges me with her shoulder, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. What about you? Any crazy dating disasters? Hardly, I admit, shaking my head. My romantic history could be summed up on the back of a business card, brief and uneventful. I guess I've always been more focused on work. The company was my girlfriend. Ollie, that's so sad, she teases, but her gaze softens with understanding. You really never put yourself out there. Never seemed to find the time. I shrug, though now I'm beginning to wonder what I might have missed out on. Nora has a collection of tales, each a colorful thread in the tapestry of her life. What do I have? Contracts, deals, money, a penthouse I'm hardly ever in, and a whole lot of steel and glass. Maybe it's not too late, she says, her voice gentle, to find someone who gets you, workaholic tendencies and all. Maybe, I echo, though the idea feels as distant as the stars above us, unless she's talking about someone who is sitting right next to me, someone who has seen me evolve and change, someone who still cares for me even after I went dark on her. The sun begins its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, signaling that our day together is drawing to a close. Reluctantly, we rise from the bench, our steps slow as we make our way out of the park. I drop Nora off at her apartment, the warmth of her hand lingering in mine as she exits the car. Thanks for today, Oliver. It was really nice. She smiles, her words wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. Anytime, I reply, meaning it more than I probably should. She turns and heads up the steps, my gaze staying on her until she disappears inside. With a sigh, I pull away from the curb, my mind replaying every moment of our day together. The city blurs past my window, but all I can see is Nora's smile, hear her laughter, and feel the echo of her touch. There's a pile of work waiting for me at home, but it has lost its usual appeal. For the first time in years, I wish I were doing anything but heading back to an empty house and a laptop full of emails. As I navigate through the traffic, a question surfaces, unbidden and insistent. What if my legacy isn't just the buildings I leave behind, but also the relationships I build along the way? With Nora, even a simple Saturday feels like a piece of something grander. a design I hadn't dared to dream up until now. I've spent years building walls, not just in my career, but around my life, compartmentalizing everything. Work is in the largest section, while personal matters, well, they hardly seem to have a place at all. Nora, with her quick wit and easy laugh, is like an unexpected window in a solid wall, letting in the light where I didn't even realize it was dark. Today was unlike any other, not because of what we did, but because of who I was with. I can't remember the last time I laughed so freely or felt so at ease. It wasn't about the architecture or the food or even Millennium Park. It was about Nora. She's been in the periphery of my life for years, a college memory that resurfaces every now and then when work allows. But today, she stepped right into the center of my frame, and suddenly, she's all I see. A red light stops me, and I take a minute to consider the shape of my life. The space where work ends and emptiness begins. Could Nora fill that void? More importantly, am I ready to let someone in? There's a buzz in the industry about balance these days, achieving synergy between the professional and the personal. It's always seemed like a distant concept, elusive, and not quite applicable to someone like me. But watching Nora navigate her life as a lawyer with apparent ease, I'm struck by the thought that maybe, just maybe, it's not too late for me to find that balance too. The light turns green, and my foot presses against the accelerator, propelling me forward. I could call her and schedule another meetup. Under the guise of discussing a new environmental branch of the company, nobody would question it. It's logical, practical, but the flutter in my chest at the thought of seeing her again is anything but practical. What's happening to me? I whisper to the empty car. Am I actually considering this? Am I contemplating rearranging my carefully structured life for a chance at something more with Nora? As I pull onto the expressway, the buildings become a blur, and my heart races with the speed of the car. For the first time, I consider not what I have to lose, but what I might gain. It's terrifying and exhilarating, and as I merge onto the open road, there's a sense of determination settling over me. Maybe it's time to build something new, not out of brick or mortar, but out of moments and chances taken. Balance, I say the word aloud, tasting its foreignness on my tongue. A relationship with Nora wouldn't be a distraction from my work. It could be the counterweight I've needed all along. There's potential here, in the space between us, and for the first time, I'm ready to explore what that means. Chapter 14. Nora. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights above provides a steady backdrop to the clack of my keyboard. Oliver's office, usually bustling with activity and ringing phones, is now a quiet space where only the sound of our work fills the room. It's getting late. The cleaning crew has already come and gone, their polite nods and the faint smell of lemon cleaner lingering in the hallways. I try to focus on the contract in front of me, but I can't help stealing glances at Oliver. He sits across his desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he reviews a blueprint so intensely it's like he's willing it to perfection. Since our Saturday outing, there's a change in him that's both subtle and disarming. His shoulders seem less tense, his usual crisp demeanor softened around the edges. Every so often, he looks up from his work, and his eyes meet mine. There's warmth there, an ember that wasn't present before. I quickly look away, feeling the familiar heat rise to my cheeks. I tell myself it's just the byproduct of spending too much time together, a trick of the dimming light. Yet, I can't deny the way my pulse quickens or how I'm suddenly conscious of the loose strand of hair that's escaped my bun. Are you sure you're okay staying this late? Oliver's voice breaks the silence, unexpectedly gentle. Yeah, I'm fine, I reply, trying to sound nonchalant. There's a lot to get through. He nods, and for a moment we just sit there, acknowledging the shared burden of responsibility. I can't stop thinking about how different he seems. Not the Oliver I remember from college, who was all ambition and drive, nor the Oliver I've been working with these past few weeks, distant and impenetrable. This Oliver is human. I want so badly to read into his lingering gazes, to believe they mean something more. But I know better. My crush on him, which has only blossomed since our impromptu day out, feels like a secret I'm keeping from both of us. And even though every rational part of me understands that he doesn't share these feelings, a reckless hope whispers otherwise. Another coffee, I offer, more to break the tension than anything else. Sure, his smile is grateful and perfect. I head to the small kitchenette in the corner of his office, my heart pounding a rhythm against my will. Oliver is friendly, yes, warmer even. But it's not for me, not in the way I wish it would be. As I pour the steaming liquid into 2 mugs, I realize how dangerous this is. This dance of closeness without touch, of words heavy with things unsaid. I return with the coffees, placing one in front of him, our fingers brushing ever so slightly. There's that warmth again, in his touch, in his thank you. And I retreat back to my side of the battlefield, armed only with my unrequited feelings and the foolish bravery of a girl who can't help but dream. Before I know it, I'm yawning. Sorry, I say, covering my mouth. Should we stop for the night? No, I quickly say, even though he's Oliver. He's also Mr. Wolf, my boss, and I want him to know I can keep up with whatever demands are thrown my way. But how about a break? You go ahead. I catch his gaze dart to his laptop, see the line that forms between his eyebrows, and nearly feel his worry. Oliver, we've been at this for hours without stopping. We're not robots. I push back from my desk and stand, stretching my cramped muscles. I'm going up to the rooftop for some air. You should come. There's a hesitation, a flicker in his eyes that suggests he's tempted, but then he masks it. You go, I'll catch up if I can. I shrug, pretending that I'm unaffected by his refusal, though a part of me had hoped he'd instantly agree. The office feels smaller when he's not looking at me. The elevator ride to the rooftop is quick since we're already so close to the top of the building. When the doors open, I step out into another world. The city sprawls below, a canvas of lights and shadows, and the night air is a welcome reprieve from the stale office atmosphere. I stand there for a few minutes, enjoying the view, when the elevator dings behind me. I smile to myself. Didn't think you'd actually come. Oliver steps out, loosening his tie, an unreadable expression on his face. I needed a break more than I thought. First time up here. I can't hide my astonishment as he looks around. Yeah, he admits, a sheepish grin crossing his features. I really do live in my office, don't I? His gaze meets mine, and there's warmth there, the same warmth that's been confusing me for days. Seems like it. I laugh. But look at what living in your office has gotten you, a view like this. He steps closer to the edge, gazing out over the city he's helping shape. Despite our earlier disagreement, I feel a sense of camaraderie between us. To people who understand the sacrifices of ambition. Thanks for dragging me out here, Oliver says after a moment, his voice softer now. Anytime, I reply, meaning it. We share a comfortable silence, the kind that only comes from knowing someone for as long as we have. And for just a moment, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, we're on the brink of something more than late nights and coffee runs. I step forward and lean against the cold metal railing, watching Oliver as he stares out at the sprawling cityscape. It's strange to see him so still, so contemplative. He's always been a whirlwind of action. Oliver, I start, hesitant but curious. Why do you keep pushing yourself like this? You've achieved more than anyone expected, more than you said you wanted back in college. My breath forms little puffs in the cool air. He turns to me, his eyes reflecting the twinkling city lights. You know, I grew up with nothing. He begins, and there's a vulnerability in his voice that catches me off guard. Every day it was a struggle for my family. College was my shot. And this, he gestures vaguely at the buildings below us. This was the dream. But you've made it, Oliver. You're successful, respected, wealthy. I watch him closely, trying to understand what drives him. Can't you stop working so hard now? Take a real break. A vacation? He lets out a humorless chuckle, looking back over the city. It might look that way. But inside, he pauses, searching for the right words. Inside, I'm still that kid from the wrong side of the tracks, the fear of losing everything, of going back to that life. It haunts me, Nora. I don't think it'll ever be enough. My heart aches for him, for the boy who worked relentlessly to outrun his past. I step closer, reaching out to touch his arm gently. Look around you, really look. I guide his gaze along the skyline, pointing to the gleaming towers with logos that I know are his doing. You've built an empire. These are monuments to your hard work, to your vision. Most people spend their lives dreaming of achieving even a fraction of what you have. He's silent for a long moment, taking in the sight. Finally, he exhales slowly, as if releasing a weight he's been carrying on his shoulders. I never really stop to look at it. You know, it's always on to the next project, the next deal. Maybe it's time you did. Take stock of what you've accomplished. You deserve to acknowledge it, to celebrate it, not just push for the next big thing. He nods, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I guess it wouldn't hurt to take a moment to appreciate it all. His eyes meet mine again, and there's a glimmer of something new, a hint of peace, perhaps, or maybe just the beginning of acceptance. And despite what's happened between us, despite what I wish would happen, right now this is more than enough. Chapter 15. Oliver. The city stretches out before us, a living tapestry of light and shadow. From this vantage point on the rooftop, it looks peaceful, almost idyllic, with the skyline cutting a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky. It's a view I've seen 1,000 times from my penthouse office, but never quite like this. Never with her. Look at that, Nora says, her voice hushed in reverence as she points at bats swooping through the street lights, snatching bugs. There's so much life happening all around us. I follow her gaze, feeling a smile spread across my face without my permission. It's infectious. The way she sees the world with a kind of wonder I'm not sure I ever had. With Nora next to me, it's like I'm rediscovering colors I forgot existed. Laughter that doesn't come with a price tag. Moments that don't need to be scheduled between meetings. Thanks for bringing me up here. My voice is a little more raw than I intend. It's been a long time since I've just stopped to enjoy a view. We did it on Saturday, she reminds me. True, but we were moving then. I chuckle. Tonight, we're just standing here. It's nice. Nora turns to me. Her eyes soften the fading light. Sometimes we all need a reminder to slow down. Even you, Mr. High Power, High Achiever Extraordinaire. Especially me, I admit, running a hand through my hair. A nervous habit I can't seem to shake even now. The wind picks up, and she shivers slightly, instinctively. I remove my jacket and drape it over her shoulders. She smiles her gratitude, and something warm unfurls inside my chest. Oliver, can I ask you something? Her tone has shifted, and there's a seriousness there that makes my heart thud irregularly. Of course, anything, I reply. She hesitates, looking down at her hands before meeting my gaze again. After college, why didn't you ever respond to my emails? I mean, truthfully, the question hits me harder than I expect, dredging up a mix of guilt and old fears. I take a deep breath, trying to gather the courage to give her the truth she deserves. Because every single word you wrote, it had an effect on me, Nora. A profound one. And that scared me. My confession hangs between us, stark and vulnerable. I was on the brink of taking over the company, and I was convinced I needed to stay in control of everything. But with you, I was worried I'd lose that control. Because of me, her voice is barely above a whisper, disbelief etching her features. Yes, because of you. You made me feel things that were unpredictable. And I couldn't afford unpredictable, not then. I reach for her hand, holding it gently between mine. I'm sorry, Nora. I should have been upfront with you instead of just vanishing. She squeezes my hand, her thumb stroking my skin in a soothing motion. I wish you hadn't vanished, but I'm glad you're here now. Me too, I say, and I mean it more than I've meant anything in a long time. Because right now, with Nora's hand in mine, and the city breathing below us, I feel lighter than air, like maybe I can let go of the reins, just a little, and trust that everything will still be okay. The wind picks up, sending a chill through my blazer as Nora and I share the silence, our gaze fixed on the pulsating city lights. They flicker like distant stars, for a moment convincing me that the other side of the city might be a universe away. Oliver, she begins, her voice light, but laced with an undercurrent of seriousness that makes me turn to face her. There's something I never told you, not even in those emails. Curious, I tilt my head. Yeah. She bites her lip, a nervous habit I remember all too well. Then, with a deep breath, she says, I had a crush on you, back in college. Her eyes meet mine, holding a glint of vulnerability. Remember that party? Senior year. I always wished we'd actually kissed that night. My heart stutters in my chest, tripping over itself like it's forgotten how to keep a steady rhythm. The memory of that night floods back, a chaotic mix of laughter, dim lights, and the heat of bodies moving to the music. How her lips were inches from mine before I panicked and pulled away. Really, it's all I can manage, my brain short-circuiting at the revelation. Really, she confirms softly, her gaze not wavering. I'm floored. That night is etched into my memory. A what if that haunted me through countless board meetings and sleepless nights. Is it possible she still likes me? After all this time? Oliver, she probes gently, looking for a sign, any indication of what's going through my mind. I search her face, the familiar lines, and the new ones that tell stories of years spent apart. There's a determination there, the same one that must have carried her through law school and into the courtroom. And yet, there's a softness, an openness that wasn't there before, or maybe I just didn't notice it. Too caught up in my own world of deadlines and deals. God, Nora, my voice falters as the magnitude of what she's just shared sinks in. I don't know what to say. Say you remember it, she urges quietly. That night, you us almost kissing. Tell me it crossed your mind, even once, after that. Of course, I remember. I step closer, closing the gap between us. How could I forget? I confess. My voice barely above a murmur. You were, and clearly still are, unforgettable. Oliver, she whispers, stepping into me, her hand finding its way to my chest, resting over my racing heart. Tell me, do you? Yes, I say, cutting her off, because if I don't say it now, I might never get the chance again. Yes, I've thought about it, more times than I can count. You've been this force in my life, Nora, even when you weren't there, even when I wasn't there, she echoes, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Especially then, I admit, and the space between us disappears completely as we come together. Bound by confessions 8 years in the making. We kiss, and it's like coming home after being lost for far too long. It's tender yet passionate, a confluence of all the moments we missed out on, all the touches we never shared. Our bodies move together, a dance that's both new and achingly familiar. There's no going back now, no untangling of our lives. We are here, on this rooftop, making up for lost time. As we come apart just enough to catch our breath, I can't believe my luck. Can't believe who I'm with, the woman who always had the blueprint for my soul. Stay with me, I murmur against her lips, and she nods, her eyes reflecting the same desire that's consuming me. Yes, she promises, and as we come together once more, it's like the years apart just drop away. We are no longer two separate entities. Now, we are a single force, intertwined by passion and sealed by the promise of tomorrow. Chapter 16. Nora. Sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow over the expanse of Oliver's penthouse bedroom. My eyelids flutter open, and for a moment, I let the softness of the Egyptian cotton sheets cocoon me. It's been a few weeks since that night on the roof, and every morning in this place feels like waking up inside a dream, a very luxurious, very grown-up dream. Morning, I murmur, turning my head to see Oliver propped up on one elbow beside me, his tousled hair catching the light in a way that makes my heart do a silly little somersault. Good morning, he grins, leaning down to press a kiss to my forehead. His lips are warm, and I smile as the familiarity of his touch wraps round me like a blanket. Did you sleep well? I ask, stretching languidly under the sheets. Better than ever, he replies, his voice still rough with sleep. You? Like a log, I admit. Though, I'm pretty sure it's your fault for wearing me out. Oliver chuckles, the sound deep and infectious, guilty as charged. He leans in for another kiss, this one landing on the corner of my mouth. The tenderness of it sparks a warmth that spreads across my cheeks. Careful, I tease, or we'll never make it to work on time. Would that be so bad? His eyes twinkle with mischief, but there's a seriousness behind the question, a longing for time, just the two of us, without the demands of our bustling careers looming over us. Unfortunately, court waits for no one, I quip, even as another kiss steals the breath from my lungs. And the CEO of Wolf Property Group needs to keep his empire thriving. Empire can wait, Oliver murmurs against my lips, his hands finding their way to my waist. Right now, all I care about is this fuss. Laughter bubbles up between us, light and easy, as we relish the few stolen moments before duty calls. It's in these quiet seconds, wrapped up in each other's arms, that I realize how much has changed since rekindling our college romance. We've gone from distant memories to inseparable realities, from what if to what is. Okay, I say eventually, pulling back with a reluctant sigh. We really should get ready. Fine, Oliver concedes, his expression mock serious as he rolls out of bed, the muscles of his back flexing in a way that momentarily distracts me from the task at hand. But tonight, it's just you and me, no interruptions. Promise, I ask, already looking forward to whatever plans he has in store. Promise, he confirms with a nod, and then he's off to the bathroom, leaving me to gather my thoughts and prepare for the day ahead. As I sit up and swing my legs over the edge of the bed, anticipation for the evening intertwines with the thrill of the present moment. There's something about starting the day here, in Oliver's world, his penthouse, his life, that still feels surreal, yet right. And as I slip into my routine, I carry with me the certainty that whatever challenges await, they pale in comparison to the joy of having him back in my life. After getting dressed and ready for the day, I perch on one of the high bar stools at the kitchen island, nursing a cup of steaming coffee and watching Oliver move around the space. He navigates his high-tech kitchen like he does boardrooms, confidently and without hesitation. Remember that tiny studio we used to cram into for study sessions? Oliver chuckles, placing a plate of scrambled eggs in front of me. Who would have thought we'd end up here? Those were simpler times, I muse, taking a bite and savoring the fluffy texture. Back then, our biggest concerns were finals and who could make the best instant ramen. He leans against the counter opposite me, his blue eyes locking onto mine. I'm grateful, you know, he says earnestly, the timbre of his voice grounding me in the moment. Having you back, it's like finding a piece I didn't realize was missing. I swallow, touched by his vulnerability. Oliver, He reaches across the island, his fingers brushing mine. We're not just making up for lost time. Nora, we're building something new, something strong. A future. The promise in his voice fills the room, wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. Sounds like a solid foundation to build on, I reply with a smile, my heart swelling at the thought of creating a shared life with this man. Best foundation there is, Oliver counters, his grin infectious. Our breakfast passes in a blur of shared plans and laughter, the kind of easy banter that has defined us since our college days. But time, as always, is a relentless force, and soon Oliver is glancing at his watch with a reluctant sigh. First one in the office again, I tease, knowing full well that his dedication to his company is what drove him to the top. Guilty as charged, he admits, standing and adjusting the cuffs of his crisp white shirt. Can't let the team think the boss is slacking. Never, I assure him, standing to offer a quick kiss goodbye. His lips are warm, a brief but potent reminder of the passion we share. Try not to fight with the espresso machine, he says with a wink, heading towards the door. I make no promises, I call after him, half joking. Once the door clicks shut, I turn to face the gleaming contraption responsible for my daily caffeine fix. It's a behemoth of stainless steel, all buttons and knobs that seem more suited for piloting a spacecraft than brewing coffee. Okay, let's do this, I mutter to myself, rolling up my sleeves. I recall his instructions from yesterday, which knob to twist and which button to press. After several false starts and a minor flood, I finally coax a rich, dark liquid into my waiting mug. Victory, I declare, though there's no one to hear it. Taking a sip, I can't help but laugh. Life in Oliver's world is a whirlwind, a mix of luxury and challenges, both new and exhilarating. As I gather my things to leave, I feel a surge of optimism. Balancing my demanding career with this blossoming romance won't be easy. But as I take one last look at the penthouse before stepping out, I know it's worth every confusing espresso machine and early morning goodbye. Oliver and I are building something beautiful together, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I step out into the crisp morning air, my handbag slung over my shoulder and a travel mug of hard-won espresso clasped in my other hand. The sun is just beginning to climb above the city skyline, casting a golden light that makes the glass buildings sparkle like jewels in a crown. I take a deep breath, ready for the day ahead. My phone buzzes at that exact moment, a cheerful ringtone slicing through the hush of early dawn. Slipping my phone from my pocket, I glance at the screen. Lynn's name lights up. bringing an involuntary smile to my face. Morning, sunshine, Lynn's voice chirps through the speaker, her usual exuberance making me grin. Hey Lynn, I reply, locking the penthouse door behind me and starting down the hallway. What's up? Just checking in on my favorite corporate power couple. How are things with you and Mr. High Rise? Her words carry the playful tease we've perfected over countless coffee dates. Actually, pretty amazing, I confess. Feeling a warmth that has nothing to do with the coffee in my hands. Oliver's been incredible. We're finding our rhythm, you know, despite the insane hours. Sounds serious, Nora. You guys taking over the business world together yet? Lynn's laugh is a bright sound, and I join in. Something like that. I pause by the elevator, hitting the call button. We're both swamped, but we make time. Dinner dates between meetings, late-night strategy sessions. It's kind of perfect in its own chaotic way. Wow, listen to you. So, this could be the real deal, huh? The elevator dings, and I step inside, leaning against the cool metal wall. Yeah, I think it might be, I say quietly, a truth I hadn't fully admitted even to myself until now. About time, girl, you deserve this. Thanks, Linny, my heart feels full. Buoyed by her support and the unexpected turn my life has taken. I'll catch you later, okay? Duty calls. Go conquer the courtroom, warrior. Talk soon. I tuck my phone away as the elevator doors close, sealing me inside. A reflection stares back at me from the polished surface. A woman in love, a lawyer with a purpose, standing at the precipice of something wonderful. Oliver and I have climbed mountains separately, but now, it seems we're charting new territory side by side. And I can't wait to see the view from the top with him. Chapter 17. Oliver. I drum my fingers on the metal table, the sound drowned out by the clang of utensils and the chatter of the lunch crowd. Ben's got his typical laid-back grin as he digs into his Caesar salad, oblivious to the bombshell I'm about to drop. Man, you wouldn't believe the project they're launching, he says between bites, mustard dressing at the corner of his mouth. It's this massive, mixed-use development. Speaking of massive developments, I cut in, the words tumbling out before I lose my nerve. I've been seeing someone. Ben pause is mid-chew, eyebrows shooting up. Oh yeah. He swallows, leaning back in his chair with an interest that seems more professional than personal. New investor? Someone I know. Of course he would think I'm talking about an investor. My romantic entanglements have been few, far between, and short. Not exactly. My heart does a weird skip. I mean, I've been dating someone. It's Nora. His fork drops with a clatter. Nora? As in Nora from college Nora? The Nora who works with us? Yep, that Nora. I grin, the sound of her name sending a thrill through me. I pick at my sandwich, suddenly not so hungry. Oliver, man, that's huge. He laughs, shaking his head. About time you got your act together with her. Tell me about it. My smile feels permanent. The moment hangs between us, comfortable and familiar. Ben has seen me through failed ventures and fleeting romances, always the constant in a sea of change. And now, as everything starts falling into place, his approval means the world. Your turn, then, I say, nudging him with my foot under the table. When are you gonna find a girl? Settle down. He holds up a hand, chuckling. Ho there, Chief, slow down. The bachelor life suits me just fine. Come on, you don't want to end up a lonely old man surrounded by models and yachts. I tease him, trying to imagine Ben tied down. It's like picturing a wild bird in a cage, unthinkable. Lonely. Please. Ben scoffs, tossing his napkin onto his empty plate. I'm enjoying the freedom. No complications, no commitments. All right, Casanova, I concede with a laugh, knowing better than to push. Ben moves to his own rhythm, always has. But I can't shake the feeling that one day, he'll meet someone who'll make him want to dance to a different beat. Just like with what happened to me. Ready to get back, Ben stands and stretches. Those contracts won't sign themselves. I nod, collecting my things. We weave through the tables, stepping back out into the hustle of the city. The sun is high, the air crisp with promise. For now, everything seems right in the world. Pushing through the revolving door of my building, I'm hit with the blast of air conditioning that's a little too chilly for the early autumn. Ben nudges me forward as we shuffle into the lobby. his mind already racing back to whatever project he's got stewing on his desk. "Hey, say hi to Nora for me." Ben winks as we split towards our respective elevators, his voice echoing slightly in the marble expanse. "Sure thing," I call back, thumbing the button for the 18th floor. The doors slide closed with a soft ding, and my thoughts drift, buoyed by the lunchtime confession and Ben's easy acceptance. Nora and I and us. It feels good, more than good. As I step out onto my floor, the hum of productivity greets me. But it's the sight through my open office door that kicks my heartbeat up a notch. Nora. She's leaning over my desk, her sleek ponytail swaying as she sifts through a stack of papers. Even in this unremarkable action, there's an elegance about her that always manages to snag my attention. "Hey," a smile breaks across my face as I approach her. "What brings you by?" She looks up, her lips curving into a grin that packs more heat than the sun. "Just dropping off the Henderson contracts." "Ah, right." My gaze flickers to the documents, but honestly, they could be written in ancient Greek for all the attention I give them. "You didn't have to bring these over yourself. You could have sent an assistant." Thought I'd stretch my legs. There's a glint in her eye, one that says she's not here solely for logistical convenience. Appreciate it, closing the distance between us. I appreciate even more the way her suit jacket hugs her shoulders, how her skirt outlines her hips, and that look she gets when she's about to. We're careful, mindful of the glass walls and the potential for prying eyes, but I can't resist stealing a kiss, just one. Our lips meet, and it's a brief encounter, a whisper of a touch really, but it sends a jolt straight through me. "Oliver," she murmurs against my mouth, a warning laced with temptation. "Sorry," I breathe, not sorry at all. Couldn't help myself. "Try harder," she teases, though the flush on her cheeks betrays her stern tone. "Impossible." This time, when she laughs, it's music to my ears. "All right, I've got to get back." She steps away, but there's a promise in her retreat, a subtle invitation extended for later. "Thanks for the delivery," I say, watching her go, the sway of her hips a sweet torture. "Oh, before I forget," she lowers her voice, "are we on for tonight?" "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I respond, with thoughts of dinner at her place filling me with a warm buzz. She pauses at the door and blows me a kiss so sly it could pass for a wave. Then she's gone, leaving me with a lingering warmth and a stupid grin plastered on my face. I sink into my chair, still riding the high of that stolen moment. The Henderson contracts lay forgotten as I lean back, hands behind my head, staring at the ceiling. On top of the world doesn't even begin to cover it. I feel like I've vaulted straight into the stratosphere. The buzz of my phone against the desk pulls me from my reverie, a harsh jolt back to reality. I glance at the caller ID, Mom. My stomach tightens, a coiled knot of apprehension. The last time she called, it was to ask for money, and that was, when even was that? I speak to my parents so little, I can't even remember. 6 months ago? 8. "Hey, Mom," I answer, trying to keep my voice light, bracing for a lecture about never visiting or some trivial family drama I've managed to avoid for years. "Oliver," her voice quakes, a tremor that sets off alarm bells in my head. "It's your father. He's..." She chokes on her words, and I can almost hear her struggling to compose herself over the line. "Mom, what is it?" I demand, my heart pounding against my ribs, dread creeping up my spine. "Your father has cancer." The words hit me like a freight train, derailing any semblance of control I thought I had over my day, my life. I grip the phone tighter as if that could somehow steady the world that's suddenly tilting on its axis. Thoughts of my day's to-do list dissipate like smoke, replaced by the image of a man I barely recognize anymore. A man whose approval I'd once craved more than anything. "Dad." "Oliver, we need you to come home." Her voice is a mix of desperation and hope. Home is a foreign concept, a place that exists only in the past, tangled up with memories I've tried so hard to leave behind. I haven't seen them in years, haven't wanted to. But this is different. "I'll be there," I find myself saying, though every fiber of my being screams against the idea. It's an automatic response, the dutiful son still lurking somewhere inside me despite all the reasons I have to stay away. "Thank you, honey." Relief washes over her words, and I can picture her wiping away tears, holding onto this lifeline I've unwittingly thrown her. "Of course, Mom." I'll make plans and text you soon. I end the call, the weight of the decision settling around me like a shroud. I don't want to go. Don't want to face the ghosts of my past or the man who became one long before his diagnosis. But the thought of regret, of missing the chance to say whatever it is I need to say, pushes me forward. The office around me feels suddenly claustrophobic. I'll go. I have to. Maybe it's the chance to close the book on a chapter that's been left open far too long. Or maybe it's just guilt. Either way, I know I'll be calling the company that manages my private jet, heading towards a confrontation years in the making. Please let this trip go smoothly, I mutter to no one, knowing full well that smooth is the last thing it can be. Not when it comes to them. But I'll face it head on. After all, isn't that what the Oliver they've never known, the CEO, the dreamer, the fighter, is supposed to do? Chapter 18. Nora. The sizzle of garlic hitting the hot pan is music to my ears, and I smile. My fingers work deftly, chopping tomatoes for the puttanesca sauce, a recipe I've perfected over countless solo dinners that are about to become a thing of the past. Tonight isn't just any dinner. It's Oliver's first time eating at my place since we started dating. This isn't just my boss or my old college friend coming over. This is Oliver, the man that I'm falling head over heels for. It's a lot. My phone buzzes on the counter, pulling me from my culinary reverie. Hey, Mom. I chirp into the speaker, tucking it between my shoulder and ear as I keep stirring. Hi, darling. Just wanted to check in. How's the new job treating you? Her voice is always a mix of concern and curiosity, the lifelong habit of a mother hen who hasn't quite realized her chick knows how to fly. Job's fantastic, Mom. Oliver's been great. I've been leaning on the boss part to keep things professional, at least for their ears. It's too soon to spill all the details, especially when those details could stir up a whole pot of drama before it's ready to be served. My parents remember Oliver from college, and they're happy that I've reconnected with him. But they don't yet know we're dating. That's wonderful, sweetie. And how's your love life? Any developments? There's that hopeful lilt in her voice that says, I'm asking casually. But I really want grandkids. Actually, I hesitate, glancing at the front door as if Oliver might burst through it at any moment and spill my secrets. I've been seeing someone. Really? Anyone we know. She's fishing now. And I can almost see the gleam in her eyes like she's caught the scent of a good gossip. Just someone I met through work. Technically true, but also technically a landmine. The last thing I need is for them to connect the dots back to Oliver. Not when everything is still so fragile and fresh. Well, I hope you'll tell us more when you're ready. Of course, Mom. Hey, I should go. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? Okay, sweetie. Have a good night. You too. I end the call, the untold truth pressing down on me. But that will have to wait. Right now, there's dinner to finish and a night to look forward to. A night with Oliver that promises to taste of new beginnings and shared dreams. With a final stir of the sauce, I turn the burner off and take a moment to breathe in the aroma. It's perfect, just like this moment feels, full of potential and the sweet anticipation that comes from being on the cusp of something truly wonderful. With perfect timing, there's a knock on the door. Taking off my apron, I hang it up and hustle across the small apartment that I speed cleaned right after getting home from work. I swing the door open, and my heart does this little somersault thing. Oliver stands there, every inch the dashing CEO in his crisp suit that probably costs more than my rent. But when he smiles, it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Hey, I say, stepping aside to let him in. Hi, he replies, and then we're in each other's arms, sharing a kiss that's usually enough to set off fireworks in my chest. Tonight, though, there's a flicker of something else behind his lips, a tremor, maybe, a shadow. Everything okay? I murmur against his cheek, my hands finding their familiar place at the small of his back. He pulls back just enough to look at me, and there's a hesitation that wasn't there yesterday. Yeah, just tired. Work stuff. Of course, I nod, leading him to the kitchen, where the table is set for two. The scent of garlic and rosemary fills the air as we sit down across from each other. It's cozy in here, our knees almost touching under the table, surrounded by the warm glow of candlelight. But as I serve the chicken piccata, I can't shake the feeling that he's miles away. He picks up his fork and pokes at his food, his gaze distant. Nora, there's something I need to tell you. I set my own fork down, my stomach clenching. What's wrong? Oliver takes a deep breath, and suddenly he looks so much younger, like a lost kid rather than the confident man I know him to be. My father has cancer. I just found out today. My heart sinks. Oh, Oliver, I'm so sorry. I reach for his hand, squeezing it tight. He nods, looking down at our intertwined fingers. Thanks. He's not. We haven't been close. You know that. I do know. The snippets of childhood stories he shared have always painted a picture of strained silences and colder holidays, but the full canvas of his past, that's still a mystery to me. Are you going to see him? I ask gently, knowing that this isn't just about a trip. It's about facing demons he thought he left behind years ago. Tomorrow, he says. I'm flying out first thing in the morning. I have to. Of course, I say softly, my mind already racing ahead, wondering how I can support him through this. Because that's what you do when you love someone. You show up, even when it's hard. Especially then. The silence between us becomes a living thing, filling the small kitchen with its weight until Oliver reaches across the table, his hand over mine. His touch sends a jolt through me, grounding and electric all at once. Come with me, he says suddenly, and I can tell it's a plea even before his eyes meet mine, earnest and a little scared. Really, I can't keep the surprise out of my voice. It's not just an invitation, it's a door to the part of his life he's kept under lock and key. Yeah, he gives a half smile. I don't want to do this alone, Nora. And just like that, my decision is made. Okay, I'll come. My response is firm, the words woven with the unspoken promise that I'm here for whatever he needs. His relief is palpable, but there's a hesitation in his smile, a flicker of concern that mirrors my own. Everyone at work will notice when neither one of us is there tomorrow. We both know what this means. Stepping out of town together raises questions we've carefully avoided at the office. The murmurs about our relationship, still a secret kept close to our chests, will only grow louder in our absence. But as I watch him, the man who's been my friend, my boss, and now something so much more, I can't bring myself to care about the wagging tongues and raised eyebrows. This isn't about optics or office politics. It's about being there for the person I love. Are you sure? I ask. Because it's one thing to face whispers behind your back, and it's another to invite them. Absolutely. His voice carries a certainty that makes me believe him, makes me believe in us. Okay, I say again, because what else is there to say? We're crossing into uncharted territory, but with Oliver, I feel fearless. As he clears the plates, I let my mind wander to the upcoming trip. I have no illusions about the challenge ahead. Going home is never simple, and for Oliver, it's a dive into deep waters. I catch myself worrying if I'll be enough, if my presence can offer any real solace against the history and hurt that awaits him. But then I look at him, see the determination set in his jaw, the way he seems to stand taller now that he's not facing this alone, and something inside me settles. I don't have all the answers, and maybe I won't always say the right thing or make the perfect choices, but none of that matters. What matters is that I'm committed to trying and to being the support he needs, in whatever form that takes. Hey, his voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Thank you for saying yes. I want to go, I reply, because that's the truth of it. No matter how hard this trip might be for him, or for us, I'd rather weather any storm by his side than take shelter on my own. Chapter 19. Oliver. The hum of the rental car is a soothing backdrop to my racing thoughts. I grip the steering wheel tighter as we pass the faded sign welcoming us to my hometown, a small blip on the map of Pennsylvania that seems forgotten by time and prosperity. Nora sits beside me, her gaze taking in the scenery with an insatiable curiosity that warms me. Wow, it's like time stood still here, she says, her breath fogging up the window as she leans closer to get a better look at the sleepy storefronts we pass. Yep, hasn't changed much since I was a kid, I respond, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. But how could it change? This town is a snapshot from a past life. My past life, one I left behind almost a decade ago when ambitions for something greater led me away. I steal a glance at Nora, expecting, what exactly? Pity? Discomfort? But she's just watching. her eyes reflecting a kind of tender understanding that makes me feel exposed, but not judged. It's a gift she has, to see things and somehow make them feel less daunting. And right now, I'm grateful for it because this place, these memories, they're heavy. Here we are, I announce as we turn onto a gravel driveway that leads to a cabin that appears so run down it looks like it might crumble if the wind blows too hard. My childhood home. Nora's hand finds mine. A silent show of solidarity that gives me the strength to put the car in park and face what comes next. We step out into the crisp air, and I'm hit with the smell of wet earth and wood smoke, a scent that feels like another lifetime. It definitely has character. She turns to survey the house. Her voice is gentle, without even a hint of the judgment I had braced myself for. Character, I chuckle despite the tightness in my chest. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. She steps closer, tilting her head as she examines the peeling paint and the shutters hanging askew. It tells a story. It's part of who you are. Her words aren't just empty platitudes. They're genuine, and they reach something deep inside me. Thanks, I don't know what else to say. How to convey the storm of emotions swirling inside me. The fear, the relief, the nostalgia. We walk up the steps together, the wooden planks creaking under our feet. I pause with my hand in a fist, drawing in a deep breath as I prepare to step back into a world I left behind. A world that shaped me, for better or worse. Ready? She asks, her eyes meeting mine. Ready, I affirm, though it feels like a lie. But with Nora here, standing firm by my side, maybe I can believe it's close enough to the truth. And then I knock. "Comin'," my mother's voice, one I haven't heard in person in years, says from inside. The hinges groan a protest as the door swings open, and there she is, my mom, framed in the hallway doorway like a relic from another life. It's not just the years that have carved deeper lines into her face. It's from living in this town, a place where dreams are as thin as the mountain air. Oliver, she breathes out my name, and it sounds like a prayer of thanks or maybe surprise. Her eyes flick to Nora beside me, and her smile broadens, crinkling the corners of those weary eyes. "And you must be Nora, Mrs. Wolf. It's so lovely to meet you," Nora says, with that grace she carries like an aura. My mom beams, and for a moment, I see a flicker of the woman who used to spin stories of the stars above our heads, to put me to sleep. "Call me Abigail, dear. Please come in. Don't mind the mess." She steps aside to let us pass. I'm hit by the familiar scent of pine and something else, stale time, maybe. The memories crowd in. Unbidden, the sharp words of local kids calling me professor in tones dripping with derision. My own parents echoing their disbelief at the dreams I harbored. How could their son, the one they raised in this forgotten corner of Pennsylvania, ever make something of himself? "Oliver," Nora's voice, laced with concern, pulls me back. "Sorry, just a lot of memories," I manage, forcing a smile. "Good ones, I hope," my mother chimes in, but the question is rhetorical. She's always been good at rewriting history, turning a blind eye to the bad parts. "Of course, Mom," I lie smoothly. We step further inside, and there's my dad, rising from his armchair with more effort than I remember. His hair has surrendered to gray, and his once broad shoulders seem fragile. "Son," his voice is gravelly, a testament to years spent working in the dusty environment of the lumber mill before it closed down. "Hey, Dad." The word feels foreign on my tongue, like speaking a language I've almost forgotten. He nods stiffly, and the silence stretches taut between us. There's too much history in the air. Too many arguments about practicality versus ambition that turn dinners into battlegrounds. But he's moving around well enough, puttering about the room, picking up discarded newspapers, straightening cushions, a silent battle against the chaos of his own body's decline. "House looks good," I say because the quiet is too loud, and I need to fill it with something. Anything. Keeps me busy. His gaze lands on Nora, and for a split second, I catch the glint of curiosity, perhaps even respect. Maybe it's her poised demeanor or the fact that she stands here in this rundown cabin, without a hint of discomfort. "Dad, this is Nora," I introduce them, and she extends a hand. "Mr. Wolf, it's a pleasure." "John's fine," he grunts, shaking her hand. "Thank you for having me." Nora continues, undeterred by the rough edges of my father's manners. Of course, he says, and there's a flicker of warmth there. Maybe it's the presence of an outsider. Or perhaps it's the realization that this woman standing in his living room represents a part of the success he never thought possible for his son. Let's sit down, Mom suggests, motioning towards the threadbare couch. I've made some iced tea. As we settle onto the cushions, the tension hovers like a third guest in the room. There's so much I want to say, so much that needs to be aired out. But the words stick in my throat. For now, we're just a family, awkwardly navigating the familiar dance of conversation. Each step measured, each turn calculated not to tread on old landmines. How are you feeling? I settle with asking my father. Good. He nods. I'm starting chemo next week. I'm gonna beat this thing. Mom sips her tea. He read that cancer patients who believe they'll get better have a higher chance of doing exactly that. That's wonderful, Nora says. I nod, at a loss for what to say. Another awkward silence stretches on until Nora finally breaks it. Did you both grow up in the area? She asks my parents. Mom chuckles, and her eyes twinkle with a hint of youth. Oh, honey, we're real mountain folk. We've been here longer than the trees. Dad grunts, but his lips twitch upwards in that half smile I recognize from early childhood. Your mother has a flair for dramatics. He catches her eye and winks. I stare at them, surprised. Somehow, their interaction feels lighter. They seem more like the couple from the faded photographs displayed on the mantel than the ones who used to argue about the absurdity of my dreams. Yeah, Mom continues, ignoring Dad's comment. We were high school sweethearts. I guess you could say this town is our beginning, middle, and end. She says it so matter-of-factly, as if being born living and dying in the same place is perfectly ordinary. To me, it sounds unimaginably monotonous. But Nora doesn't flinch or laugh. Instead, she leans in a little closer, her eyes shining with genuine interest. That's beautiful. She says, you've lived your whole lives together. Not many people can say that. I observe the exchange in stunned silence. Nora has always been open-minded and accepting, but her ease amidst this raw ruggedness catches me off guard. My mom seems spellbound by Nora too. She studies her for a moment before declaring, I think I like you, dear. What's not to like? Dad quips from his chair, earning a light smack on his arm from Mom. Everyone looks to me, for some reason. I take a long drink of my tea. Mom stands. Come on out back, Nora, and I'll show you the garden. I'd love to see it. Nora gives me an encouraging smile before disappearing into the sunlight with Mom. Dad clears his throat, breaking the silence that blankets the room like dust on an old bookshelf. I turn my attention to him, finding the same steel blue eyes that used to dissect every dream I dared to share. But today, they're softer, edged with something like regret. Been fixing up that old Chevy? I ask, grasping for the familiar, however thin it may be. Ah, she's long gone. He shifts in his recliner. Sold her for parts last summer. Sorry to hear that, I reply, not sure how much I mean it. The car had been one more thing we didn't see eye to eye on. A symbol of a time when I was supposed to follow in his footsteps, not jet off to build skylines. Life's full of surprises, he mutters, then falls silent again, his fingers tapping against the armrest. I watch him, this man who is my father yet feels like a stranger, mapped with wrinkles and weariness. When he finally speaks, his voice is almost drowned out by the hum of the old refrigerator. Oliver, he pauses, struggling with words that don't come easily. I've been thinking about things. Things, I echo, half expecting another lecture on practicality over pipe dreams. About you, about how wrong I was. There it is, the crack in his weathered facade. Never thought someone like me would raise a son who'd fly higher than these tired hills. Could ever dream of? I swallow hard. The weight of the years of arguing with my father when I lived in this house, pressing down on my chest. This is uncharted territory. Vulnerability was never welcome in this house. You've done good for yourself, boy, more than good. And his eyes meet mine, holding a sincerity that was absent in my youth. I'm proud of you, Oliver. Proud of all you've become. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the flippant dismissals of my childhood ambitions. Pride wasn't a currency we traded in, yet here it is, offered without expectation. For the first time, I see the man behind the calloused hands and stern frowns. A man shaped by a life of hard choices and harder consequences. "Thanks, Dad," I manage. "That means a lot." We sit in the dim light of the living room, the divide between us bridged by a few simple, heartfelt words. Slowly, the shadows cast by the past begin to recede, leaving room for something new to grow in their place. Chapter 20. Nora, stand on the cabin's porch, watching Oliver and his father share a moment that feels both monumental and overdue. There's a softness between them now, something that seemed impossible when we first arrived 2 days ago. It's as if the years of tension are unraveling before my eyes, leaving threads of understanding in their wake. Ready to head out, Oliver's voice pulls me from my thoughts. He looks different somehow, lighter. Maybe, almost, I say, turning back to the house for a moment. His mom is there, her eyes misty with a mother's bittersweet farewell. She gives me a tight hug, whispering a thank you that tells me she thinks I've somehow played a part in this family reconciliation, even though it was all of Oliver's own doing. "Take care of him," she pulls back to look at me. "I will, I promise," feeling the weight of her trust like a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Goodbye, Mr. Wolf," I call out as Oliver takes my hand, leading me down the steps to where our rental car waits. His dad nods at us from the doorway, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Drive safe, you two," he says, and it's the warmth in his voice rather than the words themselves that makes me smile. We settle into the car, the engine humming to life beneath us. Oliver doesn't pull away immediately, instead taking a moment to glance in the rearview mirror at the figures of his parents on the porch. "Everything okay?" I ask, sensing the swirl of emotions that must be coursing through him. He exhales, a long breath that seems to carry the burden of a past he's only just beginning to make peace with. "Yeah," he says, finally shifting the car into drive. "Just a lot to process, you know?" I nod because I do know. This trip has peeled back layers of Oliver's life that he'd kept hidden even from himself, revealing truths that are both painful and necessary. As we drive away, I can feel the shift between us, an unspoken understanding that we're leaving behind more than just a visit to his hometown. "Thank you for being here with me," he says after a few miles, his hand finding mine across the center console. Of course, I give his hand a gentle squeeze. That's what you do when you care about someone. You stand by them as they face their ghosts, and you walk with them toward whatever comes next. And right now, what comes next is a small airport, a private jet, and the sprawling cityscape of Chicago waiting to welcome us home. The road unfurls before us, a ribbon of asphalt that cuts through the rolling hills and farmlands of Oliver's past. Trees blur into green smudges on either side as we drive through the country. I'm in the passenger seat, my gaze shifting between the landscape and the man at the wheel, Oliver, who seems to both navigate and escape this part of his life with every mile we put behind us. "Hard to believe this was all you knew once upon a time," I eventually say. "It's such a small area." It's not just small talk. I'm genuinely curious about what it feels like for him to be back here. He lets out a soft chuckle, one that doesn't sound happy. "Yeah, it is." His grip tightens on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. Every time I come back, it's like stepping into a pair of old shoes that don't fit anymore. I turn toward him, watching the play of emotions across his face. There's a vulnerability there that he rarely shows, a crack in the facade that's as disarming as it is endearing. "Does it make you feel, I don't know, trapped?" "A little," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. "When I'm here, I feel like that kid again. The one who used to lie in the grass, staring up at the sky, dreaming of another life." He glances at me, a wistful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "A life that didn't involve becoming my father." My heart twinges in sympathy. "Those dreams brought you pretty far, though. You've built something amazing, Oliver, your own legacy." He sighs, still processing the visit as the car speeds along. "That's true, and yet, coming back here." He trails off, shaking his head as if to dispel the ghosts of memory. "It's a reminder of where I started, of all the things I wanted to leave behind." You did leave the things you didn't want behind. You're not that kid anymore. And your dreams, you're living them every single day. Oliver looks at me then, really looks at me, and there's a depth of gratitude in his gaze that tells me he understands. His hand flips over, fingers intertwining with mine. A silent thank you that resonates more deeply than words ever could. "Thanks," he says, and I know he means it for more than just my words. For being here with him in this town, in this car, on this journey back to where it all began, and forward to where we're meant to go. "Hey," he adds. "Yeah," I tip my chin up. "How about some snacks for the plane?" "Your fancy private jet has snacks," I counter playfully, recalling just how nice the fresh fruit and slow-cooked chicken were on the way to Pennsylvania. "Not junk food," he grins. "True," I giggle. "Let's stop and get some junk food." He must know what's around the corner, because a minute later, we're pulling into a grocery store that looks like it's been around for 50 years. The bell above the door jingles as we step into the old place, the smell of fresh produce and baked bread enveloping us. I trail behind Oliver as we weave through the aisles. We're both in comfortable travel clothes, but Oliver still has that air about him, the one that says he's somebody. Maybe it's the way he carries himself or the cut of his jeans that are just a bit too good for this small-town scene. Oliver Wolf, a voice cuts through the hum of the refrigeration units. A burly man in a flannel shirt and worn-out jeans approaches us with a broad grin. "Is that really you, Mr. Kowalski?" Oliver asks, with recognition sparking in his eyes after a moment's hesitation. "Huh, look at you, all grown up and successful." Mr. Kowalski beams, his hand outstretched. "You brought pride to this little town, you know." Oliver's shock is almost palpable. He takes the man's hand in a firm grip, shaking it while a flush creeps onto his cheeks. "Thank you, sir. That means a lot." "Ah, don't thank me. You did all the hard work." Mr. Kowalski pats Oliver on the shoulder before turning back to his shopping. "Good to see you, son." We watch him walk away before Oliver turns to me, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That was my high school woodshop teacher. He once told me I'd never amount to anything if I didn't learn to work with my hands." Looks like he changed his tune. I try to hide my grin as I pick up a bag of trail mix and toss it into our cart. "Yeah," Oliver mutters, still stunned. "Yeah, I guess he did." The private jet's engines were like a whisper of the future. As I follow Oliver up the sleek silver stairs, the sun glints off the fuselage, casting a warm glow over us. Oliver pauses at the top, and our gazes lock for an eternity in a second. "Chicago won't know what hit it," I say, aiming for lightness, but my voice betrays the weight on my chest. Oliver half smiles, the corners of his mouth lifting in a way that says there's more on his mind. "We're flying back to our life there, but part of me is still here," he says, his gaze turning to take in the small airport, the town beyond it hidden in miles of trees. I step closer to him, aware of the space where the jet's luxury cabin begins and the rest of the world ends. "You're thinking about doing something for this place, aren't you?" It's not a question. It's more of a realization aloud. He nods, finally stepping onto the plane. "Yeah. It's strange, Nora. I spent so long wanting to escape, to prove myself beyond these borders. And now," he trails off, biting his lip like he's measuring his next words. "Tell me," I urge gently, following him inside. "Now, I want to give back." His voice is barely above a whisper, but it resonates through the empty cabin. "I need to see my parents more, too. They're not getting any younger, and I've missed out on a lot." "Then we'll make it happen," I declare with more certainty than I feel, because it's one thing to support Oliver's dreams, and it's another to intertwine them with my own life. His hand finds mine, fingers lacing naturally. "Thank you for coming with me. You didn't have to, but you did." "Thank you for inviting me," I say, squeezing his hand. "Seeing where you came from, meeting your family, it's been important." He finishes for me. "It's important. You're important." "Oliver," I whisper, my throat tight with emotions I can't fully name. "You don't understand how much you mean to me, too." He pulls me in then, his embrace a promise of partnership, of shared futures and mended pasts. I let myself melt into him, my head fitting perfectly under his chin. As the engines roar to life, signaling our departure, I realize that it doesn't even matter where this jet takes us. My most important journey will always be with Oliver. My heart races. No, it doesn't just race, it soars, ready to navigate whatever skies lie ahead. Chapter 21. Oliver. The first sliver of morning light spills into the bedroom, and I blink the sleep from my eyes. Beside me, Nora stirs, her hair a wild cascade over the pillow. It's an intimacy I've come to cherish in the short time since we've reconnected. "Morning," I murmur, my voice rough with sleep as I prop myself up on one elbow to look at her. "Hey," her voice is soft, drenched in the remnants of dreams and the quiet comfort of our shared warmth. She turns to face me, and even in the dim light, I can see the sleepy smile tugging at her lips. "Welcome back to Chicago," I say, though it feels like we never left, not really. Pennsylvania was a necessary detour, a step back into my past, but this, her apartment, her presence, it's home. Back to the grind today, she stretches languidly, the movement causing the sheets to slip just a bit, and I catch a glimpse of the curve of her shoulder. I have to quell the urge to trace its arc with my fingertips. Eventually, I reply, the word hanging between us like a promise yet to be fulfilled. But for now, this is perfect. We share a moment, a suspended second where the world outside her bedroom doesn't exist. It's just Nora and me. To people who've found each other again after years and against odds that would have had Vegas. Bookie's sweating. "Oliver," her voice breaks through my reverie. "Yeah," I lean closer, drawn by the magnetic pull of her ocean-deep eyes. "Shut up and kiss me." I wasn't even talking. "I know," she grins. I laugh, a real, throaty sound that seems to echo around the room, and oblige. Our lips meet, a gentle collision that grows more insistent with every passing second. The kiss is a conversation without words, a dialogue of give and take that says everything about how we feel, without uttering a single syllable. "Your laugh," she breathes against my lips, pulling away just enough to speak. "I missed it all these years." "Missed yours more," I counter, unable to help the grin splitting my face. "Impossible. Is not. Is too." Our laughter intertwines, a melodious duet that fills the room. It's easy, this banter. This teasing that's as natural as breathing. I hadn't realized how much I craved this lightness. This joy that seems to bubble up effortlessly when I'm with her. "Okay, maybe it's a tie," I concede, my voice barely above a whisper as I brush a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Better." She pulls me down for another kiss, sealing the truce in the sweetest way possible. We're two adults with responsibilities and ambitions, but right now, none of that matters. Right now, it's just the simple pleasure of being together, of waking up next to someone who makes every morning feel like the first page of a promising new chapter. "I need to get going soon," I say, both wanting to get to work and hating that I need to. "Not without breakfast, you're not." She hops out of bed and pulls on some clothes. "Go take a shower and I'll get it started." "Yes, Mum," I answer with a grin. 10 minutes later, freshly showered, I walk into her kitchen. The sizzle of eggs in the skillet is a symphony to my still drowsy senses. Nora moves around the small space with an ease that speaks volumes about her connection to this place. It's part of her. Every pot and pan an extension of her capable hands. She's in a loose-fitting shirt, and it makes her look irresistibly domestic and yet so very much herself. "Pass me the salt?" she asks without turning, and I slide the shaker across the counter towards her. The intimacy of the moment seizes me. Here we are, sharing the simple act of preparing breakfast as if it's something we've done 1,000 times before. I lean against the counter, watching her shake the salt over the eggs. My heart swells at the sight. "Nora, you know, being back in Pennsylvania with you, it meant everything." She meets my eyes, her smile gentle. "I'm glad I was there with you. It's where I wanted to be." There's a weight on my chest, a pressure building up behind the words "I love you." They're ready to spill out, desperate to make themselves known, but I hold them back. Not yet. Not until we have a moment that's as perfect as this one, but that doesn't need to be interrupted by rushing off to work. Breakfast finds its way to our plates, and we sit at her small kitchen table, knees touching. We eat in companionable silence, interrupted by brief exchanges and shared smiles. The coffee is strong and helps clear the last remnants of sleep from my mind. I drink in the details of her apartment, the way the morning light spills through the window, the fresh flowers on the windowsill, the printed photos of her family on the fridge. This is Nora, thoughtful, deliberate, beautiful in her attention to detail. Eventually, dishes clatter as we clean up together, movements synchronized. A dance we're both learning the steps to. It's time for the world outside to reclaim us, but for now, this bubble of serenity cocoons us from the demands of the day ahead. We head down to the car, and I feel a sense of pride as Nora slides into the passenger seat next to me. The drive to work is filled with the hum of the city waking up, but inside our little bubble, it's just us. I glance at Nora, catching her watching the buildings pass by. A softness in her gaze. Thinking about the day ahead, I probe, knowing how her mind works, always ticking through the next challenge, the next argument. Actually, she turns to me, her eyes alight with something like mischief. I was thinking about how everyone at your office will react, you know, when we come in together. Are you sure that's what you want to do? We can walk in separately. Let them react, I say, more confidently than I feel. But really, what does it matter? My company, my rules, or lack thereof. I've always believed corporate policies shouldn't dictate people's private lives, and I don't forbid my employees from dating each other. Why should I hide when I've got no reason to? Oliver, you're grinning like the Cheshire Cat, she teases. She's right. I am. It's liberating, not having to conceal the truth about us, especially when that truth feels as essential as breathing. Can you blame me? I ask, reaching over to squeeze her hand. I'm with the woman who's making every day seem like the best one ever. She squeezes back, and in that small gesture, I find all the reassurance I need. Yes, today is good. And tomorrow? Well, it might just be better. Downtown, the revolving doors of my building whisk Nora and me from the crisp Chicago morning into the bustling lobby, alive with the hum of industry. The air is thick with the scent of freshly brewed coffee and ambition, and I drink it in. Morning, Mr. Wolf. The security guard nods with a knowing smile as we pass. I return the gesture, the grin on my face irrepressible. Morning, Jerry. I squeeze Nora's hand briefly before letting go. Professionalism still has its place, but I'm looking forward to the moment when we can touch again and not be boxed in by the four walls of work. As we make our way to the elevators, I sense the shift around us. It's subtle, a pause in conversation here, a quick double take there, but unmistakable. They're watching us and have probably been anticipating our arrival since word got out about us leaving town at the same time. But rather than the unease I might have expected, there's a buoyancy in my step. Let them look. Let them see. Seems like you've caused quite the stir, Nora murmurs, her voice laced with amusement. Us, I correct gently, pressing the call button. We've caused quite the stir. The elevator dings its arrival, and we step inside, joining a couple of colleagues who are doing their best not to stare. I lean back against the wall, content to simply exist in this shared space with her. When the doors slide shut, it's as though we're sealed off from the world, if only for the duration of the ride. Nora smiles at me when the others in the elevator aren't looking, and it's like the sun breaking through clouds after a stormy day. We reach our floor, and as the doors open, I hold her back for a moment, the others filtering out ahead of us. Tonight, I whisper against her lips, the words barely audible even to my own ears. I'll be counting the minutes. Me too, she whispers back, and there's a hint of reluctance as she pulls away, stepping back into the role of Nora the lawyer. With a final, lingering look, she turns to leave, heading toward her own battles of the day. And I watch her go, feeling like the luckiest man on earth to have her in my corner, in my life, in my heart. And tonight, she'll be in my home once again, where I'll have the chance to tell her everything, how she's become my dream, my balance, my everything, just not yet, not until the time is right. Turning to my own domain, the quiet hum of the office greets me like an old friend. My footsteps are soft on the plush carpet as I head towards the sprawling desk that has become my command center. There's something different about it today. Maybe it's the light diffused through the floor-to-ceiling windows, or perhaps it's just the residual glow from Nora's presence. I've barely settled into my leather chair when the phone rings, shattering the calm of the morning. It's a New York number, one I don't recognize, but intuition nudges me to answer. I swipe at the screen, pressing the phone to my ear. Oliver Wolf. Mr. Wolf, it's Greg Dalton from Dalton Realty, comes the crisp reply, and my pulse quickens. I believe you'll be interested to know that the riverfront property is finally on the market. My breath catches. That piece of land has been the white whale of my portfolio. the elusive prize I've circled around for years. Situated along New York's Hudson River, it's the perfect canvas for luxury living spaces. Spaces I've envisioned down to the last brick and granite countertop. "Greg, you have my full attention," I say. My voice steady despite the excitement thrumming beneath my skin. "What's the asking price?" There's a brief pause as he relays the numbers, a hefty sum. But nothing unexpected for prime New York real estate with a river view. I lean back, fingers tapping against the surface of my desk. It's a gamble, undoubtedly. Everyone is champing at the bit, trying to get this building. Securing this property would mean long hours, late nights, probably a good deal of whining and dining the current owner, and less time for everything else. But isn't that what I thrive on? The challenge, the chase, the conquest. Put in a bid at the asking price, I decide. My decision's swift. And Greg, add a little extra on top. I want this land, and I'm not in the mood for a bidding war. Understood. I'll get the paperwork started. Thanks, I hang up. My heart is racing now, but it's not just the thrill of the deal. It's also the realization that this new project could tip the scales of my carefully balanced life. With this property, I'll have an even bigger hand in the real estate game on the East Coast. I'll be unstoppable. This could be the crown jewel of my career, a testament to ambition and architecture. It could be the reason that finally, after all these years, I might feel like I've made it. I might finally be done with running. Chapter 22. Nora. The click of the door signals Oliver's departure, and my office suddenly feels too big, too quiet. I press my lips together, trying to hold onto the warmth from his kiss that still lingers like a promise. My heart sinks a little with the knowledge we won't be spending time together tonight over takeout and bad TV. He's off to New York City, barely 12 hours since we returned from Pennsylvania, to try and secure a deal, which leaves me here alone, missing him. And I get it. Big deals wait for no one. I would never dare ask him to skip out on something so important. Plus, most likely he'll be home tomorrow night, and we'll catch up then. As I sit down, the leather chair protests with a familiar creak, grounding me back in reality. I scan the mountain of paperwork on my desk, each file a silent adversary waiting to be conquered. The cursor on my laptop blinks expectantly, and I dive into the fray. I'm knee-deep in deposition transcripts when the nausea hits, a sudden wave. That makes my stomach churn. I grimace, willing it to pass as I place a hand against my forehead. Exhaustion cloaks me like a heavy blanket, pressing down on my shoulders. It's not even noon, but it already feels like a long day. I must be tired from the travel, and maybe I didn't eat enough this morning. I try to focus on the words in front of me, but they blur, swimming across the page until I can't tell where one document ends and another begins. "Get it together, Nora," I mutter, but my body rebels against the command. This is not just fatigue. It's a bone-deep weariness that whispers it's time to call it a day. Am I getting sick? I gather my things slowly, my movements sluggish. The offices around me are a flurry of activity. I wish I could at least kiss Oliver goodbye one more time, but he's already headed out. Downstairs, I skip heading straight to my car and instead walk down the street to a drugstore. The automatic doors swoosh open, and I stumble into the interior. A cool blast of air conditioning welcoming me. My fingers fiddle with the strap of my purse as I weave through aisles stocked with everything, from birthday cards to batteries. But I'm not here for any of that. I need something to quell this riot in my stomach and the pounding headache. That set up camp behind my eyes. Flu medicine, I mumble to myself, squinting at the dizzying array of options on the shelves. That must be what I'm coming down with. The last time I had the flu, it hit me just as quickly, sapping me of my strength and making me feel lightheaded. Antivirals, syrups, tablets, each promising speedy recovery. I grab a box that looks promising, the one with bold letters claiming fast relief. Maybe if I take this now and go home and sleep it off, I'll be able to head back to work tomorrow morning. My phone vibrates in my pocket, but I ignore it. Oliver's probably boarding his jet to New York by now, ready to dive headfirst into negotiations that could mean big things for his company. The thought should bring a smile and a feeling of pride for his relentless drive. Instead, there's only a tightness in my chest, a longing for the night we were supposed to have spent curled up on the couch, his arm around me. our favorite show playing in the background. Being sick makes me want him by my side even more, and I feel a little bit like a baby. Gripping the medicine, I shuffle for the checkout. That's when I see them, stacked neatly on a shelf near the pharmacy counter. Pregnancy tests. My heart stutters, an unexpected jolt that sends a tremor through me. Late. My period. It's late, and that never happens. Not once since I first got it. Not ever. Could I be? The question hangs in the air, absurd and terrifying all at once. And suddenly, the symptoms align in a different pattern. A tender breast here. A wave of unexplained fatigue there. And now the nausea that's more than just an upset stomach. I hesitate, caught in indecision. The flu medicine feels heavy in my hand. A tangible reminder of the logical explanation. But logic is waging a losing battle against the what-ifs swirling in my mind. Each possibility more potent than the last. Oh no, I whisper under my breath, with a resolve that surprises even me. I reach out and snatch one of the pregnancy tests from the shelf. Just one. Because maybe deep down, I'm hoping it's unnecessary. A precaution. A silly overreaction. Yet if I take one, I know I'll want to take another, just to be sure of the results. And so I go ahead and grab 2 more, bringing it to a total of 3. Next in line, the cashier's voice pulls me from my reverie. I approach the counter, items in hand, and offer up a weak smile. The cashier scans the boxes, oblivious to the internal chaos they've triggered. "Big night?" she asks casually. "Something like that," I reply, my voice barely above a murmur. I pay, the transaction mechanical, and gather my things. As I step back out into the bright light, the world seems to tilt on its axis. The familiar street looks different somehow, as if I'm seeing it through new eyes. Eyes that might soon be gazing upon a whole new life. I drive back to my street, where I quickly find parking, and then scramble up the building's front steps. The door to my apartment slams shut behind me with an urgency that matches the pounding of my heart. It's as if each thump is echoing the single question ricocheting through my mind. What if? Okay, I need to get a grip. I haven't even taken the tests yet, so I can't make any assumptions. I just need to cool my jets. In my bathroom, I line up the little white sticks on the cool marble countertop. Each one a silent sentinel waiting to weigh in on my future. The plastic wrappers crinkle as I tear them open one by sputtering one. Sitting on the edge of the tub, I follow the instructions that suddenly seem written in some alien language. Pee on the stick. Put it down flat. Don't touch it. Wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes that stretch and bend like some cruel joke of time. My fingers drum impatiently on the porcelain, and my mind is full of visions of Oliver. His warm smile, his ambitious spirit, the way his presence feels like coming home. Would he be thrilled? Scared? His dreams are big, and they have been since our college days. I wonder how a baby would fit into the grand blueprint of his life. More importantly, how does it fit into mine? I'm a lawyer, exceptionally good at my job, and I've fought tooth and nail to carve out my place. Are we even ready for this? Excitement flutters in my chest like a trapped bird, its wings beating against my ribs with every possibility that comes to mind. A baby, our baby. Little feet pattering across hardwood floors, tiny fingers wrapped around ours. But then there's fear, a creeping vine that wraps itself around my thoughts, squeezing until excitement gasps for air. What if something goes wrong? What if I'm not cut out for this? What if? Stop it, I scold myself. Worry has always had a way of clouding my judgment, shadowing the what could be with what if. But this is different. This isn't a case I can argue in court. There's no precedent to guide the way. This is life, unpredictable and untamed. The timer on my phone goes off. I nearly choke on my breath, the anticipation too much to handle. My hand shakes a little as I reach for the first test, then the second, and the third. Each one is a chapter waiting to be written, a story yet to unfold. Oliver's face flashes in my mind again, his eyes bright with the promise of the future. And I'm struck by a single, searing truth. Positive, positive, positive. Each one is a tiny pink plus sign. I'm pregnant. My heart catapults into overdrive, pounding a fierce rhythm that echoes through the silence of the room. A laugh spills out, tinged with disbelief and wonder, the sound bouncing off the tiles. Pregnant. Excitement bubbles up inside me, a fizzy concoction of joy and anticipation. It's as if a dam has burst within, flooding me with visions of tiny onesies, the smell of baby powder, and soft lullabies whispered in the dark. I imagine telling Oliver, seeing his expression morph from surprise to elation as he wraps his arms around me, his joy matching mine. But then, like a shadow creeping across the sun, fear slinks in. What about the work he's been so invested in? His company's expansion plans? We're both at the pinnacle of our careers. How will a baby fit into this carefully constructed life we've built? My mind races, thoughts tangling like the sheets on our bed after a restless night. Will he think it's too soon? That we should have planned better? He'll make an amazing father. I've never doubted that. But does he even want that? This is real. This changes everything. There's only one way to find out what he'll think of this. I reach for my phone, ready to call him. Then stop. I need to tell him in person. This moment deserves more than a hasty phone call or a text message lost amidst a sea of emojis and exclamation points. It needs to be tangible. We need to look into each other's eyes. I need to see his reaction in good time, be it good or bad. I'll wait for him to come home. When he walks through the door, weary from his flight, but still carrying that infectious energy that drew me to him. All those years ago, I'll take his hands in mine, and with a kiss, I'll usher him into a future brimming with possibility. For now, the secret dances within me, a silent symphony only I can hear. I tuck the tests away, a promise etched in pink, and straighten my spine. See you soon, Oliver, I whisper, a vow that stretches beyond the miles that separate us. We've got a surprise waiting for you. Chapter 23. Oliver. Sunlight filters through the oval window of the jet, casting a warm glow on the leather seat beside me. I lean back, fatigue from fighting for the riverfront deal settling into my bones. The property would be a game changer for the company, and I've done everything I can to secure it. Now, there's nothing to do but cross my fingers and wait. I fish my phone out of my pocket, thumbing through notifications until her name lights up the screen, Nora. A grin splits my face. It's only been a day, but that's too long to go without hearing her laugh or feeling her in my arms. This deal had me tied up in knots, but she's been my anchor, steadfast and true even from miles away. Missed you every second, I type, my heart hitching with each letter. I wait, eager for the ping of her reply. Counting down the minutes, she answers, a string of heart emojis trailing her text. Got something big to tell you. Can't wait. Something big. My pulse quickens at her cryptic message, anticipation mingling with a hint of anxiety. What could it be? A new opportunity at work? Or maybe something more personal? The possibilities send my mind racing. Can't wait to hear it. Landing soon. I'll be at the office in about an hour. I hit send, wishing the jet could fly faster. We haven't seen each other since I flew out for this last-minute meeting, and her absence feels like a hole in my day. The plane begins its descent, and as buildings and bridges come into sharper focus, my thoughts drift to Nora, to us, and to the future that awaits just beyond the horizon. Whatever it brings, we're ready. From the jet, I hop into my car and book it towards the office. I'm still riding high from the meeting, the adrenaline rush of closing in on a deal mixing with the buzz of seeing Nora. As I weave through the traffic, the city feels like it's mine, every skyscraper, every bustling street corner, a testament to dreams within reach. My phone vibrates against the console, and I snatch it up, expecting a message from Nora. Instead, Greg Dalton's name flashes across the screen. My heart hammers in my chest as I hit the speaker button. Oliver speaking. Morning, Oliver. Greg's voice comes through, bright and clear. Hope I caught you at a good time. Always a good time for good news, I reply, easing into the next lane as I sense where this is going. Then you're in luck. Your offer's been accepted. The riverfront property is yours. I grip the steering wheel tighter, a triumphant grin stretching across my face. That's incredible. Thank you for everything. Happy to be involved. That land's been waiting for someone like you. We exchange a few more pleasantries, discussing the next steps and timelines. This development is my newest legacy, a chance to sculpt the New York skyline. It'll take a higher degree of focus, though more flying back and forth than I've ever done before. but it will also put my hand into the New York real estate market in a big way. It'll be rough being away from Nora so much, but maybe she can come with me sometimes. Maybe I can get us an apartment in New York to stay at whenever we're there. As Greg and I hang up, I let out a whoop that echoes in the confines of the car. Years of planning, of schmoozing investors and crunching numbers, it's all coming together. Pulling into the parking garage beneath my office building, I'm practically vibrating with energy. The elevator ride to my floor is agonizingly slow, but when the doors finally slide open, I stride into my domain, ready to conquer. "Morning, Mr. Wolf." Sarah, one of my assistants, greets me with a stack of messages. "Morning, Sarah. Keep the coffee coming today. We're celebrating." "Will do, oh, and your dad called." I pause. My father's timing never fails to be inconvenient. "Thanks. I'll call him back later. There's too much to do right now. Meetings to set, plans to draft. I can't afford distractions. Not even from family." My office awaits, a panoramic view of the city spread out before me. I settle behind my desk, the leather chair embracing me like a throne. This is where I belong, where every decision shapes the future I envision. But before I dive into work, there's something else I need to do, or rather, someone that I need to kiss. Pulling out my phone, I send a quick text to tell Nora I'm here and ask her to come to my office whenever she gets a chance. The click of the door signals her arrival before I even see her. Looking up from my computer, I grin wide. She stands there for a moment, her figure silhouetted against the frosted glass. Indecision written in the way she holds herself, stiff yet uncertain. "Hey," I begin, pushing aside the blueprints sprawled across my desk, making space not just on the surface, but in my mind for whatever has brought that look to her eyes. "Oliver, we need to talk." Her voice is steady, but there's a tremor there, one that you wouldn't catch unless you knew her as well as I do. Of course, I get up and come around the desk, reaching my arms out to her. "What's up? Is everything okay?" "I hope so, I need to sit." But as she sits, it's clear this isn't about any case or contract clause. Nora fidgets, hands twisting in her lap, and suddenly I'm hyper-aware of every detail. The way the sunlight from the window catches in her hair, the faint scent of her perfume, the quick dart of her tongue across her lips before she speaks. "Oliver," she pauses, takes a deep breath, and when her eyes meet mine, they're brimming with an emotion I can't quite decipher. "Hey," I say again, softer this time. "Whatever it is, we can handle it." I take a seat on the edge of my desk, my gaze pinned on her. Her exhale is shaky, but when she speaks, her words are clear. "I'm pregnant, Oliver. We're going to have a baby." For a second, everything stops, the noise of the city below, the faint buzz of the office beyond these walls. It all fades into a stunned silence. A baby with Nora. Reality hits me like a freight train, and suddenly, I'm gasping for air. "Oliver," her voice is laced with concern now, and it snaps me back to the moment. "Wow, that's huge." My brain scrambles for purchase. Thoughts colliding, my dream property secured, the future I've meticulously planned. And now, a baby. How can we possibly handle it all? "Are you okay?" she asks, leaning forward, searching my face for clues. I can feel the panic clawing at my throat, the responsibility of raising a child bearing down on me. This wasn't part of the timeline, not yet. "Sorry, I just need a minute to process this." I stand abruptly, the room tilting slightly as I do. "It's not that I'm not happy, Nora. It's just a lot." She nods, but her eyes have dimmed, hurt flickering through them before she masks it with a nod. "I understand. Take the time you need, Oliver. We can talk later." She gets up and leaves before I can find the words to explain that I'm not running away from this, that I just need to align this new reality with the visions I've had for us. But she's gone, the door clicking shut behind her, leaving me alone with a racing heart and a future suddenly filled with more questions than answers. I sink back into my chair, leather creaking under my weight, and stare out the window. Until today, success was as simple as acquiring the next big property, expanding the empire, proving I could take the business to heights others have never even imagined. But kids, they're not just another skyscraper on the horizon. They're a seismic shift, a whole new city to navigate without a map. I drum my fingers on the desk, each tap echoing the rapid beat of my heart. It's not that I don't want kids, someday. Maybe when the lines around my eyes are a testament to years of triumphs rather than just stress and lack of sleep. But right now, I let out a heavy sigh, my gaze catching the mirror on the wall. The reflection staring back isn't the face of a man ready to be a father. It's someone who still feels too much like a kid playing at being an adult. I think about Nora, with her sharp intellect and the way she debates courtroom battles with the same passion I reserve for closing deals. She's always known what she wanted, and apparently, what she wants is this, us a family. I can't shake the feeling that I've taken a wrong turn somewhere. Did I make a mistake getting involved with Nora? When she re-entered my life, it felt like serendipity, a second chance at something that had once been just out of reach. But perhaps it was merely a detour from the path I'd laid out for myself. I've spent my life planning every move, calculating risks, and ensuring each step I took was measured and sure. A baby Nora, their variables I never accounted for, and now, my carefully curated world is threatening to spiral into chaos. Maybe I'm not cut out for this, I whisper to the empty room. The silence doesn't argue, it just swallows my words, indifferent to the turmoil inside me. I stand and pace the confines of my office, hands raking through my hair. This vulnerability, this uncharted emotional territory, it leaves me defenseless and weak. How am I supposed to lead a company and shape the very skylines of Chicago and New York if the thought of being someone's dad sends me spiraling? I stop pacing and lean against the cool glass. Maybe I'm not the visionary I thought I was. Maybe I'm just a guy who got lucky with numbers and now is realizing he's not cut out for this life. I do know one thing, though. Kids aren't right for me. Not now. And the gnawing doubt that's been quietly eating away at me seems to grow teeth. Maybe they'll never be. Damn it, I sigh, my reflection frowning back at me, trapped behind the glass. Why now? Chapter 24. Nora. The lingering scent of coffee and copier toner hangs in the air, a testament to the day's labors as I stand frozen in the hallway. My co-workers are finishing out the day all around me while I'm just standing here, rooted before the corridor leading to Oliver's office, the thought of our earlier conversation anchoring me to the spot. Go to him, murmurs a voice inside my head, but it's a whisper drowned out by the thunderous echo of his words. I need some time to think. The afternoon has been a desert of silence, mirroring the arid space growing between us. I move one foot forward, then halt. My mind races through possible scenarios, each more desperate than the last. Should I apologize? The thought is laughable. Apologize for what, exactly? It took both of us to get into this situation. Then what should I do? Demand a response? Coax him into understanding? But the idea of pleading for his attention scrapes at my dignity like nails on a chalkboard. It's so strange. I hoped he would be happy about the pregnancy news, but instead he turned into a man I'd never met, cold, distant, reserved. It breaks my heart to even remember the moment, the look in his eyes. A pregnancy should be a cause for celebration, and yet today it's a wedge between me and the man I love. Love, what a funny word. Does Oliver even feel an ounce of love for me? Or have these weeks together been nothing but fun to him? Have I grossly misunderstood the situation? With a deep breath that does little to steady my nerves, I turn away from the path to his office. My purse feels heavy as I sling it over my shoulder, its contents now seemingly made of lead. I walk through the deserted foyer, my stomach sinking with each step. The city greets me with its usual indifference, the sun dipping low as if avoiding eye contact. It's a short drive to my apartment, but today it feels like an odyssey. With every turn of the wheels, I replay the moment of revelation. Oliver's eyes wide with shock rather than joy, the color draining from his face as if I'd announced a death rather than a life. Pull yourself together, I mutter under my breath, scolding myself for the tears that threatened to spill. By the time I reach my building, the rolled down window and biting wind have done their job. My cheeks are dry and my resolve hardened. Inside, my apartment offers me cold comfort. The walls seem to lean in, curious about the outcome they missed. Lynn will be here for dinner any minute, and I'm not sure how to shape the words that will paint the picture of my crumbling fairy tale. Shock, I whisper to the empty room. How could he be shocked? We are adults, aren't we? We knew the risks and embraced the passion that comes with new love. but apparently, we hadn't braced for consequences. I sink onto the couch, the cushions accepting my weight without judgment. The silence here is different. It's waiting, expectant, as am I, with a life within that is already rewriting my future. Oliver's still at work, probably ensconced in his office as he grapples with a reality that bends the framework of his meticulously planned existence. Where do we go from here? I ask the silence, knowing it won't answer, that the next move is mine to make. And as I wait for Lynn, for the comfort of familiarity amidst the chaos, I know one thing for certain. I'm keeping this baby, with or without Oliver Wolf. There's a knock on my door, and I hurry to answer it. Lynn sweeps into my apartment like a gust of wind. She's bearing takeout, pad thai, our favorite comfort food, and a grin that falters when she sees me. Hey, I start, but my voice is teetering on the edge of breaking. So I clear my throat and try again. Hey. Ho. She sets down the bags of food on the coffee table and eyes me with a mix of concern and curiosity. What happened? You look like you've been through the ringer. I sink back into the couch, the cushions no more comforting now than they were when I was alone. My cousin sits beside me, her proximity both soothing and a reminder that I need to unpack the chaos swirling inside me. Is it Ollie? She asks. Did something happen between you two? I suck in a long, difficult breath. Yeah, kind of. My fingers trace the pattern on the fabric of the couch, unwilling to meet her gaze just yet. I'm pregnant, I blurt out, the words hanging between us before gravity pulls them down. Heavy with implication. Lynn's silence is deafening. Then she grabs my hands, squeezing tight. Oh my God, Nora. Are you okay? What did Oliver say? Shocked, I mutter, and I can feel Lynn's grip tighten, protective fury warming her touch. He couldn't even talk to me, just said he needed time to think and shut himself away. Time to think. She practically spits out the words. It takes two to tango, Nora. He has no right to act like this is some kind of inconvenience. Her anger crackles, a fire ready to consume. But as much as I wanted to feed it, to let it burn away my hurt, I can't. Because despite everything, part of me still clings to the hope that Oliver will come around. That he'll be the partner I thought he could be. Maybe he just needs a moment, I say. But it feels like I'm trying to convince myself more than Lynn. A moment, she scoffs, shaking her head. No, he needs a reality check. You're amazing, Nora. You'll be an incredible mother, with or without him. Thanks, I whisper, feeling the sting of tears threatening to spill over. Lynn wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me into a hug. Even though she's shorter than me by a good 4 inches, her embrace is big and warm. And for the first time since the morning, I feel somewhat safe. We sit there in silence for a few minutes. The apartment is quiet, save for the muffled sound of the city outside. From somewhere in the distance, I can hear the familiar hum of traffic, punctuated by a car horn or two. Inside my own walls, though, it's eerily silent, as if everything is on pause. I'll be here for you, Nora, she finally says, breaking the stillness, no matter what happens. I'm scared, Lynn, I confess quietly, feeling my voice wobble from the uncertainty of what the future holds. She squeezes my hand in reassurance, her thumb brushing soothing circles over my knuckles. Of course you're scared. This is huge. But remember that huge doesn't mean impossible. Her words are a balm, the exact mix of honesty and comfort I need right now. I draw in a shaky breath, letting it out in a slow exhale. For the first time since the storm hit, I feel the clouds parting, even if just a tiny bit. With determined motions, she unpacks our food, pad thai wafting its earthy aroma around us and making my stomach growl with hunger. I hadn't realized I'd felt. She hands me a container and a pair of chopsticks, flashing me a small, encouraging smile. Let's eat before we figure anything out, she says gently. You need your strength. I nod, mechanically picking up a noodle with my chopsticks. The food tastes like a mix of tangy tamarind and sweet peanuts, the comfort of familiarity chasing away some of the bitter taste from earlier. Even as I eat, though, I need to talk. We had such a good time in Pennsylvania. He was so grateful to have me with him, I thought. I thought he would be happy, that he would want this baby. My lower lip quivers. She sighs. I'm sorry, Nora, but I have to be honest. Oliver comes first in his world. He's always made that clear. He cares more about success than anything else or anyone else. My guess is he's freaked out because the responsibility of family life will get in the way of his work. She snorts. Even though he could hire a dozen nannies and never once have to change a diaper. I don't want that. I shake my head. I want a partner to raise my baby with. Lynn nods sadly. I know you do, and you deserve that. It just might not be him. I look down at my plate, tears blurring my vision. Hey. She sets her food aside and takes my hands. I didn't say that to upset you. You just have to be prepared for the possibility, okay? And if he can't step up, then he doesn't deserve you or this baby. I sniffle as she reaches over to swipe a tear from my cheek. It just hurts, you know? Of course it does. Her voice is soft, empathetic. Love is complicated and messy and unpredictable, but it's also resilient and strong and beautiful. She squeezes my hands tighter, catching my eye. And I know you have so much love in that big heart of yours, Nora. Enough for you and your baby. Whether Oliver's there or not. I manage a watery smile at that. You really think so? I know so, she replies firmly. But if you need me to go over there and kick his ass, I will. That makes me laugh. Just a little, enough to feel the familiar crinkle around my eyes. Enough to give me a sliver of hope amidst the storm. I'll hold you to that, I tell her, my voice just a notch stronger than before. I set the pad thai aside, sated and suddenly feeling exhausted. It's been a whirlwind of emotions, and my body's just about ready to call it quits for the day. Lynn seems to get it because she starts clearing our food away, leaving me on the couch. I watch her move around my apartment with an ease that's almost enviable. She's always been like this, able to adapt and adjust every time life throws her curveballs. She returns with a glass of water for me, setting it down on the coffee table with a soft clink. You should get some rest. I'll sleep over tonight. I can crash on the couch. You don't have to. Well, I am. My shift doesn't start till tomorrow night anyway. Okay. I nod and relax a little more, comforted by her presence. What will my parents think? You're a grown woman, Nora. You're allowed to become a mom whenever you choose. It doesn't matter what they think. Yeah, I agree. Still sure they'll be disappointed if I have to tell them I'm becoming a single mother by choice. Then again, maybe it's my own disappointment I'm really worried about. I've always wanted a family, and for me that includes a partner to raise kids with. It's not me juggling everything on my own. How does a bath sound? Lynn suggests. That might help you relax. I nod, pushing myself off the couch and wobbling towards my bathroom. Lynn's concerned gaze following me. I fumble for the light switch and am greeted by the soft glow of the small overhead lamp that casts long, eerie shadows across the pristine white tiles. With a sigh, I lean against the counter, taking in my reflection in the mirror. My eyes look tired, shadows under them deeper than usual. My hair, usually sleek and shiny, is a frizzy mess. For a moment, I just stand there staring at myself, taking in all the changes that have suddenly erupted in my life. You look like hell, I mutter to my reflection. But beneath the layers of exhaustion and distress, I can see it, a fierce determination that has always been my driving force. This week threw a curveball my way, and even though things are tough right now, I know that I'll pull through. Not only that, but I'll come out stronger on the other end. With or without Oliver Wolf. Chapter 25. Oliver. I shuffle paper, pens, and knickknacks across my desk, trying to arrange the chaos into something resembling order. It's a futile attempt at normalcy on a morning that's anything but. The numbers and figures on the contract before me might as well be in ancient Greek, for all the sense they make. I need to focus, need to get it together. But it's no use. Nora's face swims before my eyes, her voice echoing the words that have knocked my world off its axis. Pregnant. She's pregnant. And despite the myriad of emotions tangled up inside me, there's an undercurrent of something else. Something that feels suspiciously like excitement. A knock on the door pulls me from my reverie, and I bark a curt, "Come in." "Hey, boss, you wanted me to look over the Phelps file, Alex." One of my assistants steps in, his tone eager, eyes bright. "Change of plans," I say, forcing my attention back to the papers strewn across my desk. "Could you take this contract down to, actually, hold on." I pause, scanning the document for the 100th time, pretending to search for something I've missed. The truth is, I need a moment longer to wallow in thoughts of Nora, to wonder about the tiny life we created and what it means for our future. Oliver, Alex prompts, tilting his head slightly. Right, sorry. I shake my head, clearing the fog of daydreams. Can you get these to Nora? She'll know what to do. About that, Alex hesitates in a way that tells me I'm not going to like what comes next. Nora called in sick today, said she wasn't feeling well. Sick. My heart clenches at the thought of Nora alone, dealing with whatever sickness that must have hit her. Is it something related to her pregnancy? The urge to rush to her side battles with the responsibilities that anchor me to this office. In the end, I stay firmly seated in my chair. Okay, I manage to keep my voice steady. Just leave them with me then. I'll handle it. Sure thing. Alex places the file back on my desk, eyes lingering on me for a moment too long. He can probably see the worry etched on my face, the distraction I can't quite hide. Thanks, Alex, I say, dismissing him with a nod. As soon as the door clicks shut, my mind races with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. What if something's wrong? What if Nora needs me and I'm just sitting here, shuffling papers around like they mean anything compared to her and our baby? Get a grip, I mutter, pushing back from the desk, but my hands are shaking, betraying the cool exterior I'm desperately trying to maintain. I stare at the closed door, half tempted to go after her, then back at the silent phone on my desk. I should call her up instead and make sure she's okay. Work, I whisper, a lifeline in the storm of uncertainty. Focus on work. But as I try to bury myself in my tasks, every fiber of my being knows the truth. I'm just killing time until I can see her again, until I can figure this whole mess out. The phone rings, a shrill echo in the silence of my office. I almost don't answer, my head in a fog of work and Nora's absence. But it's Dad, and who knows if he's calling with good or bad news. I ignored his last couple of calls. Not exactly the new leaf I planned on turning over when it comes to him. So I swipe at the screen, pressing the speaker to my ear. Hey Dad, I say, trying to sound normal. Oliver, son, just wanted to give you an update. His voice is surprisingly upbeat. Considering the circumstances, chemo went well today. Knocked me on my ass, but the doc says that's to be expected. Relief washes through me. That's great to hear, Dad, really. Yeah. But enough about me. How's Nora? He asks, and there's a subtle shift in his tone, like he's squinting over the line, trying to read my face. I stumble over my words, scrambling for an excuse, under the weather. Called in sick today. Sorry to hear that. You okay? You sound off, he probes. Everything's fine, I lie, glancing at my watch, feeling the walls close in. Actually, Dad, I'm swamped here. Can we catch up later? Of course. Take care of yourself, kid. Will do. I hang up before he can ask any more questions that I have to lie about. I sink back into my chair, rubbing my temples. The truth is a boulder in my throat, heavy and immovable. A baby Nora and I are having a baby. The door swings open without so much as a knock, and Ben strides in, all confidence and perfectly pressed suit. Ollie, we've got to roll out. The client's waiting at the restaurant. You got the files ready to go, right? Yes, I mutter, grabbing the folder off my desk. The one thing tethering me to reality right now. Everything cool. He eyes me, a flicker of concern beneath his professional facade. Fine, just fine, I say, plastering on a smile as we head out the door. At the restaurant, conversation swirls around me. I nod where appropriate and laugh on cue. But my mind is miles away, tangled up with Nora. Does she regret telling me? Is she lying alone somewhere, scared and uncertain, just like I am? Oliver, what's your take on the proposed expansion? Asks the client, snapping me back to the present. Expansion it's necessary. Growth is key, I say. Parroting lines I've said 100 times before, but my heart isn't in it. Throughout lunch, I shuffle food around my plate, pretending to eat while lost in thought. Nora might hate me for my lack of composure through all of this, for my inability to immediately embrace this new reality. And now, she's unreachable. A silent void where her voice should be. I could call her up. It should be that easy. But the truth is that it's anything but. Because how can I call her up when I have nothing to say? Not yet, anyway. Should we consider a stepped approach to the investment? Ben chimes in, seamlessly picking up my slack. Stepped approach, I echo, my voice distant. Yeah, minimize risk. Ben shoots me a look, clearly noting my disengagement, but I can't bring myself to care. All I can think about is how the ground has shifted beneath my feet, how the future is suddenly an abstract painting, beautiful but indecipherable. Maybe I should step back from Nora, make it a clean break, and just support the kid financially. But even as the thought crosses my mind, it feels like a betrayal. A child needs their father, doesn't it? Then again, don't they deserve better than a distracted, overwhelmed mess of a man? That's who I will be if we maintain a relationship. I could never be truly available. Not in the way every kid deserves. Oliver, Ben nudges me, pulling me back once again. Sorry, I mumble. What were we discussing? Never mind, we'll cover it later, he says, giving me a long, searching look that I don't meet. The meeting drags on forever, or maybe it's just me, stuck in a loop of dread and longing, counting the seconds until I can escape and maybe, somehow, set things right. The clink of silverware against porcelain finally fades as the last of our clients shake hands and file out of the upscale restaurant. I'm left staring at the remnants of a medium-rare steak, cut into pieces so small they could pass for a child's meal. I haven't touched more than a few bites. Oliver, Ben says, his voice low but insistent, you've been off all through lunch. Is everything okay? Fine, I answered it quickly, pushing my plate away with a clatter that feels too loud in the now quiet space. I can feel Ben's eyes on me, analytical and probing, but I don't meet them. His gaze is like a spotlight I can't escape, and I'm not ready to perform. Come on, man, you're usually on top of your game. You barely spoke up during the discussion about the expansion plans. He leans in closer, and I can tell he's not going to let this go without a fight. Ben, seriously, drop it. I snap. The words come out harsher than I intend, and something shifts in his expression, a mixture of concern and irritation. Fine, he says curtly, signaling the waiter for the check. There's a new distance between us, one that I've put there with my own hands, brick by defensive brick. As we walk out onto the bustling street, a cool breeze sweeps past, offering no relief from the heat rising inside me. I hate myself in this moment, for snapping at Ben, for avoiding my dad's questions, for not knowing how to deal with the news of Nora's pregnancy. It's like I'm watching myself ruin every good relationship I have, powerless to stop it. But then there's Riverside, the property I acquired after years of negotiations. It's the biggest project I've tackled yet, a sprawling development that could make or break my career. The pressure is immense and suffocating, and it's all I've got to cling to, a tangible goal in a sea of uncertainties. I need to focus, to pour everything I've got into making sure it's a success. No distractions, no slip-ups. That's what I keep telling myself, even as guilt gnaws at my conscience, reminding me that I'm failing Nora. I'm failing the baby. Look, Oliver, Ben tries again, his tone softer this time. Whatever it is, you don't have to handle it alone. I said drop it, Ben. My voice cuts through the noise of the city, and he noticeably flinches. But I can't seem to rein in the frustration, the sheer panic clawing at my throat, threatening to expose every vulnerability I've fought to keep hidden. All right, he holds up his hands in surrender, and I know I've pushed him too far. As he walks ahead to hail a cab, I fall into step behind him, feeling the chasm widen with every step. I should apologize and try to explain, but what would I even say? That I'm terrified of being a father? That the thought of balancing family and business feels like a puzzle with missing pieces? I feel like a terrible person even admitting those things to myself. I can't say them to someone else. Instead, I stay silent, hating myself more with each passing second because I know deep down that I'm making choices I might regret forever. But Riverside won't build itself, and right now, it demands every shred of attention I can muster. Let's just get back to the office, I mutter, sliding into the cab after Ben, already dreading the mountain of work waiting for me. A mountain that seems like the only thing standing firm, when everything else is slipping through my fingers. Chapter 26. Nora. I swallow hard, feeling the coolness of my car's steering wheel beneath my fingertips. It's been days since I last set foot in the office. Days since my life turned into a roller coaster with no end in sight. But today, the persistent nausea has finally granted me a reprieve. And though my stomach still churns with unease, it's due to nerves rather than morning sickness. I take a deep breath, trying to muster the courage to face what awaits me, my colleagues. The workload, Oliver. The thought of him sends a sharp pang through my chest, a reminder of all the words left unsaid between us. Words that now feel like we'll never have a chance to say. We haven't spoken since the day I told him about the pregnancy, and the silence that hangs between us is heavy with implications I'm not ready to face. The walk to the office building does nothing to settle my nerves. Each step feels like wading through quicksand, yet somehow, I manage to make it to my desk without falling apart. I power up my computer, the familiar startup sound offering a slice of normalcy. But even the mundane task of sifting through emails can't keep reality at bay for long. A new message pops up, the subject line catching my eye, job opportunity. Curiosity piqued, I click it open, skimming the contents. It's from a contact at a local law firm, one smaller than the corporate giant I currently work for, but still with a reputation for valuing their staff's work-life balance. They're looking for an experienced lawyer to join their ranks, a position that would have excited me once upon a time. Now, however, the idea of starting over, especially with a baby on the way and uncertainty clouding every aspect of my future, feels daunting. Besides, despite the turmoil swirling within me, this job, my current job, is part of who I am. It's the dream I've worked relentlessly to achieve. Thanks, but no thanks, I whisper under my breath, drafting a polite but firm refusal. The salary they're hinting at couldn't possibly match what I earn here. And as much as everything else seems to be slipping through my fingers, I can't afford to let go of the financial stability this job provides. Yes, things are complicated, to put it nicely, between me and Oliver. But I need to think practically. The pay here is too good to let go of. And soon enough I'll have a kid to care for. With a click, I send the email on its way, a small part of me mourning the lost opportunity. But bigger things are at stake now, and I can't afford to be swayed by what-ifs and maybes, not when every decision I make from here on out isn't just about me anymore. A knock on the door draws my gaze away from the screen. Jenna stands there, smiling. Hey, how are you feeling? Good. Thanks, I'm over the worst of it. I haven't told anyone here about the pregnancy yet, and other than speaking with HR to coordinate my maternity leave, I'm not sure I'll ever mention it, especially because people will surely suspect Oliver is the father, and that will stir up more drama than I care to entertain. You ready for the team meeting? Jenna asks. That's right. We have a team meeting this morning, with Oliver. My stomach twists, and I blink. Yeah, ready, with shaky legs. I stand and follow her out of the room. The boardroom feels more like an ice chamber today. I slide into my seat, clutching the leather binder a little too tightly. My palms are sweating, and it's not just from the nervousness of presenting my case strategy to the partners. No, it's the presence of Oliver, sitting across the table, his attention fixed on the screen of his laptop that has me wound up in knots. Good morning, I murmur as I settle in, but the words fall flat, dissipating into the chilled silence of the room. Oliver doesn't look up. He doesn't acknowledge me. It's as if I'm just another piece of furniture. And the purposefulness of his disregard is palpable. Throughout the meeting, I present my points with practiced precision, yet my voice sounds foreign to my own ears. It's a mask of professionalism hiding the turmoil churning inside me. I steal glances at Oliver, hoping for any recognition, any sign that he still cares. But he remains impassive, his gaze barely meeting mine. His eyes an unfathomable steel that offers no comfort or connection. It shatters something within me, a tiny crack in my resolve widening until I can hardly bear it. The man I once knew, who'd look at me with warmth and promise, seems to have vanished, leaving behind this cold stranger who shares his face. Silently, I plead with him to show me something, anything. That might suggest he doesn't want this to be the end. But there's nothing, just the sterile click of keyboards and the dry rustle of papers being turned. The meeting drags on, and with each passing second, the distance between us grows until it feels insurmountable. By the time I return to my office, the decision crystallizes in my heart like ice. I need to quit. It's a terrifying thought, Not just because it means walking away from a job that pays extremely well, but because it feels like I'm severing the last thread connecting me to Oliver. I sit back in my chair, my hands trembling as I contemplate the enormity of what I'm about to do. Financially, it's insanity. I have high rent, student loans, and now a baby on the way. But how can I stay? Every minute in this building is a reminder of what we've lost, of the future we could have had together. Think about the baby, I whisper to myself, my hand instinctively resting on my still flat stomach. This isn't just about my broken heart. It's about creating a life where stress doesn't overshadow every moment, where I'm not constantly reminded of Oliver's indifference. Taking a deep breath, I open my laptop and start typing my resignation letter. With each word, I feel a mix of liberation and dire apprehension. But I know this is the right choice, for my peace of mind, for my well-being, and for the tiny life growing inside me. Sitting back, I read the email over to myself. All of the right words are there, and it's polite and concise, except something is missing. The human element. I want to quit to Oliver's face, want to see his reaction, and, as much as this might not be healthy for me or kind, I want to see at least a sliver of hurt. I want him to regret the way he's reacted to this pregnancy. So, standing, I smooth my blouse and head out of my office. With each step, I feel shakier. But there's no turning back. If I walk away from this job, after quitting via email, there's a good chance I'll never see Oliver again. I stride into his office, my heartbeat echoing in my ears like a drum. His head snaps up from the papers scattered across his desk, surprise flickering across his features for just a moment before he schools them into that facade I've come to dread, the one void of any warmth. Oliver, somehow, my voice holds steady despite the storm raging inside me. I'm quitting. Quitting. He repeats the word as if it's a foreign language, and his eyes search mine for an explanation. Yes, I clutch the printed resignation letter. It's clear that our personal situation, it's not working out. You don't want to be involved with the baby, or me. It's best if I just leave. The truth is a bitter pill, jagged and hard to swallow. For a split second, there's a flash of something human behind his eyes, pain, regret, maybe. But it's gone as quick as it came, replaced with a cold indifference that raises the hairs on the back of my neck. Fine, he says, the words slicing through the tension in the room. I will support you and the baby financially. You don't have to worry about that. His robotic response, devoid of any real concern, cements my decision. It's like he's offering alimony without the marriage, a monthly check in place of love and commitment. And God, it stings. Thanks, I manage, but it's a whisper, forced and empty. I won't let him see the hurt, won't give him the satisfaction of knowing he's wounded me so deeply. I don't wait for him to say anything else. I can't. Not when every instinct screams at me to flee before the dam breaks and the tears start to flow. So I turn sharply on my heel and walk out, my hands shaking. I keep my pace even as I navigate the maze of cubicles, ignoring the curious glances from my soon-to-be former colleagues. I can feel Oliver's presence looming behind me, although I know he hasn't moved from his chair. Once I'm safely in the elevator, the metal walls feel like the only thing keeping me upright. As the doors slide closed, sealing away the life I thought I wanted, a single tear escapes. Tracing a hot path down my cheek, I swipe it away fiercely, a silent vow made to the tiny heartbeat fluttering within me. I'll build us a better future, one where we're wanted, treasured, and loved. Just you and me, little one. Chapter 27. Oliver. My fingers hover over the keyboard, the numbers and letters blurring into a meaningless jumble. It's been hours since Nora walked out of the office and effectively out of my life, but her absence crushes me more with each passing minute. I tell myself it's for the best. She deserves someone who can give her everything she wants, everything she deserves. Her parting words were only part of the story. Her posture and the cutting look in her eyes said the rest. She hates me now and doesn't even want me to be a part of the baby's life, which is for the best. I wouldn't even know where to start when it comes to being a father. Hey, dude. Ben's voice snaps me out of my reverie. I glance up to see him leaning against the doorframe of my office, his expression a mix of concern and awkwardness. You wanted to talk to me? Right. Comin'. I swivel my chair to face him. attempting a semblance of normalcy despite the turmoil inside. Look, I know I've been a jerk lately, I start. I wanted to say I'm sorry for snapping at you the other day. Ben nods, accepting the apology with a shrug. It's all right, man. We all have our moments. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. The lie is smooth, but my heart clenches at the deception. Just a lot on my plate right now. I get it. You know I'm here for you if you need anything, right? I nod. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. He claps me on the shoulder before heading back to his desk. As soon as he's gone, I let out a heavy sigh. If only he knew the truth, that Nora is pregnant and I'm not involved beyond the money. I'll soon be sending her, but admitting that would mean facing the judgment in his eyes, and I can't handle that. Not when I'm barely managing to keep my own self-loathing at bay. The relentless march of time pulls me back into work, the familiar rhythm of emails and contracts offering a temporary reprieve from my thoughts. I'm deep in the flow when Alex appears in the doorway. Hey Oliver, just wanted to remind you about your talk at your alma mater today. I look up, startled, the reminder hitting me like a gust of cold air. Oh, right? Thanks, Alex. My hands feel clammy at the thought of returning to that place, teeming with memories of Nora and better days. But I made a promise, and I've always prided myself on keeping my word. Need anything before you go? Alex asks, his tone professional yet tinged with concern. My other two assistants look on, and I can feel their curiosity. Surely, rumors about what happened between me and Nora are swirling about the office. What they are, I don't even want to know. No, I'm good. Just clear my schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Will do. Good luck. Thanks. I force a smile, collecting my notes for the talk. With one last glance around my office, I steel myself for the journey ahead, my resolve hardening with each step toward the campus that once felt like home. After finding parking, I stride through the arched entrance of the campus, the autumn leaves crunching underfoot. It's been 8 years since I last walked these paths, yet each turn, each building, is a testament to a past that refuses to stay buried. The crisp air does nothing to alleviate the tightness in my chest as I make my way toward the heart of the university. As I pass the library, its towering columns steadfast against time, a flicker of a memory ignites. Nora and I, laughing, our hands dirty from digging a small hole beside the old oak tree. We were burying a time capsule, a box filled with mementos of our college days, photographs and scribbled dreams on scraps of paper. We promised to unearth it together, 10 years from that day, never suspecting that life would pull us so far apart. Oliver, a voice pulls me from the reverie, and I shake my head slightly, refocusing on the present. It's a woman, Jasmine something. I forget, but she's my host for the day, smiling at me like I'm some kind of celebrity. The auditorium is this way. Right, I say, following the student volunteer who guides me through familiar corridors that somehow also feel so alien. I step onto the stage, the bright lights blinding, the expectant faces of students a sea of potential staring back at me, clearing my throat. I begin the talk I've given a dozen times before. It's about success, about dedication and hard work, about how ambition can take you to the pinnacles of achievement. Success isn't just about what you accomplish, I say, my voice steady even as doubt creeps into the edges of my mind. It's also about what you inspire others to do, about setting an example, breaking barriers. But the words feel hollow, a script recited by a man who no longer believes in the story he tells. Because what is success? Is it the figures in a bank account or the skyline altered by buildings bearing my company's logo? Or is it something else entirely, something I've lost along the way? My gaze drifts over the attentive audience, and for a fleeting moment, I envy them for their ignorance, their belief that if they just work hard enough, everything will fall into place. But life isn't a blueprint you can follow to the letter. It's messier than that, filled with unexpected turns and doors that close just as quickly as they open. The applause at the end of my talk is polite, enthusiastic even, but it rings empty in my ears. They don't know that the man standing before them, lauded for his achievements, feels the absence of something or someone vital to share those victories with. As I nod my thanks and exit the stage, one question lingers, haunting every step. Does the greatest success in the world really matter if you have no one to share it with? darting out of the building with a minimal amount of handshaking. I take cover from the throngs of people. I need to be alone, need to breathe. I'm strolling through the university quad, hands stuffed deep into my pockets when my phone buzzes. The sight of Dad's name on the caller ID brings a surprised arch to my eyebrows. I thought I didn't want to talk to anyone right now, but I find myself wanting to talk to him. "Hey, Dad," I answer, keeping my voice even despite the tightness in my chest. "Oliver, how are you holding up?" His voice is raspier than usual, worn down by chemicals and sickness. But there's an undeniable warmth there. "Busy as ever," I say, watching a group of students toss a frisbee across the green lawn. "How about you? How are the treatments going?" It's a roller coaster. Good days and bad days." A pause hangs in the air, heavy with things left unsaid. He clears his throat. "And how's Nora?" The question hits me like a sucker punch. I stop walking, my gaze fixing on the worn stone path beneath my feet. I've walked it so many times, but never while feeling this terrible. "Dad, she's pregnant," I confess, the words stumbling out of me. There's a weight to them, one I've been carrying since she walked away. I brace myself for his reaction, expecting disappointment or judgment. Instead, there's just silence. "Oliver," he finally says, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. "I wasn't ready either when your mother told me about you. But work, it shouldn't be your only family." I suck in a sharp breath, shocked by how much he's intuited from my saying so little. I didn't even say anything about how I feel or what I've done, and yet, somehow, it's like he knows. I let out a dry chuckle, a defense mechanism against the swell of emotions. "Well, it seems like I'm following in your footsteps because I'm not ready. I might never be." "Son," his voice trails off, a sigh crackling through the phone. When he speaks again, his words are slow and deliberate. "I haven't been the best dad. I should have been there more and supported you better. Now, looking at what life I've got left, I see things differently. Everything falls apart eventually, Oliver. Success, wealth, all of it. In the end, it's the people in our lives, the connections we make. That's what lasts." I swallow hard, a lump forming in my throat. The campus around me blurs as students pass by in their own worlds, laughing, living. "Don't wait until it's too late to realize what you're missing," Dad says. "Don't reach my age filled with regret for the bonds you didn't fight for. You've got a chance here, with Nora, with your child." His voice fades into the backdrop of youthful exuberance surrounding me, but his words cut deep, exposing fears and desires I didn't even know I had. I'm left standing amidst the ghosts of memories, holding onto a lifeline thrown across the distance by a man who's just as lost as I am. "Thanks, Dad," I manage to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll think about what you said." "Good." I can hear the smile in his words. "That's all I ask, son." We say our goodbyes, and I pocket my phone, feeling an unexpected weight lifted from my shoulders. For the first time in what feels like forever, I look up at the sky instead of down at my feet, and I start to walk. I stride away from the heart of the campus, a place where Nora's laughter once echoed against the stone facades of historic buildings. The conversation with my dad reverberates in my head, his words hitting me harder with each step. It's as if the vibrant autumn leaves falling around me are trying to signal a change, urging me to wake up from this self-imposed exile from life. The crisp air fills my lungs, and I'm painfully aware of each breath and each step, skirting around a young couple entwined on a bench, lost in each other. I get a flashback of Nora on a fall day in September, her eyes that sparkled like sunlight on the ocean, and her smile that could cut through my worst days. And now, there's a life, a tiny heartbeat connected to both of us, that I've been too cowardly to face. The pursuit of success has always been my compass, guiding every decision. But in what direction has it truly led me? 100 years from now, none of my skyscrapers will matter. No one will remember the deals I closed or the zeros in my bank account. But Nora, she'll remember. And our child will know whether their father was someone who ran from responsibility or someone who embraced it. I screwed up. I mutter to no one in particular. It takes a few more steps, a few more fallen leaves crushed underfoot, for the decision to solidify in my heart. "Okay, Nora," I whisper to the breeze, hoping somehow it carries my words to her. "I'm coming." and with newfound resolve fueling my stride, I march toward the parking lot where my car is waiting. Each step feels lighter now, less like walking away and more like moving forward, towards them, towards a future that, until now, I'd been too blind to see. That is, if there's even the slightest chance Nora will still have me. Chapter 28. Nora. The key clicks in the lock, and I step over the threshold into my apartment, the door shutting behind me with a thud. The space is quiet, too quiet, offering no congratulatory cheers for a job well done or comforting hugs after a hard day's work. It's just me, surrounded by the things I've collected through the years, each item a bookmark of my past. I slip off my heels and pad across the cool hardwood floor, absently rubbing my still flat abdomen. In a few days, I'll start my new law job, a fresh chapter. But before that, there's so much to organize. Find a maternal care team, plan for childcare. I'm meticulous in my career. I need to apply that same precision to motherhood. Outside of organizing my maternity leave, I haven't told anyone but Lynn and Oliver about the pregnancy. I need to figure out how and when I'll break the news to my parents. But that's something that can be put off for another week. First comes adjusting to pregnancy and getting settled at my new job. My phone buzzes on the kitchen counter, slicing through the silence like a siren. I hesitate before picking it up, half expecting another slew of work emails I no longer need to answer. Instead, Oliver's name flashes on the screen, sending a flutter through my chest that's neither joyful nor fearful. It's maybe both. I'll be at the campus library at 9 tonight. Please come. I need to talk to you. I stare at the message, reading it again as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less cryptic. The library, that place is a vault of memories, pages upon pages of shared history between us. Oliver, I murmur, his name a ghost on my lips. What could he possibly want? He already established, extremely clearly, that he'll be sending his support in the form of checks. Nothing else. So what more could there possibly be to say? Uncertainty knots in my stomach, a counterpoint to the tiny life growing inside me. Yet something about his request feels urgent, important. Perhaps it's the nostalgia of the location, or maybe it's the lingering connection between us. Frayed but not severed. Can we talk? Another text comes through, almost as if he senses my indecision from miles away. Fine, I type back, the word feeling more like a white flag than an agreement. I'll be there. Setting the phone down, I let out a long breath. This is it. One last conversation, face to face, to close the book on whatever this is, or perhaps to start a new chapter altogether. Oliver and I are no strangers to complex negotiations. This time, though, the stakes are higher than any business deal. I make myself busy the rest of the evening, doubling up on dinner's recipe so that I have leftovers for the next couple of days. I try my hardest to not think about mornings spent in this kitchen with Oliver, his arms around me and his lips against my neck, and just focus on the cooking instead. It's hard, though, like every other little memory of him that I still have. It's hard to let it just be. Instead, my heart breaks again and again each time the slightest reminder of him crosses my path. Finally, at 8:30, I grab my keys and head out the door. The evening air greets me with a chill, a reminder that seasons change, whether you're ready for them or not. Oliver's waiting, and whatever happens next, I'll face it head on, just like I always do. It's a bit of a drive to campus, a place that I haven't been back to in years. Parking is easy to find this late, and I cut across a lawn damp with dew. The library looms ahead, its familiar Gothic architecture cast in soft shadows under the moon's silvery gaze. I hesitate at the edge of the pathway as my heart does this funny skip and jump thing. It always does when I'm about to see Oliver. I tell myself it's just residual adrenaline from the breakup and not enough sleep. Hey, comes a voice from the darkness, and there he is, stepping into the light, his tailored suit jacket draped casually over one arm. But it's what's in his other hand that throws me to shovels, their metal heads gleaming faintly. Oliver, my voice is a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What are those for? He offers me a sheepish grin, the kind that used to make me forgive him for anything. Our time capsule, remember? We buried it right here 8 years ago. He gestures to a spot near the library's side entrance. An area now more shadow than grass due to the encroachment of night. Are you serious? I balk at the idea. It seems so whimsical. And whimsy is a luxury I can't afford right now. Not with life becoming one stressful event after another. Come on, Nora, he pleads, his eyes searching mine. They're the same deep hazel that once held promises of forever. It'll be fun, like old times. Fun, I cross my arms, feeling the edge of frustration sharpen my tone. Why would you ask me here to dig up some old box? What's the real reason, Oliver? He sets the shovels down with a soft thud against the well-tended lawn and steps closer. His presence is as commanding as ever. Yet there's a vulnerability there that wasn't present before. I guess I wanted us to remember who we were back then, what we dreamed of, and maybe find some clarity. Clarity, the word hangs between us, a plea. Please, Nora. His voice lowers, a touch of desperation seeping through. Just this one last thing. After that, if you want, you can walk away. I won't stop you. My resolve wavers as I look into his eyes, seeing the man who once knew all my secrets. Now he's asking for one night. Just a few minutes of digging in the dirt to unearth memories better left buried. But standing here, with the crisp night air and the scent of nostalgia heavy around us, it's hard to say no. Fine, I relent, surprising myself with the ease of my surrender. But after this, we're done. We go our separate ways. Deal, he says quickly, relief flooding his features. I take the shovel he offers and follow him to the spot where our past awaits. Hidden just beneath the surface, there's no turning back now. We're about to dig up more than just a time capsule. We're digging up the remnants of a past life, one where everything once seemed possible. The moon casts a pale glow over the campus as I plunge my shovel into the earth. The metallic sound grating against the silence of the night. The library looms nearby, its windows dark and watchful. Oliver digs beside me, his movements methodical and sure, as if this isn't the first decision he's made today that could alter our lives forever. Remember how we thought we'd be unstoppable after graduation, I say, tossing another shovelful of dirt to the side. My hands are starting to blister, but there's something cathartic about this physical labor, breaking through layers of soil and years. Unstoppable and invincible, he corrects, flashing that grin that always seemed too confident for his own good, even now. It's the same smile that once made me believe anything was possible when we were together. We dig in silence for a while longer. The only sounds are grunts of effort and the clink of metal on stone. Finally, the shovel hits something solid. My heart leaps, part excitement, part dread. We drop to our knees and brush away the remaining dirt, revealing the time capsule. Edges rusted from years of being embraced by the earth. Oliver pries it open with a satisfying creak, and our past spills out before us in a clutter of objects and papers. There, amidst college memorabilia, are the letters we wrote to our future selves. Mine is sealed with a sticker, a whimsical touch from a girl who had yet to face the harsher realities of life. I break the seal, unfold the paper, and read the looping handwriting of a younger me. Words of ambition and dreams fill the page, but woven through them like a golden thread is the importance of love. Tears blur my vision as I realize that despite all the professional accolades and long hours at the firm, it's love that's been the undercurrent of my life, the driving force behind every success and failure. The revelation tightens my throat, and I blink back the moisture threatening to spill. Here goes nothing, Oliver announces, drawing my attention. He holds his letter, a little more weather-beaten than mine, and begins to read aloud. His voice is steady, but there's an undercurrent of emotion that I've never heard before. Dear future Oliver, he starts, and I'm transported back to those heady days of youth. By now, you're probably killing it in the real estate world. High-rises bearing your name, deals closing left and right. He trails off for a moment, shaking his head with a wry smile before continuing. But remember, Ollie, success isn't just about the numbers in your bank account or the square footage you own. It's about the people you share it with. His eyes meet mine, and there's an intensity there that makes my breath catch. One day, you'll be able to stop and breathe. You'll have made it. Maybe then you can move on to other things. Find a girl and settle down. Actually, not just any girl. I'm hoping that you find one in particular. Or, rather, find your way back to her. That is, if she's even still interested in you after you backed away from kissing her at that party. There's a vulnerability in his confession, a raw honesty that resonates deep within me. Oliver, the man who seemed to have everything figured out, who climbed to the top only to find it empty without someone to share the view. And not just someone. He's talking about me. Everything I wanted. He murmurs, his gaze still locked with mine. It means nothing without love. A small part of me knew it back then, but figured I would find my way to it eventually. I guess I let that part of me dwindle and die. I'm sorry, Nora. And in that moment, with the past unearthed between us, I see not the CEO, not the entrepreneur, but the boy I fell in love with, standing bare and unguarded, holding out his heart in the form of a tattered old letter. The chill of the night air doesn't touch me, not with the warmth of Oliver's confession seeping into my bones. He stands there, shovel in hand, looking every bit the man who's realized what it means to love and lose. Look, Nora, he starts, his voice firm but threaded with a plea that tugs at something deep within me. I know I've made mistakes, more than I can count. His chuckle is self-deprecating, and it's so achingly familiar. But through it all, it's been you. It's always been you. He steps closer, closing the distance that years and fears have stretched between us. I'm all in. Nora, if you'll have me, I want to be there, for you, for our child. Everything. His eyes search mine, seeking answers in the depths of my soul. I was a fool to freak out, to run from this, from us. His hands, those strong, capable hands, now shake slightly as he reaches out to me. I want the best for you, for both of us. And I believe, no, I know, that's each other. For a moment, silence stretches between us, filled only by the nocturnal chorus of the campus grounds. His words settle around us like a mantle, heavy with the gravity of what comes next. Oliver, I whisper, you scared me before. You ran when things got real. My fingers twitch at my sides, itching to reach out, to bridge the gap between past hurts and future hopes. But hearing you now, seeing you stand here with dirt on your hands and humility in your eyes, I believe you. My steps are small, but certain as I close the last of the space between us. You're not the only one who's been all in. I needed to know we were on the same page. And then, as his arms encircle me, the years of doubt and the walls we built crumble into nothingness. Our lips meet, and it's not just a kiss, it's a promise. A silent vow that speaks of new beginnings and shared dreams. We break apart, breathless and smiling. The library looms behind us, a silent witness to our history and now, our future. Oliver's smile is a sunrise, chasing away the shadows of our past missteps. Let's do this together. His voice brims with conviction that anchors me to this moment, to the undeniable truth that love, our love, is worth every risk. The word is more than simple agreement. It's an oath, a pledge to the journey ahead. One we'll walk as partners, as a family. And in his embrace, under the starlit sky, I let happiness wash over us, knowing that the best is yet to come. Epilogue. 7 months later, Oliver. Grill smoke curls into the summer sky as I flip another burger, my eyes catching Nora's from across our new backyard. She's laughing at something her dad just said, her head thrown back in that carefree way that tightens my chest with a weird cocktail of love and longing. Need a hand with those, champ, her father calls out, his grin genuine beneath his salt and pepper mustache. Thanks, but I've got it under control. I wave the spatula like a flag of culinary expertise. Honestly, my burgers are more luck than skill, but today they're turning out pretty darn good, if I do say so myself. Nora wanders over, slipping an arm around my waist as she peers at the sizzling patties. They look perfect. Everything is perfect, I murmur, leaning down to kiss the top of her head, catching a whiff of her strawberry-scented shampoo, another small detail that's come to mean home. As we break apart, I catch her parents exchanging a knowing smile, and something warm settles in my chest. They've been nothing but supportive since we told them about the pregnancy, embracing me into their family as if I was always meant to be there. My parents, too, are also excited about the baby, especially my dad. Cancer-free for a few months now. He feels like a grandkid is his second chance at life, the possibility to really live it up. As he puts it, Oliver, you've outdone yourself with this place. Nora's mom gestures towards the house with a wine glass in hand. It's wonderful to see you both so settled. Thanks, I shrug. But Nora is the one who picked it out. The sun dips lower, casting amber light across the lawn, igniting sparks in Nora's hair and turning her skin golden. This moment, these people, they're my anchor, reminding me what really matters. The work, the deals, the endless meetings. They're just background noise compared to this symphony of domestic bliss. Hey, don't hug him, Nora teases her parents, tugging me by the hand towards the makeshift dance floor we've set up near the oak tree. Music drifts through the evening air, a soft melody that wraps around us as I pull her close. Our feet move in sync over the grass, slow and unhurried. It's like the world shrinks until it's just us here now, swaying in the quiet comfort of our shared silence. Happy, I whisper into her ear. Very, she breathes out, her voice a thread weaving through my heart, stitching together every fragmented piece of my once solitary existence. I spin her under the twilight canopy, our joy mingling with the fading day. Her parents laugh over a joke, and fireflies light up the yard. On and on the evening stretches, somehow lasting forever and yet gone in a perfect moment. I watch Nora's parents drive off, their car's taillights flickering like distant fireflies before disappearing altogether. Nora and I stand side by side, hand in hand, in the quiet aftermath of our first big cookout. Seems like a success, doesn't it? Nora's voice is soft with contentment, her eyes reflecting the twinkle of the backyard fairy lights we've strung up in the trees. Absolute perfection, I agree, squeezing her hand. The truth is, I'm stoked about more than just the successful social event. There's an extra pulse of excitement thrumming through me, a plan I've been carefully crafting for weeks now. Hey, come here. I lead her to the spot under the oak tree where we danced earlier, my heart kicking against my ribs like it's trying to escape. I want this feeling to last forever. You know. She smiles, that radiant, heart-stopping smile that seems to reach right inside me and flip on every switch. Me too. I take a deep breath and let go of her hand, only to drop down to one knee. Her gasp is a sweet melody to my ears. From my pocket, I produce the tiny box I've been carrying around all day, flipping it open to reveal the ring inside, simple yet elegant, just like her. Nora, will you marry me? For a moment, Nora's speechless, and I can almost hear the rapid beat of her heart matching mine. Then, her hands cover her mouth as she whispers, "Yes, Oliver, yes." The relief, joy, and love that flood through me are so powerful I feel faint. I rise, slipping the ring onto her finger, and her arms wrap around my neck as I lift her into a spinning hug, both of us laughing like kids who've found the key to the candy store. Then, without warning, her body stiffens in my arms. Oliver, what's wrong? My voice is edged with sudden concern as I set her down gently. My water just broke. She looks up at me, wide-eyed and surprisingly calm. Given the situation. Are you sure? Stupid question, but my brain needs confirmation, even when reality is already soaking into the hem of her sundress. Pretty sure, yeah. Her brow furrows in concentration. Oh, wow. What is it? I reach out but don't touch her, unsure of what to do. I think, she breathes out slowly and intently. Yeah, that had to have been a contraction. And she closes her eyes. Here's another one. Okay, I say, trying to keep the edge of panic out of my voice. This is happening fast. We've got to stay calm. Right, she chuckles, though I hear the nervousness there. You always say you're good under pressure. Time to prove it. Challenge accepted. I scoop her into my arms. Not the way I planned to carry her across any threshold, but right now, there's no room for anything but action. Let's get you to the hospital. Wait, she clutches at my shirt. The bag, it's by the door. Got it, I assure her, half walking, half running towards our new home. This is not at all what I envisioned when I pictured proposing to the woman I love. But then again, life with Nora has always been an exhilarating ride. Oliver, we're going to have a baby. Her voice is a mix of awe and fear. Yeah, I say, my own emotions a swirling vortex. We are. And hey, isn't this the perfect end to the perfect day? Perfectly unpredictable, she says with a shaky laugh. Exactly how I like it. I kiss her forehead as I burst through the front door, ready for whatever comes next. My tires screech as I swerve into the emergency drop-off lane at the hospital. Hazard lights blinking in a frantic rhythm. I jump out and rush to Nora's side. She grips my hand, her knuckles white, but it's me who feels unsteady, like I'm the one whose world is changing with every tick of the clock. "Come on, love," I murmur, sliding an arm under her shoulders. Her breath hitches, another contraction seizing hold. "Oliver," she gasps. I'm scared. "Hey, I've got you," I say, though the tremor in my voice betrays my own fear. "We're a team. Remember?" She nods, biting her lip, and we move together towards the sliding doors. Inside, the sterile smell of antiseptic hits me, the sharp tang grounding me back to reality. Our baby is coming. "Help," I call out more loudly than I intend. A nurse approaches, her eyes scanning Nora, who groans deep and low. "Looks like you're just in time, hun," she says, her voice a practiced calm that I cling to like a lifeline. "Judging by the noises you're making." Nora gets wheeled away, leaving me to park the car and then pace the hallway like it's a tightrope. They've taken our overnight bag, but my hands still feel empty. I should be in there, holding her hand, telling her she can do this, that we can do this. "Mr. Wolf," I turn to see a different nurse, her eyes kind behind her glasses. "You can come in now." The room is a flurry of activity, machines beeping and nurses moving with quiet efficiency. Nora lies there, her brow glistening with perspiration, her grip ironclad as it finds mine. "Okay, Nora," the doctor, a no-nonsense woman, smiles when you feel the next contraction. "I want you to push." "Push," Nora repeats, her voice laced with disbelief and pain. "Like you're pushing for a dream, babe," I encourage, brushing damp hair from her forehead. "Like pushing through a tough case in court," she corrects with a strained smile. "Exactly," I grin, my heart swelling with pride. "Here it comes," she announces, and then she's bearing down, face etched with determination and strength. "Good, Nora, keep going," the doctor says. "Come on, Nora, you're amazing," I echo, my voice rough with emotion. "Almost there," someone says, and suddenly the room is filled with a new sound, a sharp, insistent cry. "Is that?" I start, my question trailing off as they place the most beautiful baby I've ever seen onto Nora's chest. "Meet your daughter," the doctor announces, and both of us are crying now. Tears of joy, relief, wonder. "Hello, Beth," Nora whispers, and the tiny bundle squirms, already responding to her mother's voice. "Beth," I repeat. The name feels like a promise on my lips. My fingers touch her soft cap of dark hair, and I'm awed by the fierce love that courses through me. This little life, part Nora, part me. "Hello, Beth," I whisper, my voice barely audible over the beat of my racing heart. "Welcome to the world." Everything is a blur as Nora and Beth are checked out and cleared. The nurses show Nora how to breastfeed and get them settled in a new room. The whole time I'm in awe, amazed at what just happened. Sitting next to Nora's bed, I cradle Beth in my arms, her tiny fingers curled around one of mine. She's so delicate, so perfect, that I'm afraid to breathe too hard, as if the gust from my lungs could whisk her away. "Oliver," Nora says softly, her voice still holding traces of exhaustion, but filled with a wonder that mirrors my own. "She's perfect." She is, I agree, and then something shifts inside me. A seismic change as monumental as the tectonic plates shifting beneath the earth. It's a pledge forming, an oath rising from the deepest part of my being. I look up from Beth's angelic face into Nora's eyes, sparkling with unshed tears and love so profound it blankets the room like a tangible force. "Nora," my voice trembles not from uncertainty, but from the weight of what I'm about to promise. "I vow to you, in this moment with our daughter in my arms, that I will love you both until the end of my days. You've turned my life into a home, a dream into reality." Nora reaches out, her hand finding mine, our fingers intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree. "And I promise you, Oliver, to love you, to support you, and to build a life with you that's filled with as much joy as I feel right now." Her gaze flits down to Beth and then back to me. "Together, we'll teach her to chase her dreams, just like we did. Even if she wants to be a real estate mogul like her old man," I tease gently, the corners of my mouth lifting despite the gravity of our declarations. Especially then, her laughter mingles with the soft coos of our daughter. But let's hope she has her mother's negotiation skills. Deal. I lean forward, pressing a kiss to Nora's forehead, then to the top of Beth's head, which smells like new life, hope, and that sweet, indescribable scent of baby. We're a team now, the three of us. As I hold them both, the love in my chest blooms and grows, fierce and protective and all-encompassing. My career, my aspiration, they all pale in comparison to the family we've created. This is my legacy, far greater than any skyscraper I could erect or deal I could close. Welcome to the world, Beth, I whisper once more, the name feeling even more precious now. Your mom and I, we're going to give you everything. Love, laughter, and a lifetime of memories. Promise, Nora asks, her voice laced with sleepiness and contentment. Promise, I confirm, sealing it with another kiss, forever and always.